Okay, take your seats. Members, I notice Pat Johnston's walking in the back door shortly, and we're going to call the meeting to order, and we're going to establish a quorum, and if you would announce your name and present, starting with Ms. Gray.
Gray, present.
Fiorini, present.
Eisenberg, present. Say that into a mic, if you would, please, Patrick.
Johnston here.
Okay, thank you very much. Quorum is present. Supervisor Natoli, as he advised us at the last month's meeting, has a regional air quality control board meeting that starts at something like, 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock in the morning or something. He will be here. He thinks around 10:30. Mr. Nordhoff, we were told, is on the way. So we'll just go from here. Let's start off and talk on one thing, which is, in case you missed it, the state of California has a budget. This is under my report. 100 days late, which is even longer than the delay was when Patrick and I were in the legislature showing something. I'm not sure what. So things are beginning to function, but Mr. Stevens pointed out to me that we had, at our very first meeting in April, instructed the staff to transfer responsibility for administering the consulting contract, CH2M Hill, to us from DWR. Remember, we were using them to do all the hiring and their procedures. And we said, snap it up, do it right away, and move on. And Mr. Stevens indicated to me that we need probably to do something in addition today. That's because the budget frees us to do something. Is that right, Mr. Stevens?
That's correct.
Okay, and what you want us to do, as I understand it, is just to reauthorize what we did in April, which is Mr. Grindstaff, the executive directors, authorized to execute with DWR whatever agreements, paperwork is necessary to effectuate the transfer, right?
Absolutely.
And that relates to the CH2M Hill contract and other things under the contract. And two, to start the paperwork going for the additional money the legislature had previously budgeted, but is now available for our activities through the remainder leading up to adoption of the Delta Plan.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, that happened all because the budget passed, even though we had directed them to do that before. So I would recommend to you that we just adopt that motion as a matter of procedure, put it in the minutes, and let the folks go ahead and do it. Who wants to move it? Move, Mr. Johnson. Second, Mr. Fiorini. Any discussion? Mr. Nordhoff. Sir, this is a discussion on a motion to do again what we already did in April, which is tell the executive director to assume responsibility in the name of the Stewardship Council of the contracting functions that Department of Water Resources previously permitted us to use to hire CH2M Hill. And Chris tells me with the budget passed, we can now actually legally do it, but we need to have something formally in writing. And secondly, to authorize the executive director and staff to go ahead and collect the additional money previously budgeted for the completion of our Delta Plan work. So the motion before us is to authorize them to do what we've already authorized, but to do it formally this time. Anyone in the audience like to talk about that? Okay. We've got the motion. We've got the second. We'll call the roll. Eisenberg, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Gray, aye.
Thank you, sir. Okay, is that it, Ms. Stevens? Okay, that's good. That's number one. Number two, if it has escaped your attention, there is an election next week, and that election will undoubtedly bring not just changes in personnel and attitudes, but bring the classic transition syndrome into state government. And it is exempt appointments begin to leave from office and so on. They go to other things. There's always a difficult transition period. The new governor starts immediately to start preparing his budget or her budget, which must be presented to the legislature in the first week of January. Having been through those at least a couple of times, I can assure you that it is an intense period, particularly the first one out of the box, because you've had no control up to the date of your election of much of anything. The new governor will be given 7,000 pages of briefing books by all interest groups, by all state agencies, by federal agencies, and so on and so forth. We're, in fact, preparing our own to submit. And it is an exhaustive process. And then, as you might imagine, the process of selecting people to fill policy positions is not something that's done easily, no matter how experienced you are. So that will undoubtedly have some impact on the process, not just the personalities and the changes in policy positions, if any, but just the lag time in appointing people. But I think, frankly, with the water and Delta stuff and the legislation of last year, we're starting from a base of more established, if tenuous, agreements than normally exist on most policy matters, and I don't think it'll be affected. But as we hear everything, or if Mr. Grindstaff picks up any good gossip or juicy rumors in the transition period, he will relay them to us sotto voce, right?
I thought I was supposed to post them on the web.
Well, we would prefer that, but that might be a bit adventuresome on all that. So those are the two major announcements, and we'll just go from there. Let's go to the executive officer's report. Mr. Grindstaff, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask first Kurt Miller to come talk about the legislative changes and what's happened there.
Thank you. I will be brief. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. In a few minutes, you'll be getting a briefing on our zero-based budget activities that we recently completed at the request of the Department of Finance. That administrative directive came from the department prior to enactment of a bill last month that the governor signed, which was a trailer bill to the budget requiring a zero-based activity somewhat different from what we just completed on behalf of the department. The legislature has requested that the departments actually do a zero base, starting from zero budget. We used a current services baseline budget to report per the department's directive. That's been completed and submitted. At this point, it's not clear that finance will redo it, but they will submit a report based on the budget next year by April 1st, according to the legislation. The other piece of interest in that trailer bill simply requires the council to hire an independent consultant vis-a-vis their work with the BDCP. The legislature expressed some concerns last spring and summer about having a contractor working with us on the plan who had never done any BDCP work. That contract has been entered into and signed, and we have, I believe, Arcadis is their name on tap doing the work for us in relation to the BDCP items. So we fulfilled that obligation the legislature had asked us to do prior to enactment of the bill, but I think we're covered there. The budget package included 28 trailer bills and the budget bill. We were only concerned with the resources one, but the rest of them implemented policy provisions and some spending reductions and increases based on discussions with the governor and the legislature. The legislature will reconvene on December 6th.
Before you get off that, Mr. Miller, you ought to talk about the changes the legislature made in the Water Resources Control Board fee authorization. Are you prepared?
I can, yeah.
This is worth noting. It relates, I believe, to the enforcement of existing water rights provisions, where the legislature had essentially authorized fees to cover certain activities.
Yeah, there's a slight increase in the fees paid by water right holders. However, the source, the funding for the balance of the money that isn't covered by fees has been shifted over to the general fund. There is a Supreme Court case still pending for a decision with respect to the constitutionality or legality of the fees that were assessed several years ago, 3, 4, 5 years ago. It's been languishing quite a while. That was the only, as far as I can tell, the only fee-based part of the bill that had to do with water rights or water in general. and was signed by the governor.
I want to add to that what they appeared to do was change the policy, because the policy had been for maybe 5 years that water rights holders should pay all of the costs involved in managing water rights through a fee system, and by shifting this, they're going to a system that has some general fund paying for that. And fees in water are always controversial. This one has been very controversial over the years.
Yeah, Joe's being too polite. I mean, I understand how you need to get a 2/3 vote for a budget, but this was just a deal. And it complicates the problems because the general fund is the fund that pays for all of education, lower education and higher education, all of corrections and state law enforcement, all of health and social services. It's the part of the budget that has been out of whack for almost 15 years now, and it's under extraordinary stress, and it may have been a necessary political judgment, but it was deeply disturbing on the whole question of how water systems are going to pay for themselves in the future if politics demands that the public somehow pick up the bill for specialty aspects of it. That's my opinion. I'm not asking you to agree with any of that, but that's my opinion. So.
On that issue, the tension was between the legislature on the one hand wanting to preserve general fund resources for other priorities, and on the other, their tacit agreement in the water package a year ago to increase staffing for water rights reviews and
$15 million worth of staffing increases.
Yeah, and it was a tough call, but that's the call they made, and they'll go forward and hire the staff to do the extra work that they've scheduled. And I think the last thing I just want to mention is they will be back December 6th, reconvene a new legislature then. As early as January, they will start working on fixing this budget they just passed. There'll be some effort.
How far in the hole will we start in January?
Well, right now, the unfunding portion seems to be about 13 or 14 billion actual problem. They lose a huge chunk of change next June 30 when the current tax rates and the temporary taxes expire on DMV rates, personal income, and certain corporate taxes. When those expire, I think the money ramps back up into the $18 billion range, absent any corrective action.
So the size of the budget hole next year looks very comparable to the size this year.
Yeah.
Different components, but comparable. Yep. Okay. Thank you for that good news, Mr. Miller.
You're welcome.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, you have a report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The monthly legal update, I'll ask our fantastic extern Rebecca Coleman to come up and give us a short presentation on the cases she's been following for us.
If you would, please.
And just a quick note, Rebecca's going to be here, obviously, this meeting, and then the following meeting, and then her semester ends, and her externship here ends as well. So we have her.
Didn't you sign on for 14 months in spite of the externship, Ms. Coleman?
Not quite.
Oh, okay.
I wish I had.
Okay, pull that mic closer to you and tell us what we need to know, please.
Well, I'm still watching the cases that we presented at the last meeting, especially the Wanger cases, but nothing significant has happened on those. But there are two other cases that I'd like to present. One is dealing with FEMA and the federal ESA implications.
Endangered Species Act.
Yes. Mm-hmm. For the implications for the National Flood Insurance Program. And the other case dealing with the state area of origin statutes and the potential impact on water supply. So the first case was brought by the Coalition for a Sustainable Delta and Kern County Water Agency against FEMA on March 12, 2009. So the complaint centers on FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program, which offers subsidized flood insurance to property owners in eligible communities. Eligibility depends upon the adoption of adequate land use and control measures in accordance with criteria developed by FEMA. The criteria include reducing threats to lives and minimizing damage to structures and water systems. However, the criteria fail to address threatened or endangered species or other environmental concerns. If the community fails to implement the minimum land use regulations, FEMA may suspend the community's participation in the NFIP, thus making subsidized flood insurance unavailable. So according to the plaintiffs, the incentives of the NFIP lead to additional development in flood-prone areas of the Delta, which may adversely impact 4 ESA-listed species, including the Delta smelt, the Sacramento River Run Chinook salmon, the Central Valley Spring Run Chinook salmon, and the Central Valley steelhead, in violation of the ESA.
Who are the plaintiffs again?
The Coalition for a Sustainable Delta and Kern County Water Agency.
Okay.
The encouraged development may harm the species by converting tidal wetlands into upland development and by increasing wastewater and urban runoff, which contain contaminants that can harm the listed species. So the case is in the Eastern District Court of California, and Judge Wanger recently denied a motion to dismiss, and the plaintiffs were granted leave to amend their complaint.
You would not normally find the Kern County Water Agency arguing against development. What are the practical consequences from their view and to their benefit should the suit prevail?
I would have to defer to Mr.
You're going to
Stevens.
punt to
Well, this is
Chris?
consistent with the other stressors theory, that there are other things going on besides water pumping exports.
I do this, members, because every time you turn over a rock anywhere in California, somebody's always got an argument to make that if you just tell somebody else to solve a problem, it means I won't have to do anything myself on other things. And it really is a very interesting
This
litigation.
is interesting, and it's not just a Delta case. We brought it to your attention because it is one of the
Right.
Delta-related cases, but I think we had reported on this earlier in the Delta Vision effort, and there are suits around the country that were targeting the ESA implications of the flood insurance program and development in floodplains. And so I think that FEMA now is going back and taking a look at what they can do to remedy those alleged violations. But this one was directly brought by the plaintiffs that have been involved in other so-called other stressor type litigation cases.
Okay.
So the second
Coleman.
case is Solano County Water Agency versus the Department of Water Resources. And the plaintiffs in this case, Solano County Water Agency and others, signed long-term water supply contracts with DWR in 1963. The contracts include a shortage provision, which states DWR will proportionately reduce water supply to the contractors in times of shortage. This provision, by its own terms, does not apply to those with established rights under the Area of Origin statutes. The Area of Origin laws refer to a number of different statutes which reserve for the areas where water originates some sort of right to such water for future needs, which is preferential or paramount to the right of outside areas. One such statute is the Watershed Protection Act, which limits the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project from depriving those located within the watershed of water reasonably required to supply the beneficial needs of the watershed. It reserves for the entire body of inhabitants in watersheds of origin a priority in establishing their own water rights as against the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project. Recent case law found that the Watershed Protection Act reserves an inchoate priority for the beneficial use of water within its area of origin. According to a 2008 Attorney General letter prepared for Delta Vision, the Watershed Protection Act has the greatest potential of all the area of origin statutes to reduce water supply presently enjoyed by export water users by allowing those in the watershed to perfect new water rights to natural flow in those areas, which will have priority over the water rights of the Central Valley Project and State Water Project. So the plaintiffs in this case assert that because of their location within the watershed, they are entitled to protection by the Area of Origin statute. Therefore, they are exempt from the shortage provision of the water supply contracts. So DWR notified the plaintiffs in October 2007 that water deliveries would be at 60% of their contractual allocations. The plaintiffs then filed suit in Sacramento Superior Court in July 2008, claiming breach of contract. DWR contends that the Area of Origin statutes do not automatically confer any water rights to the users, but merely preserve the ability of water users within the watershed to obtain priority rights by application with the State Water Resources Control Board. DWR further claims that the plaintiffs have been subject to water reductions in the past, but are only now asserting exemption from the shortage provision of the water contract. This conduct, according to DWR, implies that plaintiffs are subject to annual reductions since they failed to object in the past. The plaintiffs deny that there are any prerequisites to perfecting the area of origin rights. Both parties moved for summary judgment, and the court denied both motions in September of this year. In a tentative ruling, the court concluded that there were factual issues in dispute that must go to trial. One such issue is whether or not the plaintiffs must apply for a permit with the State Water Resources Control Board before asserting protections under the Area of Origin statute. Currently, we are waiting for the judge to issue a final decision on the summary judgment motions.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Coleman. All right, Mr. Grindstaff, back to you. I think we're now on the portion of your report that deals with contracts, the quarterly reporting.
Yes, and
Members, this is agenda item 4, attachment 2. Attachment 2.
We've already talked about the zero-based budget, and we have to redo it to meet the operations of law. And you can see most of these contracts that are in here are continuing contracts, and you can see the new ones. And we have included on here, for example, the very last item, the $14 million that was approved in the budget that just passed, and that you just approved by motion, that we can sign an agreement transferring that $14 million over to the agency in order to implement the Delta plan.
Okay, are there any questions on that, on the contract report? Any questions? Let's see, we were not adopting it, we were just simply noting it. So no motion is necessary on that. Okay, I think we're now off to item 5, unless, Mr. Grindstaff, you have anything else? Nope.
Nothing else.
Okay, item 5.
Item 5.
Okay, Mr. Stevens, I guess.
I'm going to ask my respected colleagues, Livia Page, Sylvia Valverde,
Ms. Page,
if they can join me to provide some technical background and context. And
okay, members, you're now seeing the ladies who control the money.
That's well, they control a lot more than the money.
And a lot more than the money.
So I defer to their expertise. Agenda item 5. I'll introduce this. This is it's a housekeeping matter, but it's actually a very important housekeeping matter for us. That will it comes on the heels of urgency legislation that was adopted very recently and went into effect immediately. And it gives the council some flexibility in their ability to contract for consultants and also for architectural and engineering services, which are kind of a carve-out from consultants, the definition in state contracting law. The bill was carried by Senator Simidian, so we thank him as well as his staff. Assemblymember Huffman and his staff were key in putting this together on short notice. It gives the council flexibility to contract for, and you'll see in the staff report as well as the bill, preparation of the Delta Plan and associated environmental review, obviously very important given the statutory deadline that we have.
Right.
Performance of the council's responsibilities or the Independent Science Board's responsibilities with respect to BDCP, determination of consistency of state and local public agency actions with the Delta Plan. These are the appeals that we had talked about over the course of the past few meetings. And then performance of scientific review to inform water and environmental decision-making in the Delta. So, really important tools. The bill was passed, again, to give us some flexibility from the normal state contracting procedures. As part of the bill, though, they said you got to go out and adopt your own procedures. And those procedures have to be based on a competitive process for the consulting contracts for what are called A&E or architectural and engineering services. You still have to follow the body of state law that governs those types of contracts generally, but it exempts us from a specific requirement that we adopt formal rules. before entering into those types of contracts. So again, it was a provision in state law that said you had to go through what's called the OAL, Office of Administrative Law, formal rulemaking process, and put into place your rules before you can use this method of contracting. And this was the reason that we had to use DWR in the first instance. We didn't have those rules as a new entity. The legislature now has said, we understand you're under an ambitious deadline, and we're giving you some contracting flexibility. And so,
however, it is also microphone, please. Mike, please. It's also true. Okay. It's also true, is it not, that we are still required, however, to conform to the conflict of interest laws and several other provisions. We cannot waive those.
That's right, absolutely. And I think that we did make note of that in the body of the staff report and in our procedures. The conflict of interest rules still apply. You can't have a financial interest in contracts, just like any other contracts. This gives us flexibility from some of the rules in terms of having to go to control agencies. But again, the legislation required us to adopt procedures, and so we've attached draft procedures for your consideration at this meeting, and we would ask for the adoption of those procedures so that we can get going on hiring the resources that we need to get this done.
You may recall that when we went through our consulting process under the DWR regulations, we were stuck with their process, which had weird provisions about keeping the name of all the bidders confidential, only opening the bid from a prevailing bidder after the award's been given, then negotiating the final terms and conditions, and then we went through a long argument about whether the council members could be told who else had provided. I mean, it's nuts. And then one other fact that somebody told me, Ms. Page may have told me, I don't remember, that a lot of the scientists who are retained for work related around the Delta Science Program have been retained through ABAG contracts, Association of Bay Area Governments, because they had a contracting procedure that allowed the short-term hiring. I mean, it's just the normal confusion of big organizations around. This will allow a more coherent, focused, and still public process.
Absolutely, and I think that the public process is an important one. The legislature told us in the bill that we had to still go through a competitive process. We had to evaluate at least 3 bids. We've tried to keep it in the rules flexible so that we either have to go out and initiate our own public advertising, or else we can use bidder lists that other agencies already have compiled through their own advertising and public advertising. So it's not that we're trying to circumvent any public advertising or transparency in any way. We're trying to keep it flexible. So on a case-by-case basis, if we determine that another agency, for instance, has a pre-bid, a list of pre-qualified bidders through their own process, that we can borrow. And again, this is piggybacking off of rules that other agencies use. We've borrowed from provisions of the State Contract Act. However, we're exempt from having to follow all the rules, and this will allow us to get the job done.
Okay. Ms. Page?
I'd just like to ask the board if they had any questions about the procedures, or if
Any
we're ready to
questions on
motion.
that?
Okay.
Okay. Mr. Fiorini?
Who ultimately approves the contract?
Ultimately, as our executive officer, it would be Joe Grindstyle.
That's under that April delegation of responsibility motion, I guess.
Right.
Yeah, up to a certain amount.
$500,000.
$500,000, and they all come back, and you see them all in this report that you just saw. So,
But we provide input if it's over $500,000 prior to the
you have to
submit.
approve it.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to speak to this issue? Anyone like to speak to this issue? Okay. Pleasure of the council. Mr. Fiorini.
I'll offer the procedures.
Okay. As approved, or as proposed?
As proposed.
Mr. Johnson.
One second, we're trying to get clarification on whether they're included in.
Agenda item 5, attachment 2.
Yeah. I have it, but
Hank doesn't have them.
Hank doesn't have.
All right. Mr. Nordhoff, you want us to put the vote over until later? Yeah, no, we'll be happy to do that. Mr. Stevens or Ms. Page, will you remind me to circle back around vote only? We've already asked for public testimony. Nobody wished to testify. Let's delay that and then pass on to the next item, which is agenda minutes. And there were some corrections that were distributed today to the minutes of the August 26th, 27th session. Mr. Grindstaff.
Yeah, I just want to point out what happened there. We had actually published these minutes last month, but they were so late we decided we weren't going to ask you to vote on them. And in the translation, somehow electronically, when they were taking them from last month and putting them into this month's package, one page got left out. So it's back to what was.
And Mr. Zuckerman down in the Stockton region had a long European vacation, time to read all of these things, and contacted Mr. Johnston.
Well, he went through the proper procedures. He contacted Mike Machado, who contacted me, and then I contacted you.
But it did call the error to our attention, and
nobody's quite sure, but we think this has something to do with the conversion between different years of Word and or Adobe.
Yes.
And nobody can tell for sure, but it magically has reappeared here as it was originally, and it's now. So the motion on the August 26 meeting summary as amended is really found on pages 6 and 7. It's in red line for your review. Any questions on that, Mr. Grindstaff?
I just want to point out that it was at the table.
Yeah, the red line this morning. Okay, any problems? Anyone in the audience like to talk about this? Mr. Zuckerman's diligence, Mr. Machado's persistence, Mr. Johnston's alertness. Okay. All right, members. Motion on the as revised August 26, 27 meeting summary. So move, Ms. Johnston. Second, Ms. Gray. Okay, let's call the roll. Mr. Nordhoff? Nordhoff, aye.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye. 5-0 on that. Okay. Now, we next have the lead scientist report. This is only a part of the science discussion.
Mr. Chair, I want to make sure that motion on minutes also included the September meeting,
Okay.
September 23rd, 24th minutes, which were also in the package. They're
You know, you're absolutely right, Mr. Grindstaff. I apologize for that. Members, we've adopted the August stuff, but the September,
Yes, September.
The September meeting minutes are in the packet again under tab 6, and if we could see if there are any questions about that. That was in your packet. Any questions on that? Okay, is there a motion? Ms. Gray? Second, Mr. Nordhoff. Anyone like to talk about that? Okay, call the roll. Mr. Nordhoff, if you'd start, please.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye. 5-0 on that. Okay, that sums up all the minutes, right? Members, we're still struggling, but I think we're getting a lot better on trying to deal with the request a lot of people have made is summarize all my comments in the minutes, which led to the problem last month where we had 10 pages of summaries, and everybody said it's not do a transcript. Some people said, and we're clearly not going to do a transcript since a video of this is available on our website within 48 hours after the close of business. But we're going to get better at this. Okay, the next is item number 7. It's the lead scientist report. Mr. Dom, this first stage, please. Item number 7, members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to point out that this is for the benefit of Mr. Fiorini. I'm wearing blue not because I'm supporting the Texas Rangers, but because it is my preferred color.
I think it's very important when you talk to the council not to attempt a sense of humor about this issue. There's certain members here who have none whatsoever about that.
Well,
I don't include myself, by the way.
I understand the Broncos play on a blue field. That's fine.
That is correct.
And if anybody has wearing blue in support of the Dodgers, I just ask what time is their game today.
Okay. All right, at 11:15, we're going to devote 5 minutes for sport jock talk. 5 minutes, 11:15. Dr. Don,
and I will
please.
point out to the rest of the members that I am an alum of Boise State University, so that's why Randy and I.
That is a separate battle. Okay.
I have 4 items that I wanted to bring
Yes,
to
sir.
the attention of the council that are in the lead scientist report, agenda item 7. Go through them quickly. Basically, I did want to report that I think we had a very successful 2010 Bay Delta Science Conference. We had close to 1,000 attendees, and approximately, the numbers are exactly there, but certainly close to 400 oral presentations and posters were given. I think we had an excellent plenary session. 2 of our independent science board members presented, in addition to Phil. I also wanted to point out to you that the Brown-Nichols Award, which we give biannually to leading scientists working in the Bay Delta area, was given this time for the second time to Dr. Peter Moyle from the University of California at Davis. The second item I wanted to just briefly mention to you.
I should add one thing.
Yep.
Dr. Weems, one of the new members
Right.
of the Independent Science Board from Berkeley, gave a speech at the conference, and I happened to listen to that speech, and he is articulating what I think is a delicious scientific comment. It's, you can't get perfect answers, so he says science has to be good enough to decide, and it was interesting to have him listen to him tussle with the question of ultimate perfect science, answering every question with the reality you never can get that. So the members of the science board are an impressive lot, I think.
They are a good group. I would point out that Professor Weens is at Oregon State University, my other alma mater, and Professor Resch, who was the other speaker in the plenary session, is from Berkeley. So those are there.
I once confused Oregon State with University of Oregon, and
I did
Cliff
correct
caught
you,
me
didn't
on
I?
it.
Okay.
He's serious about that.
All right. The Delta Independent Science Board had their meeting then the 2 days after the science conference. They met on September the 30th and October the 1st. I think they certainly take their charge very seriously from the council, and I think they're going to be an independent entity that's going to provide you with good information, and you will hear a further report on their actions and some of their planned actions tomorrow when the new chair, Professor Norgard from UC Berkeley, will be here to present to you a little bit of...
You might mention one thing. I gather at their early December meeting, they're going to start talking about our request on a list of stressors. And I don't want to prejudge his testimony tomorrow, but for some members, it would be useful if you could do a shorthand of that.
Yes, that's certainly, I think, probably the highest agenda item on their docket, and it is something that they will begin to address in their meeting in December. I think they're also plotting out a plan of action to get that information together and provide you with I think, a fairly detailed and substantive report. I think he'll give you the full details of that tomorrow, but I think they're going to begin that process in December, which will be immediately after the National Research Council's committee will have had a meeting in San Francisco where they will be discussing the same issue as part of their agenda, and then they'll continue, I think, with a process where I think they're going to try to convene some of the best people around to put the stressors, the multiple stressors interacting in combination into context and begin to develop that report, and I think they'd like to have a follow-up workshop that will probably be in January, late January, early February, and he'll give you the details tomorrow. Okay.
All right.
The third item I wanted to bring to your attention is, I think, one of the programs that we're most proud of and that we have supported over the years is Delta Science Fellows Program. This is a program to provide resources to doctoral students and postdoctoral researchers to work on key questions within the Bay and the Delta, to interface with agency scientists, and to bring in their academic mentors into the process. We have a new solicitation package out for that, and we're hoping to probably award 12 to 15 additional awards in this general area sometime early next year.
Okay. Good.
And then the fourth item I wanted to bring to your attention is just a quick follow-up. The last council meeting I was not present because I was in Sapporo, Japan, attending a very interesting conference, a conference of a society that was started in 1997 in Japan to purposefully bring together civil engineers and ecologists to address some of the significant issues of trying to live within a highly populated country in which many of the cities are built along rivers or along coastlines, and this highly dense population in an area with high precipitation, high gradient, short rivers produces the most flooding damage of any country in the world on an annual basis. And this attempt to try to work at the interface between providing protection for people and property and also providing ecological function to these rivers and coastal areas is what the society is all about. And I had an opportunity to be the keynote speaker at the conference, the one non-Japanese speaker, I believe, at the meeting, and have my presentation actually translated into Japanese as I gave it, which was a very interesting process in and of itself. I think this society, I think, is certainly unique to my knowledge of such societies around the world, where you actually bring these two groups together. There were about 600 people in attendance. A couple of the things that I learned as take-home messages I thought might be of interest to the council. One is that Japanese are probably spending a similar amount of resources to what we're spending on river and stream restoration. Something on the order of $1 billion per year is being invested in these kind of activities throughout Japan. And the area where I spent my time and the field trip that I actually was invited to attend took us out to some of their restoration projects within the northern island of Japan, Hokkaido. And the focus of the restoration activities there is very much focused on anadromous fish, particularly some anadromous fish species that are endemic to that part of the world. And I think a couple things that would take home is, one, they have a very serious commitment to learning from their efforts. I've visited a site that's been studied now for 15 years. They not only did the process of restoring the system, they have followed very carefully the after effects of the restoration and learned from it and used that in applying their knowledge to continued restoration efforts throughout that part of Japan. So I thought that was something that sometimes we in the United States don't have that follow through. In fact, 90% of the restoration projects that we put on the ground in the U.S. in streams and rivers do not get evaluated. And so this was an interesting sort of a breath of fresh air to actually see this commitment to follow through on evaluating the actual effectiveness of the measures.
Okay.
So
questions of Dr. Dom? Questions? Nope. Sir, thank you very much. Okay, members, we're now off to file item number, 9, I guess, huh? Is it 8? 8, I'm sorry. You're right, 8. Early Actions Committee, Mr. Fiorini and I held the second of our Early Action Committee hearing. And if you turn to file item 8, page 9 of the report includes a matrix. And on file item 8 matrix, I think it's probably the most useful way to look through it. If you start at the beginning matrix at page 7, this is what you confirmed last month. Up at the top it says Table 1, Early Actions considered at September 14 committee meeting and reported to September 24 council meeting. This is agenda item 8, page 7, first page of the matrix. And you'll see what we did, and we took, with one exception, items that were specifically mentioned in the statute that created us to deal with first. And you'll recall from the discussion last month, a lot of those just simply weren't ready yet to proceed. But hope springs eternal in legislation, as it does in life, and a lot of legislators thought some of these ideas could be built by tomorrow. Table 2 is the summary of the action we took on October 11th, our second meeting, that comes to you. So there are, under this list, 10 discrete items, and maybe the best way to do it is to walk through this Table 2 with you. And Randy, you want to start with it? Okay. Let's go to item number 1, stockpile rock and other emergency response material. You'll note first a curious thing. Item 1 and item 6 appear to be the same thing. And they are they're certainly discussing the same issue. The statute included a reference to the stockpiling of emergency equipment. And in addition, Contra Costa County came in with their own recommendation on stockpiling of emergency equipment, which is item number 6. And so let me just tell you what we walked through and did. The Department of Water Resources came in and gave to us a presentation on this issue. They have, I think it's 4 sites at 3 locations around the Delta. 3 sites at 2, whatever it is. 2 sites are near Stockton, right? And that's where they've done in the last, I think, 2 years or maybe 3 years, created repositories of rocks of various sizes, equipment and machinery and supplies relative to emergency response. These are primarily for levee breaks and channel protection, as I understand it. Mr. Grindstaff?
Yeah, I think it's primarily to block channels and do large-scale stuff. It is not the material you would use to do a normal levee repair.
Or maintenance.
Yeah. That's correct.
It has. We learned later that has something to do with the size of the rocks and so forth.
Yeah,
Mr. Natoli.
just a question along those lines. So there's different types of material, and some of that would be for emergency repair, not just for ongoing repair. Basically, you've got the larger revetment, which, again, you dump into, as I understand, from my simple understanding of it, is that obviously to block the channels or plug big holes. But if you're trying to do emergency levee repair, it's a different type of material. Is that correct? Is that what the committee?
Yeah,
heard?
and that was really the basis, or one of the bases, of the Contra Costa County suggestion.
Right, that would be the item 6. But under item 1, DWR pointed out that the size of the rock that they're stockpiling is designed to block channels to prevent saline intrusion should there be a catastrophic failure. But they said they specifically said that rock would not be suitable for addressing the breaches in a particular island.
And I guess I'd just be curious, and maybe you're going to get to this, but if you're trying to, in the early advent of some sort of a breach, to try to do emergency levee repair, or you've got a storm event, it would seem to me to make sense to have some of that material available too, because it's one thing to block a channel, but if you're a high water event, you got water coming everywhere, and you're trying to hold the island so you don't get those breaches. It's a different type of material. So again, I don't know what the committee's consideration was relative to that.
Well, first of all, we received the Department of Water Resources report on that, and essentially the DWR has upgraded the emergency major channel protection and saltwater intrusion activities in recent years. The Contra Costa request was a different request. It was a request for the Department of Water Resources in the state of California to add, they suggested, 3 additional sites, but to have sites that would become, as the testimony went on, described as kind of sites where local agencies who would do ordinary repair and maintenance, not just emergency, but ordinary repair and maintenance, might borrow or utilize the rocks that were stored there. Mr. Grindstaff, I may not be summarizing that quite well.
Yeah, and I think they wanted to be careful with that, because I think they would be happy if we just had, if DWR would establish sites that had more of the levee repair material, even without the provision that allowed them to borrow it for emergency.
They suggested that there be additional sites in the western, central, and south delta, but no land specified. Just that would be a good area for it. Let's see, we asked about cost estimates, and somebody said $9 million or $10 million. I can't remember whether it was for all or for some of the sites. There was no land identified on that. And let's see, this would all in their submission. It also noted that there might be some money available under the emergency funds authorized by Senate Bill 1 of 2008, the flood control authorization for this money. Mr. Fiorini and I heard all of that and basically said, look, give us a hard proposal. What kind of rock do you need? Where do you actually need it? Is this a request from all 5 counties, or is it a request from one county? Is it more important, or is it less important than other? The typical kind of nonsense that locals don't want to hear. And we eventually decided that we encouraged the counties collectively. Mr. Koutras was not at the meeting, but we kind of kept mentioning his name repeatedly as the great coordinator of the 5 Delta County multiple requests, the rationalizer of those requests, the prioritizer of those requests, so we don't deal with 50 individual requests, but we can deal collectively with the counties. And this is something that ought to be discussed in part of the Delta Plan. Problem is there is not a proposal in front of us. There's an expression for a desire, kind of like a sense motion. It ought to be done. The state ought to pay for it. I'm open on the issue, but I want to see some details. I want to see if the counties can coordinate the activity. I don't want to have a situation where we have a stockpile where any county, the county that gets there first gets everything. I mean, there has to be some kind of management decision on this. I have no idea what the details are. So anyway, I'm sorry.
A question. Do we have a current policy on the use of rock that is stockpiled? In other words, if the state pays for it and stores it, is there a state policy that dictates how it would be used?
I'm not aware of any policy. There may be one, but I'm not aware of it. It seems to me that's something that ought to be part of a proposal to set aside materials for an emergency.
Well, it seems to me we might explore, and maybe this is what the Delta Plan's role would be, is sort of examining that, because you mentioned 3 possible scenarios, which is regular maintenance or an emergency or protecting life and property, or retention of the state's water system. So if the state construed the state interest narrowly, the rock might only be used to move the water from the Sacramento River to the Tracy pumps. If it viewed it as a bank going to the Fed window to borrow money or just to get money, then there's going to be a big demand for it. So it seems to me we ought to sort out what we think the state's policy ought to be on this in connection with the counties.
Yeah, and we had a discussion about the question of, is there a distinction between project levies and non-project levies? Project levies we have a legal obligation for, and it's a heavy one. The non-project levies, the legislature and governors have allocated money, largely through bond issues, but not exclusively, but it's not an equivalent of an entitlement program for every non-project levy in the Delta. Well, anyway, that's kind of, this discussion is exactly what we went through on the committee. So, Randy, what?
Well, it doesn't appear that there is a policy, although the people that were testifying before us said something to the effect that there is. We haven't seen it, but we have operational objectives that would include the sharing of materials, and then they pointed out that most of the materials that they have would be unsuitable. We had comments from reclamation district representatives who said that with the budgets that they have limited stockpiles, and that they would benefit from the state of California assisting and providing those that they could borrow from, and then over time bring back. So the conversation went along those lines, but I agree with you that there needs to be an overall policy of what materials need to be stored where, and then all of the resulting processes that go into play, such as permitting the sites and selection and who pays for it and what the priorities would be and so on and so forth, which appear to me to be headed to be included in a Delta plan.
Those are all really vital questions.
Yeah.
Do we know how adequate the existing stockpile is? In other words, with the rocks we have now, how many feet of levee can be repaired, how much channel can be diverted?
Well, the rocks, as I understand the issue from DWR, can you adjust the balance on the mics, please? The rocks tend to be used to try to, in fast order, close or stop the enlargement of a breach, kind of the Jones Track example we heard about. But that is thank God, a relatively rare occurrence. The things Don's talking about, the boils, the seepage, the animal holes, whatever you get, where you say, whoops, it's going to go if we let it go for a day or two, that's uses different material, different designs, and there's nothing out there. So the state's basically responded to getting the big barges in with the big rocks so you can drop them in the holes, or using helicopters occasionally with those fancy Dan sandbags that they've tried. But there is no, as best I can discover, there is no state comprehensive policy for all levees in the Delta that assumes a state either complete share or partial share of all levies, including non-project levies. That's one of the interesting questions we got to talk about, because it's impossible to have a state policy without deciding those big questions. So, but just for myself, I think it's a very interesting idea. I think the cost might be modest enough to warrant attention, even in a very difficult financial time. But it's impossible to do it by just getting a report from one county's, the planning department of Contra Costa County, that says we should do it, without asking the other counties who are equally situated or similarly situated what the views are, and without having them deal with the question of, okay, let's say it's done, what priority is rational to establish? And at one point, I do my usual speech. I said, well, you know, the state would undoubtedly look at this somewhat differently if there was an offer of a cost sharing. And although that was not hooted at during the discussion, nor was there any volunteer of local cost sharing, although the concession was made that, yes, they understood that. And in fact, Melinda Terry, you'll remember, testified during this on behalf of the Central Valley Flood Agencies, and I think she was generally supportive of the notion this discrete element is worth some fast local work to try to get a clear, coherent policy to present to us and to the Delta, to DWR, in the hopes that we could actually get some additional sites around to serve multiple purposes. But we got to cost it out and find out the details, Don.
Yeah, just a quick example, and Pat may recall this in the floods of '86. The east side of Walnut Grove was threatened, and certainly John Garamendi was involved, but a lot of state officials, in order, Tyler Island had flooded. In order to end the flood fight, they brought material in. The county participated in that. There was you had a local rec district, the state, but there was a need. Somebody made the call out in the field to bring that material in to save basically the east part of Walnut Grove, and there was participation, and it got sorted out. It took several years afterwards to sort it out, as those things do. The other example I wanted to use, and it's one where there certainly are publicly held sites, and some even by the county. I think about the former Grand Island landfill at the tip of Grand Island. It was a spoil site. It's now a closed landfill, but it might be a good area for staging for material. It's not being used. It's being monitored. It's held by the County of Sacramento. There may be others in other counties, and so availability of sites. I think about public sites certainly within the jurisdiction I represent, but I think the counties would be willing to look at that. And I think it's one thing for the ongoing maintenance of levees, but the flood fight, when everybody's scrambling and things are all breaking loose and you're trying to make calls out in the field, I think there is a sense of not only urgency, but people do come together. There needs to be, I think, as you've said, Mr. Chair, that some understanding about how those cost shares are going to be shouldered, maybe even before the fact, and hopefully we wouldn't get into this anytime soon. But every winter we run that risk, and so it seems to me that maybe with a little more thought given to the actual proposal, and certainly with the good work of the committee and this council, working with the other agencies, we could come up with a plan. And certainly siting, I think, might be the least of the challenges. Certainly having the money for the material was going to be a challenge, but that's my thoughts.
In any event, we encouraged them to develop a plan, come back to us, work out some of the details. We fingered Mr. Koutras as the responsible individual to do all of that for the 5 Delta counties. Would you like to come up and comment on how gleeful you are with that assignment, Mr. Koutras? Glee is not the word you'd normally use.
Glee is a word
Try one of the mics at the table.
Is that on?
There you go. There you go.
Glee is a word I do not use in public testimony, so I'll note that. We have a simple request on behalf of the Delta counties. Contra Costa did take the lead on behalf of all 5 counties. I want to clarify that for the record, as has YOLO on some of the projects you have on your November meeting on some projects. So our strategy was to let individual counties take the lead on behalf of the whole, instead of us trying to present to you a duplicate set of recommendations. So just to clarify that approach. With regard to the Contra Costa proposal on the levee rock, I think you've lined out the issues here. The current rock stockpile is not appropriate for levee repair. And what we would request is that the council not take action today on that, but we would ask you to either have a subcommittee meeting in December on it or allow us time on your December council agenda. We are working, Contra Costa is taking the lead to work on an approach on this issue, because we do think it meets your criteria for early action. In other words, getting something done before the Delta Plan January 2012. So we do think it is something we'd like to do with you.
I just conferred with Mr. Fiorini, although the November meeting of the committee is intended to be our last meeting. If you come back with a proposal like that, we'd be prepared to reconvene on that proposal alone to take a look at it and come back to the council. I'm a little reluctant about scheduling things to the council because Mr. Grindstaff has been terrifying me with all the things that need to be done in the next 3 months, and even once dared to, or maybe it was me, dared to suggest that we might need 2 additional days a month in January from you just to complete the work. So I'm a little hesitant to schedule it.
I understand that, Mr.
Randy and I will be happy to do that. And I'll just say, this is the kind of example where if we could work out a small, focused, coherent plan, get some semi-rational cost-sharing formula, it's the kind of thing where we ought to be able to generate some support and get some modest victories while we work on the larger issues. And I'm a big fan of modest preliminary victories.
Thank you. Just so you know, the staff and Contra Costa, as well as the coalition, took your comments to heart. At our informal meeting with your staff also, we understand that you're looking for us to try and pull some pieces together. Our cost-sharing proposal will be 99% state and feds and 1% local, but I'm sure we can work that out with a state and federal program.
We can reason on that approach.
Well,
yes.
But you've heard the tune, and we will continue to sing it. We have no money.
Okay.
And the emergency actions, you all know, and you all are experienced government officials. When you move into an emergency action, you get it done, and then you argue later who's going to pay for it. The issue here is the rock there, is the stockpile there, so that we can get it done. And so that's what we're trying to figure out here.
But much of the testimony and discussion didn't focus on emergencies. It focused
I know, but I'm
on
saying we're trying to refine our message based on your feedback.
That would be very important. Very important.
We're trying to refine our message based on your feedback.
Let's do this.
That is our request. And also, please approve all of YOLO's projects in your November subcommittee meeting. Thank you.
Before you gleefully return to your seat, sir.
Yes.
A couple of questions. I don't know if you have the answers or not.
Yes.
But in the material used for repair, if someone sees a repair that is necessary, in the ordinary course of events, how long would it take to get the necessary materials there? And are there storage areas away from the Delta where they can pull on these materials?
I can't give the specifics. We'll make sure we bring that back to you. The issue a lot of times is you need a barge, you need a large truck. Can you get a truck access to that site without compromising other components of the levee? How long does it take to get the barge down to that place? Is a barge available? There's a number of issues like that. So I would have to defer to our emergency staff, and we'll make sure that when our proposal comes, we'll have those kind of issues in it.
And the barge comes equipped with a clamshell or some sort of...
The barges vary in terms of what they have, yeah.
And there aren't many around.
Correct.
On the whole west coast of the United States.
Yeah.
But if I saw something, what sort of lead time would you think I would need ordinarily? A week, 3 days?
Again, it depends on equipment availability and rock availability. I can't answer. I really can't. It's really quite variable. And we're looking for a Delta Stewardship Council barge, maybe, that you guys could fund.
You bring the barge.
Yeah, there you go. Yes, Mr. Eisenberg.
Mr. Koutras, Mr. Fiorini mentioned to me, and I think it's correct, the reclamation districts, of which there must be a bazillion.
I think in the primary zone there's 58.
Yeah, and we're going to depend on you to bring them into this process. I don't know of any other way. We can't be in a position. We wouldn't want to be in a position to try to supervise your discussions, and you probably wouldn't want me listening to the discussions, although Randy would be probably far more tolerant than I am.
We are attempting within our current 5 Delta counties and their normal emergency planning effort to reach out to those partners to try and bring a refined plan, again, focused on the emergency aspects of this.
Okay, let's do this. We'll expect to hear from you no later than late November on the possibility of a committee meeting in December.
Yes,
Randy
sir.
and I will make ourselves available for that purpose. Hopefully we can get something hammered out our staff agrees with, too, and we could come back to the council with something rapidly. Ms. Terry, standing behind you, I thought. Oh, there you are. Ms. Terry had something to say about this. Come forward, Ms.
Thank
Terry.
you. Could I just ask one more question before you escape?
Yes, sir.
Based on experience, I would think that most of the repairs wouldn't require a barge full of material.
It depends on the size of the levee break, but I think that's probably true.
I mean, maybe a truckload?
Yeah.
And maybe a few days to try to get everything in place?
Hopefully.
If the people are being vigilant and looking for
right. Doing the
problems,
inspections
potential
and
problems.
anticipating, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And does it
That's great.
help if, well, I guess with some members from Southern California, go Giants, but...
Your
a nice
baseball
try.
team is better
Nice
than your
try,
football
Mr.
team.
Koutras. If I hear one more Giants comment. All right, that's great.
I have a question. You made a statement that the current rocks that are being used or there is not appropriate. Is that based on size, or would your proposal come back?
DWR has at the same subcommittee meetings, DWR described their rock as bigger. It's primarily for channel blocking to prevent the salt intrusion. So, yeah, it's size of rock and that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Terry,
Thank you.
fast, please. Since I quoted you, I didn't know you were here. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have said a word.
Thank you. Melinda Terry, California Central Valley Flood Control Association. Yes, the rock that currently is available is essentially to protect the water supply, so it's too large for an actual levee break. We had a great discussion. The only difference I would say is we really were talking about this proposal for emergency, not for maintenance. I think when it evolved into maintenance, it was only because we'd started talking about the subventions program has an opportunity that districts can kind of create their own stockpiles, which some have. But I wanted to update you on the progress. We did, pursuant to that meeting, get together, and there are a lot of details. Some of them are the time of transportation. It is 2 to 3 days, essentially, whether we get it from the rock pile where it initially comes from, or sometimes even within the delta because of the availability of barges and trucks. So the size of the break makes a difference because if it's trucks, it's really fast. If it's a barge, barges are hard to come by, apparently. So that's a really limiting factor. And we talked a lot about those details in our initial meeting. Some of the other issues that really didn't come up in our meeting that but have since then in our discussion was the cost when you handle the rock several different times. So we're going to go to the Bay Area where the quarry is, get the rock, move it once, and put it in a stockpile. Maybe it gets moved again to another stockpile. There's costs involved every time. Who has those costs? The liability of who's holding the rock. So we're trying to get through the details because we think you're right. It just needs a lot of meat on it of the availability, who can access it, how long they have to return and replace the rock. I think all the details that you really brought up are important. So we've made progress, and this afternoon, in fact, we have a meeting with Bill Croyle to follow up.
Oh, good.
Now that we've had our initial meeting together to then meet with them. So I just wanted to update you that I think we're making some good progress on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
And the discussion was really good. We really did appreciate that
Thank you.
and hope that we can get something to you.
Good. Thank you very much. Okay, members, so that's our recommendation on 1 and 6. Let's just add to the notes when we get around to voting on this issue that Randy and I have agreed to do a meeting of the committee when notified by the locals that they have got a proposal together we can consider, hopefully in December. Okay, let me just run through some of these other things fast. There were some informational items, report items under early actions in the legislation. So we brought in DWR and they talked a lot about responding to catastrophic events. But the reality is, as you've started to see in the white papers, and you'll see in, is it November, Mr. Grindstaff, when we have emergency response white paper plus a long discussion, it is really complex. I mean, the overall issues are, this makes you sound crazy. I think it's more difficult to figure out policy in the emergency response, levee, flood control stuff than even in the water supply ecosystem stuff, and those are bad enough. So we got a report there on number 3. CalEMA came in, the emergency management agency came in, gave us a report. That's being consolidated as part of the white paper and the November discussion and testimony. And then we also had a third statutory item where emergency response exercises mentioned in the statute, and DWR talked about the Golden Guardian 2011, kind of an odd name, but there you are, which is an exercise. And I just want to have you note, sometime in May 2011, each of you will receive an invitation to go out. Ms. Gray will wear a hard hat and look grimly serious as she sees what in the dickens is going on, and I actually want to go out too. And we'd probably be scattered at various sites, assuming this is a real exercise, not just a discussion of administrators. We'll be moving around. A date in May is uncertain at this time, I believe, but Mr. Grindstaff will notify us so we can watch what goes on in that exercise. The Contra Costa Water District, you'll recall, came to us previously, and we did include, and you agreed to put into the interim plan the Contra Costa levee elimination and flood mitigation project, which has been completed, physically completed, paid for, permitted, everything else. But that is linked to the Dutch Slough tidal marsh restoration and required, and nobody's asking for additional money and so on, but the Dutch marsh stuff has to be done. They ask us to consider including in the interim plan that connection to the Dutch marsh mitigation project. We've already approved the project that triggers the marsh restoration. It seemed to be an acceptable thing to do to add that to the interim plan. Randy?
It's a conversion of an open waterway to a pipeline to avoid seepage from the restored area into a water supply.
So our recommendation to you, this is the first item where we say include this in the Delta plan. It references something that's already there to which it's tied. And I don't think there was any dispute on that, Mr. Grindstaff. Okay. So item number 6 on this matrix we've talked about. Item number 7 was a Contra Costa County proposal to have us tell DWR to solve the complaints about the levee subvention program, the voluntary thing. We just said, look, we're going to do a Delta plan. This is immensely complicated. We are not in a position to have this committee try to determine that the state of California is responsible for all non-project levies in California or all cost. This is just awfully large to do as an early action item, and we declined to do it at that time. But the discussion of subventions and special projects started with the white paper that you've got in front of you at this meeting. You've heard testimony on it before, and it will continue. So that is a no action at this time request. Stop me if there's any problem. Item 8 is the push to tell the Department of Water Resources to identify near-term levee improvements in the Delta. This is all part of the real question of who pays for what, and whether project levies and non-project levies should be entitled to equal treatment. And again, it's a large question. There's no way to answer that in isolation, and we suggested we just not act on it at this time, but it will be part of the Delta Plan discussion. The Coalition for a Sustainable Delta came in and said you ought to do an enforcement audit of other state agencies who've been previously ordered to do a bunch of things to make sure that they have done it, because compliance with the law from Fish and Game, Highway Patrol, you name it, DWR is important. Mr. Bocadero made a forceful presentation, which he's promised not to duplicate here, but we said, come on, Michael, cut that out. No, we said interesting subject, but not mentioned in our in our legislative mandate that we are supposed to be the super investigating agency of all of their state behavior, although it's an intriguing and fearsome thought. And we declined to take action at this time. Then the last item, number 10, is a much more interesting issue. This was part of the stressor discussion, and Mr. Bocadero had come in, among others, and said, "Well, we got to tell the Department of the Fish and Game Commission to change their regulations on striped bass, to remove limits on sizes and let people catch it every time, and all that kind of stuff." And as you recall, at our last meeting, we asked our independent science board to do us a serious list of potential stressors, to try to organize those stressors into some categories we can understand. And then we're going to argue with Mr. Dahm and the independent science board about whether they're even willing to inch toward a statement that some might be worthy of more significant attention than others. And as a result of that, and that took, I don't know, Mr. Bocadero, about an hour, I think, of the entire discussion, I think it's fair to say we're very interested in the concept of stressors and very interested in trying to figure out a way to deal with them, but didn't want to start picking everybody's favorite stressor and act as if you add up 10 of them and we've got a coherent plan. So we chose to do no action at that on this particular item. So that was our, I don't know, 3-hour, 4-hour meeting. And there is one left to come. So if you want a heads up as to what's coming on November 4, that's table number 3, and you'll notice Mr. Koutras said support all Yolo County proposals, deliberately excluding the Contra Costa Water District proposals because they're not counties. One thing we found is that we punish Mr. Koutras by making him responsible for coordinating all these requests, but frankly, he's helping us out a lot by trying to actually do that, and we're appreciative. This will complete our work. There are something like, Terry, correct me if I'm wrong, there's something like 80 or more previously nominated reports who never completed the paperwork. They've missed the deadlines. We will not consider them. We'll consider ideas as part of the Delta plan, but in this 3-month sprint through the interim plan, which is not legally enforceable anyway, we decided we had to call an end to it. Otherwise, we would be meeting endlessly about anything anybody wants to talk about, and that doesn't make a lot of sense. So that's the progress. We would urge your support of the committee's actions here, and we'll come back to you one more time for sure on the November hearing, and then if Mr. Koutras can put together the emergency stockpile package, we'll hold a special meeting and focus some attention on that. Okay, questions? Have we exhausted you?
One comment. The date of the next Early Actions Committee meeting was originally discussed to be November 4th and 5th. I believe now, because of the length of the items or the number of items on the agenda, we decided we could do it in one day, and therefore November 5th is the day that has been chosen. And as one person who got caught in the trap of meeting dates changing and not arriving in time on one particular day, I just call that to everybody's attention to check the notice.
Can I tell that story?
No.
Yeah. Okay. I won't tell the story. So we had our last meeting, and Randy didn't show up. And, you know, Randy's a farmer, and he shows up like an hour before any time a meeting starts and is sitting there staring at you when you stumble into the room. And everyone's, oh, my God, it's an accident. And then all of a sudden, I guess, I don't know, Mr. Samson, did you call to see where he was? Somebody called. You did. Terry did. Well, he's out on the ranch because he'd forgotten we'd changed the date of the meeting. I mean, we noticed it and all. So
it was partly our fault.
It was partly our fault. Yeah, but
this is why I didn't want to talk about it.
A delayed Randy Fiorini is a sight to behold because he's about as bad on that as I am, maybe even worse. And he of course, he only drove at 65 miles an hour in 65 mile an hour zone, but got up there in pretty quick. And it's the first time I've ever seen him slightly ill at ease. It was amazing. It was fun too. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. That is the early action item. Let's go on to item number 9, please. Oh, God, we do. I apologize. Is there, Ms. Gray moves. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Natoli. Pardon? You want public comments on this? Okay, come forward. Mr. Rentz?
Mark Rentz, Association of California Water Agencies. First of all, out of deference to the chair, I won't make any comments about Mr. Fiorini's or Mr. Nordhoff's attire, but as somebody who's been completely ostracized by his family who lives entirely in Texas for supporting the Giants, congratulations, gentlemen. That being said, touche.
All right.
Moving right along to stay in the graces of the chair. Only one I wanted to comment on is item number 10, and that's the one pertaining to the striped bass that you referred to, Mr. Chair. Aqua totally concurs that we need to have a coordinated approach, and we're very appreciative of and think it's the right move of having your scientist panel start looking at all the stressors, compiling them, and looking at some sort of a methodology for prioritization. We think that will be critical over the long haul. A thought that we'd like to throw out to you all is why couldn't staff consult with the Department of Fish and Game and the Fish and Game Commission to see where they're at on this particular issue and to see if there is an opportunity to incorporate it as an opportunity of pursuit as an early action. We know that the National Marine Fisheries Service. We know that the National Marine Fisheries Service has filed.
The Fish and Game Commission has the legal authority to do something.
Right.
We understand a majority of the Fish and Game Commission is not supporting this, and so we're being asked to sign up on a crusade to tell them to do what they don't want to do. And the problem is, you saw the letter by Dr. Moyle and I forget who else co-authored the paper. Yeah, and there are some very substantial questions about what happens when you whether anything happens, and how you measure something if you change fishing regulations. It may work, it may not work, it may lead to other factors. It's kind of like Dr. Dom's comment that the Japanese, at least when they change a policy and do research, they agree to follow up and see what's actually happened, as opposed to our idea, which is find a solution, order it done, and then pass on to the next solution without waiting to answer the question whether it's done any good.
So am I correct in understanding, Mr. Chair, that the Commission has already determined that they are not prepared to pursue a bag?
Fish and Game Commission, we were advised at the hearing that there's a split of opinion on the Fish and Game Commission, and currently a majority is not supportive of the idea. We were asked to sign up in the crusade to change their mind. That's what I interpret the comment.
Well,
Mr. Bocadero is going to come up right after you and explain the whole thing if he wants to in short terminology. We set up the committee hearing so we didn't repeat the testimony.
Sure.
And
I don't want
I'm not anxious to spend a lot of time repeating it, and the council isn't either, because we have some substantive issues we've got to get to.
Agreed.
I wanted to interject, Mr. Chairman, that the Fish and Game Commission is due to receive a report on stressors, and including this stressor, at the next meeting, I believe, and it is the intent of the Commission to take this issue up. Membership on the Commission has changed, and so who knows what the Commission, what position they will take, but it is something that is an active matter before the Commission in the next month or two.
Okay, thanks. That clarification helps a lot. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Bocadero.
Mr. Eisenberg and members, Michael Bocador on behalf of the Coalition for Sustainable Delta. I'm not going to belabor the striped bass issue here today. We had a very good discussion. We're not happy that we're not willing to move forward as a short-term action item, but we are comfortable with this going to the Independent Science Board as part of the larger stressor discussion. I did want to follow up very briefly and say that we are entertaining the requests that we did get from Mr. Fiorini and Mr. Eisenberg at the subcommittee meeting as related to the enforcement audit. We are seriously considering taking some of that work on our own, and we would like to have some ongoing discussions with your staff, Mr. Grindstaff, and others. To make this effective, we'd have to have some support of the Stewardship Council to get some of the the answers from the agencies that we're looking for. So if we can have those discussions with staff, we'd like to be able to fully consider this and report back to you at appropriate time.
Oh, Joe Grindstaff's easy to talk to.
Absolutely.
Which is not the same thing as saying he agrees to. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Zlotnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, council members. I also would like to speak on item 10. And again, not to repeat anything, but I think what is important, in fact, in your comments with Mr. Koutras, Mr. Chairman, I think you said that you're a big fan of modest preliminary victories. And we believe very strongly this could be one for the system. And I understand you're wanting to wait and see what happens with the council, with the commission. However, I think that as written right now, it says this item is going to be dealt with in the Delta Plan in a comprehensive fashion, which does make sense. But that's over a year away, and there may be opportunities for the council to weigh in after the commission meeting, potentially, depending upon what happens, to indicate that you do identify this as an important issue. There might be some early actions that could be taken place, considering the fact that you've got a situation, as you heard from your lead scientist, about on the San Joaquin River. One study showed anywhere from 90 to 97% predation. We've had some recent studies showing that compared to, for example, the Columbia River Basin, that the Delta watershed is multiples worse than that basin. And so I think if there's some way to indicate that this doesn't necessarily have to wait until the Delta Plan itself, and maybe between now and then there might be some action the council can take to either communicate with the Fish and Game Commission, depending upon what happens, or just indicate that, yes, it's not necessarily a crusade, but there is a lot of indication that this is an important issue, and we would encourage you to weigh in that sense. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? All right. Let's see, I don't think we had a motion on the committee report. If you would be good enough, Mr. Nordhoff, to adopt the committee report. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Natoli. Call the roll, starting with Mr. Nordhoff.
Gray, aye.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, aye. Okay, 5-0. Mr. Johnston can add on later when he gets back in the room. Who would? Okay, item number 9 is the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant, subject known to everyone. Supervisor Natoli called me late last week, middle of last week, whenever it was, to talk about this issue, and I agreed that at his suggestion that we were going to reserve about a 15-minute block of time for the regional folks to deal with this issue. But let's get the staff report here from ourselves on it, and Dr. Dahm, I guess you're here on this one too, because you wrote the memo which I had forwarded off to the Regional Water Board. So if you would kind of give us the overview, please. And the comments were due to the Regional Water Board on October 8th of 2010, so obviously we couldn't get to you for decision, which is why I forwarded the letter saying that I was supportive of the conclusions, but and they actually perhaps optimistically said the council might. They might not. Who knows? But we forward those off. Dr. Dahm.
Yes, thank you. This is a requested action item from the council, from me, basically asking you to endorse the comments that I wrote up relative to this issue on the Sacramento Regional Wastewater Treatment Plant tentative permit, and transmit the council's actions on this matter to the Regional Water Board. There's background information, summary and background information in your packet that I will not go into in great detail. I did want to, however, provide a few overview comments about this issue that are not in my letter that I think will be potentially useful for, I think, fully understanding my reason for basically endorsing the current recommendation for the new permit terms for ammonium, which is going to be my focus, the total ammonia and ammonium, not the rest of the other issues that are within that report. I want to start out by saying, first of all, to the council that we're dealing with a system that is faced with multiple stressors, interacting in combination, and dealing with a single stressor is not going to solve the problems of the aquatic ecosystems in the Delta. We have issues of water allocation and water movement. We have issues of altered food webs. We have issues of contaminants and toxicants. We have habitat alteration. And we have non-native species. And nutrients is one of the many stressors that are at play. And one that we can have some control over, but I want to reiterate to the Council that this is not a single action. This is part of an integrated package of actions that I think will improve the overall delta. I want to talk about nutrients and the delta. I think most scientists are in agreement that the delta is overly enriched in nitrogen and phosphorus, and that it's not nutrients alone that are affecting the phytoplankton communities that are the base of the food web in the delta. There are certainly other factors like light, the influence of filter feeding benthic organisms, water residence time, in addition to nutrients, contribute to the kind of food web that we have in the delta. So this is one factor of many. I also want to emphasize that there are some growing scientific evidence and studies that are beginning to emerge that I think do make 3 points that I tried to make in my memo or my letter. There does appear to be an effect from the ammonium loading into the system on the composition of the algal community in the system. Secondly, we have seen over the last decade the emergence of a harmful algal bloom of algae called Microcystis aeruginosa that is well known to thrive on systems that are enriched in nutrients. And this is a worldwide phenomena documented in multiple places, so that nutrients do play a role in the blooms of this organism. Temperature also plays a role. It's a warm temperature adapted species. Water residence time also plays a role, so the hydrology and the water allocation issues also play a role. But clearly, this has become an issue in the last decade, and it is one that there is some reason to believe that reducing nutrient loading would have an effect on scaling back some of these harmful algal blooms. Third, we have a number of invasive aquatic plants, or aquatic weeds as some people like to call them. A couple that have become pretty prominent within the delta are Agarria densa. This is the Brazilian waterweed. Another one is Eichhornia crassipus, which is the water hyacinth. And again, these are aquatic plants that are known to thrive in high nutrient environments where the other factors that they need for their life history are also available. So this is another group of organisms that have emerged and spread throughout the delta that are also having an effect then on the fish populations and what types of fish are present there, and also on the clarity of the water itself too, because they change the hydrodynamics of the system. So these are some of the ways in which nutrient enrichment can potentially be affected by nutrient inputs into the system. I also wanted to point out that the projections for the delta moving forward is that we're going to have a warmer and likely clearer delta. Much of the sediment that was coming into the system from our historic mining days it has been pushed through the system, and there is also a lot of sediment being trapped behind our reservoirs and dams. And so likely the system is going to become both warmer and clearer as time moves on. Warmer and clearer conditions are likely to make nutrients more important, not less important in this system as we move forward. Finally, the other point I'd like to make is that nutrient enrichment has played a pretty substantive role in the success of habitat restoration efforts around the world. And I'll use one specific example as a background, and that is the attempts to restore the Everglades in Florida. The Everglade restoration projects have not been going as effectively as one would hope because the water being used in the restoration efforts coming out of the agricultural area south of Lake Okeechobee are enriched in nutrients. And so the restoration has produced not the native sawgrasses that they hoped, but large populations, for example, of things like cattails. And so they're not getting the kind of habitat that they had hoped to with their restoration. And the consensus is that this is because the quality of the water being used in the restoration is not the quality of the water that existed historically coming into the system. And one of the things they're now trying to do is to scale back the nutrients so that they can be more effective in their restoration in the Everglades. And I think this has some lessons for the Delta here in California. Finally, I have a personal piece of information I wanted to share with you, and that is in my tenure as a faculty member at the University of New Mexico, I was involved with the upgrade of the Southside Water Reclamation Plant in Albuquerque. It's a plant that basically is a regional facility, like the Sacramento Regional County Sanitation District's facility, that basically serviced about half the size of the Sacramento facility, so about 600,000 residents. They were using a process where the predominant form of the nutrient being put into the Rio Grande was ammonium. It was a high ammonium discharging system. And the concerns of degraded water quality were brought to the attention of the public by the Indian tribe immediately south of the city of Albuquerque, the Isleta Indian Pueblo. And they actually brought litigation to improve the quality of the water based largely on a ceremonial use of that water in many of their cultural activities. They won that lawsuit, and the city of Albuquerque went through and did the upgrade in 1997, 1998. And we've been involved in monitoring then the after effect of that, and they've been very, very, very effective at achieving the kind of reduction in ammonium to levels now that are routinely below 0.5 milligrams per liter and commonly around 0.2 milligrams per liter, where they had been between 20 and 25 milligrams per liter, comparable to what is being put out in the effluent of the Sacramento Regional Facility. So the technology, I think, is tried and true, and there also was very clear downstream positive effects of this. If you go and talk to the people at the Southside Water Reclamation District in Albuquerque, I think you'll find that the people there are very pleased now, in retrospect, that they actually carried out this infrastructure improvement. It really now is a model plant, and they actually use it as a very effective communication tool to show what good water quality treatment can do and how it can benefit the environment. And I think this is something that really is sometimes lost in our discussion, is that investing in infrastructure and improving infrastructure that actually does a verifiable effect that is positive to the environment is something that really is a both an economic and a communications win-win for the people who carry this kind of activity out. Let me end with a quote. This is a quote that I've been using in presentations here regularly. It's a quote from Jared Diamond in his book, Collapse, How Societies Choose to Fail or Succeed. It's from, he's a professor of geography at UCLA, and it's the following. He says that people often ask, what is the single most important environmental problem facing the world today? The single most important problem is our misguided focus on identifying the single most important problem. This gets back to Chair Eisenberg's comment about giving a ranked list of stressors. Because any of the dozen problems, if unsolved, would do us great harm because they all interact with each other. And I would submit that ammonium and nutrient loading are problems that need addressing. They are not the problem or the only problem, but they are part of the integrated package that this council needs to help move forward if we are going to improve the overall health of the aquatic ecosystems in the Delta. And with that, I'll take questions.
Questions? Okay, Dr. Don, why don't you just sit there, because we'll probably be jumping back and forth during the testimony if we could. Mr. Natoli, you've got a couple of folks here who wanted to respond, and I think it would be appropriate to start off with them.
Okay, well, and I would just thank you, Chair Eisenberg, for accommodating, certainly the council for allowing time, and I appreciate Cliff's presentation. So I would just introduce Stan Dean, who's our executive director and general manager for the CEO for the district, and Stan's very knowledgeable. I think that will, over the course of the next few minutes, provide, I think, at least some opportunity for some thoughtful reflection on some of the things that are before this council, certainly in the letter, but also in Cliff's presentation. Thanks.
Mr. Dean.
Okay, thank you very much for allowing me time to speak. I do agree that this is a very important issue, and I think it's worth the time for the council to consider it carefully. I'm not going to get into the details of the science as Cliff did. I'm going to try to hold it to a little bit higher level and try to focus on it from a policy matter. What's the right thing to be doing with the issue that we're facing here? For those who aren't too familiar with it, I will just start off with a little bit of refresher background. The plant that's there today replaced 22 plants in the Sacramento region. It was constructed as a large regional plant for the benefit of the region and for the benefit of the waters that flow into the delta. The last permit was issued in the year 2000. The regional board has been working very hard over the last 5 years to renew it, and finally in September they did put out a draft, which is the basis of your comments here. For those who are not familiar with it, the service area of the Regional Sanitation District goes all the way up to Folsom. It goes into West Sacramento. Right here, this building is served by us. Elk Grove is served by us, and I don't think we should forget that Cortland and Walnut Grove are also serviced by us, so the effects on rates and fees extend into those areas too. Basically, the permit that was put out leads to some very expensive treatment options. Cliff is focused on nutrients, which are the first two of these. The first is nitrification, essentially removing the ammonia from the wastewater, and we are estimating a capital project of $580-some million to do it. Once you remove the ammonia, you essentially convert it to nitrate. And then the next step would be to remove the nitrate. Both of those are forms of inorganic nutrients in the system. The permit also leads us to microfiltration or filtration of some form, and would lead us to changing our disinfection practice from chlorine to UV disinfection. And the total cost of this is up around $2 billion, which is quite a staggering number. I think as listening to the discussion here today, I've heard a lot of questions about really what do the different stressors, how do they rank, and I'm very encouraged that the Science Board is going to be starting to look at that and trying to look at all the stressors and try to get some sort of framework for what ones are seemingly more important than the others. With our wastewater, right now we are about 1 to 2% of the flow on an annual average basis going down the river. Admitted with ammonium, we are a much greater percentage of the ammonium that goes down there. But I still have to come back to ask myself, if we make these changes, are we going to see 2% improvement in overall delta system health? And I'm not quite sure how you measure overall delta ecosystem health. I think that's an important task in itself, too, is what is a healthy ecosystem? Is it going to be 5%? Is it more or is it less? And I think if you ask a lot of different people, you're going to get a wide range of opinions about, just how much benefit would this actually bring to the delta. So when we start looking at costs, I have to keep that in mind. How expensive this thing is, how much money is it worth? So for $2 billion, is it really worth doing all of these things in our permit? Cliff is focused here pretty much exclusively on nutrients, and my discussion here is about the whole permit because that's what the Sacramento region is really facing. If it was only $200 million to construct all of these, would we be in a different position here today, or would we just be saying, just do it, and we wouldn't even have a controversy anymore? We'd be building it. We'd be doing it right now. If you're the one who pays for it, does that change your answer about how far you should go? And if you think about the homeowners and the businesses in Sacramento who are trying to make ends meet right now, does that change your opinion about how far we should go? I don't think we're there yet, but ultimately, if you can prioritize the stressors, even at a really gross level, and then you can start putting price tags to fixing each of those stressors, you ought to be able to do a cost-benefit analysis down the road. If you got Project X that's going to cost $1 billion and have a 2% improvement in overall health, and another project that's going to cost a quarter of that and yield the same or better benefits, you can then really start figuring out where should society be putting its resources at this point in time. Let's bring it back to what this really means to people in Sacramento, and I recognize that That's a slightly different constituent than what we're looking at here in the core of the Delta and people that are affected by the Delta. But it is real to the people who live in Sacramento. That $2 billion, that's just to build it. Once you build it, you have to operate it. And so that's an additional $77 million a year. Right now, the entire budget for the Regional Sanitation District is $90 million. So you add 77 on top of that. Monthly charges, we're seeing going from $20 to, depending on your assumptions you use, that can get up into the $60 a month range, and you add your local sewer on top of that. Connection fees, depending on how you apportion your costs, you could see connection fees for a new home go from about $7,500 per home to up into the $30,000 range per home. That can really put home builders out of business and can really slow an economic recovery in the region dramatically, if it allows it to happen at all. So I also want to point out, people have very different impressions about what a sanitation district is about. And we really do have multiple parts to our mission. Wastewater is collected and treated for the fundamental purpose of protecting humans and protecting the environment. And we take that very seriously. That is what we are supposed to be doing. But we also have to balance that with being fiscal stewards. And we cannot ignore that part of our mission. When we look at the science and what's the prudent thing to do, we believe that removing about half of the ammonia is a prudent thing to do. And we have stated that in our comments and information that we have submitted to the Regional Water Quality Control Board. We're not planning to dispute that. About half is prudent. Beyond that, we don't think that we can have enough assurances that you will see a measurable gain out there that justify the costs that is being imposed upon the Sacramento region. I do acknowledge that the comment period on the permit was very short, and I do acknowledge that you needed to get your comments in to meet the deadline, and I appreciate that fact. I would have hoped that we would have been able to have this discussion in advance of that, but circumstances are what they are. I do have a concern. Cliff has spent a lot of time looking at this and looking at nutrients, and I respect a lot of what he has to say. But there is a different side to the story. Science does not, as mentioned earlier today, science does not give us there is 100% assurance. Science narrows a range of possible interpretations about what is reasonable. It's never going to be 100%. We're going to be arguing for 100% forever on this. I'd say that there's a different end of that range of reasonable interpretation that really is not getting the consideration that it should. And we think that it's less important than what a lot of the information that we heard earlier today is saying. Going back to reducing the ammonium load, we have not totally ignored this problem. In May of 2009, we looked at what we could do in our operations, and we changed our operations with our plant, and we actually cut back 12% of the ammonium load, and we verified that amount of reduction over 1 year. We're also very interested in pursuing water recycling projects. We've written letters to your council advocating them, and in the south part of the county, we think that there's some very good water recycling projects. To the extent you believe that getting ammonium out of the system soon is good, and again, there's differing opinions on that, water recycling is one way to take at least some of the wastewater out at certain times of the year and do something that has habitat value, which is important to the Delta region. It has sustainability of local water resources, which is an important part of what we're talking about in this forum. And so I really think that we ought to be looking at water recycling. Water recycling is not cheap. I would just like to point out that South Sacramento Agriculture and Habitat Water Recycling Project is one of the ones we've been trying to pursue. And I'm pulling out a quote from a letter. This project should be pursued with urgency. And the folks listed there are the people who signed that letter. I would also like to conclude with what it means to me to be moving into the 21st century. I've heard this term in a number of forums surrounding our permit, and I recognize that there is much that we know how to do, and the possibilities for where we could go in the future are vast. Technology is advancing, our knowledge of the environment is advancing, but doing everything isn't the 21st century. The 21st century, in my mind, is about balance and reconciliation and figuring out with our limited resources what we actually can do and what are the most important things to be doing. The last thing I'd like to close with is, after listening to Cliff clarify that his comments were strongly focused on nutrients and not the remainder of the permit, I would strongly encourage the council to keep his comments in that context and don't expand them to beyond what he is saying. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions? Mr. Fiorini.
I want to respond. We've had this conversation. I've received the presentation once before, and I acknowledge that you have a hard job. You're in a position to deal with an issue that's very difficult. But you have a situation where apparently the regional board feels that the water does not meet certain standards and needs to be improved. Mm-hmm. And so they're asking for a change in behavior. You've been using the Sacramento River to dilute pollution, which is, I guess, in some respects, it has been an accepted means of dealing with the issue, but it seems like it's becoming less and less of an accepted method. You focused on the high costs, but I'm disappointed that once again you haven't mentioned that if you do treat 185,000 acres of water, that there's a value to that water that could be sold, and I'm sure there would be a number of takers. So when you present the numbers and show the high cost, I once again encourage you to provide some offset in the accounting to show for the value of the water that would be greatly improved if it were treated to the level which you suggest you may be asked to do. So that it's not a question; it's just a comment, and I do support your recommendation to limit our input in regards to the ammonium load, but I do, however, support Cliff Dom's letter and would support the action that our chairman took prior to this, that we're concerned about the issue.
I would like to respond to your comment about getting money back, and I think that is really part of the resolution. If we are going to stop arguing about this for a very long time, making sure that the funding of it is right for the people of the state and right for the people of the Sacramento region, and how we can get value out of that water that we are producing. And if we have to go to this level of treatment, the value of it does increase. And I think that is a very important thing that we need to be looking at as we move forward.
Mr. Natoli.
Well, I don't have any questions, and I don't know if you have any speakers on this item.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
So, again, I'll wait and certainly hear from folks, but I want to just say, again, I appreciate that the chair certainly giving the additional time and Stan's comments and Cliff's as well. And just from the district perspective, I think there's something that Mr. Fiorini said, too, that certainly the district board is made up of electeds from throughout the district that was mapped out on the exhibit in the slides. And I think there's certainly a great deal of sensitivity, one, to the responsibility to not only properly collect and treat, but also what the end result of the release of that water is. And we've had a board meeting as recently as yesterday, and I think that there's certainly some angst, to say the least, amongst board members, and having had a chance with some of the comments this council received from the state and federal contractors water agency that were submitted on the permit, you'd think that this was the root of all evil. And yet I certainly heard with Cliff, and I think even with Stan's acknowledgement, that there are many different stressors in the Delta, and I think that obviously that's a concern of this council, and that we take that charge very seriously, as does the district, I think, in its collection and treatment of wastewater, and obviously as technologies evolve, and certainly weighing not only the environmental impacts, but certainly the costs to not only to your ratepayers, but just to a very important aspect when we look at unemployment, not only certainly in this region, but throughout the state, looking at the the potential for some very heavy requirements, in addition to everything else that goes on in life. I mean, wastewater is one very important aspect, but there's other things that certainly weigh in people's fiscal decisions, and the prosperity of this region certainly can be affected by decisions that the Sanitation District Board makes, obviously under the requirements of the permit. So I guess my comment would be that that on the letter, I think that the chair responded again to a very short time frame, and I think Cliff's obviously very knowledgeable, and I think I think was very discreet in the approach on the ammoniums versus the wider comments. But reading through the 160 pages that were submitted, at least part of the comments to the regional board on this permit. Again, as I said, you think this is the root of all evil, and there are many different contributors, as has been said before this council, every time we've come into session, and I think that this has to be taken in that perspective. So with that, that's enough comments for now, and we'll hear from the speakers. But thank Cliff.
I can appreciate the economic rationale for reducing the ammonium outflow discharge by 50%, although I can't understand the scientific rationale for that. What would that save you? How much would the $2 billion be reduced?
If we went for a project right now to reduce the ammonium all the way, we're saying is about 580, round it to 600. Well, if you're going to remove half of that, it's not going to be $300 million because there's not a linear relationship in the economies of scale, but it's going to be somewhere between $300 and $500 million to remove about half of the ammonia instead of the $2 billion. Remember, the $2 billion included the filtration and the UV and all of that. Recognize that.
So you wouldn't need that downstream filtration if you were only removing half of it?
The filtration does nothing for removing the nutrients, or very, very little. Recognize that by removing about half of it, we will return the loading on the delta to levels that were present in the 1980s, long, long before the issues that we are discussing here today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Why don't you stick up there because somebody may have a question during the rest of the presentation. Okay, Mr. Landau from the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Board. So, there you are. Yes, sir.
Good morning. As you said, Ken Landau, Assistant Executive Officer with the Central Valley Water Board. I'm actually not here this morning to try to debate the permit, although I'm here to answer any questions you may have on that. I am here, however, to let you know of the importance of the opinion of your scientists is to us. Certainly not just their personal expertise and involvement in this, but that the Delta Stewardship Council is a relatively neutral party in this. Shouldn't say relative, it is a neutral party. As was mentioned, are getting comments from all over the place. Sac Regional is causing no problem. Sac Regional is causing the death and destruction of the Delta. The scientists, the engineers, the attorneys with the various groups all have very strong opinions about what the board is doing. We should be doing more. We should be doing less. It is very...
We agree with that.
and I'm not sure anybody said we're doing it right. But it's very important for our board, who has to be weighing, do we have enough information to make decisions, the quality of that information, what should those decisions be? All the things that Mr. Dean mentioned are items that our board has to weigh, looking at the science, looking at the regulations and the law that tell us how to deal with these things, how soon something should be done. And it's very important to have the science background and from as unbiased a scientific group as possible. Not to say the scientists here are any better or more credible than others, but there tends to be an association of scientific, engineering, and legal opinions from the sides that support their contentions and their positions. And so a neutral party opinion on this is very useful for us, and Again, I'd encourage you to support it. If you are in agreement with it, it will be helpful to us, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. I could talk for hours on this permit if you had enough questions.
I'm sure that's true. Are there questions, Mr. Landau? There may be later in the hearing, so hopefully don't leave.
Okay.
We'd appreciate that. Ms. Gray, you had a question?
No, I do have a comment.
Okay.
Not with Mr. Landau, with Mr. Dean, in terms of turn your microphone on.
Yeah, you got it.
Comment relative to what you've said earlier. I know this is a very important issue for the board and certainly important for you and who you represent, your area, your constituents. And from my perspective, I know this council is, what we've been charged with is really to meet two particular goals: water reliability and habitat restoration. And I think this issue speaks to the heart of that, although we're only addressing one stressor. And I think that's important because it will have an impact on the ecosystem. I know there's some debate in terms of whether the cost justifies doing it. And I think Randy's point about, including in that equation what the cost would be in terms of what the value would be in terms of improving the water. But I think that, it's something that we have to decide that makes sense, because we've gotten a report from our lead scientist who speaks to the validity of reducing the ammonia to an extent that provides a higher standard. So I think, and I certainly support what our chairperson did earlier. So I think what I'm trying to say is that this council has some very important issues. I know it will not always be on the side of what you may present or others may present, but I think we have to weigh it in terms of what makes sense and a balanced position and make that decision. So those are just comments to you. I certainly understand your perspective, but I think the council needs to look at it as a whole in terms of what we were charged to do.
And I can appreciate that perspective. I would reiterate, though, that Cliff has studied it. He makes his arguments, but there is other arguments out there that are also very compelling the other way, too, and I don't think that they should be dismissed very easily. I also think that we do think this is a very important cost-benefit issue for a precedent that it sets throughout the entire state. This is a precedent-setting permit that I think will have far-reaching implications to people throughout the state who might be at a secondary level of treatment today, and a lot of the state is.
Okay. Other questions by members? All right. Let's see. Mr. Zlotnick, you have mentioned this subject briefly 75 times before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please moderate your comments.
I shall. Stepping back from the merits for a second and comment on Supervisor Natoli's, I would just say as a group that has often been considered the locus of all evil and facing regulatory and financial demands based on quite uncertain science, I can say welcome to our world. Having said that, in terms of the merits, however, we would just support, we appreciate and support the Chairman's action in this instance, and would ask that perhaps you ask your science team to look at also what potential early actions can be done, no matter what happens with the permit, that might improve conditions as well. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Bocadaro, there you are.
Thank you. Michael Bocadero again on behalf of the Coalition for Sustainable Delta today. Want to keep the comments to two issues. One, you're in good company. There were important comments filed by other regulatory agencies, U.S. EPA, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Fish and Game, here in California, Department of Water Resources. They're all in support of the permit, and I think that's very important. It's easy to get caught between some of the interest groups, but look at the independent science that's come in from all the regulatory agencies, and they're on the same side of this issue as your scientists. So the comments that Cliff may not be part of the mainstream on this issue, I think, is misplaced. Secondly, let me hit the economic issues.
I didn't hear him say that. Is that what you heard him say?
Yeah, that's what I've heard others at Sac Regional, others. Let me hit the economic issue for a minute
Well,
as well.
that's kind of insulting. If that's what you heard him say, and I didn't hear him insult Cliff. There may be a difference.
I didn't
I didn't hear
suggest that
him
he
say
insulted
that.
Cliff. I said he.
No, but you say part of the mainstream, but I didn't hear him say that.
No, I did not say that.
He said there's differing
Mr.
views.
Natoli, if I misplaced a comment,
Well, no,
I
it's fine.
apologize.
I'm not argumentative. I just
Let me hit the economic issues here really quickly. Let me focus on, you've heard the economic implications of this are very serious. We're spending a lot of time. We've gotten some documentation. We've recently done a Public Records Act request for the city and looking at the economics of these issues. Understand there are two independent analyses out there that suggest the economic implications of these actions that they're being asked to take are much less than Sac Regional has portrayed. Equally important, a lot of the impacts that Mr. Dean discussed, particularly to residential housing and others, are arbitrary decisions by Sac Regional to upfront load up those costs on new development. Right now, they collect roughly about 7% of their revenue on an annual basis from impact fees. Proposal that he talked about today, where impacts could be as high as $35,000 for a residential, $140,000, I think they've said, for a 2,000 square foot restaurant in Sacramento, are based on changing that to a 30% cost structure for impact fees. That's arbitrary. There's many other ways for them to be able to reduce those costs substantially. And we would encourage all the local people who are taking positions on this that they take a hard look at the assumptions that Sac Regional has put into some of these economic implications. We think they are part of a propaganda effort by Sac Regional to drive opposition to this permit from an economic standpoint. Economics are important, but we really need to take a hard look at some of these economic implications that are being proposed by Sac Regional. And I would encourage the City Council and the Board of Supervisors and others here in Sacramento to really challenge Sac Regional to look at what the cost implications are. And then I would encourage all parties to look at what opportunities there are, as Mr. Fiorini pointed out, to offset some of those costs. I think you'd find a lot of support from water users to go hand in hand with Sac Regional to Congress seeking federal support for some of these changes. If they're asking state contractors and others to pay for their pollution, I don't think you're likely to see support. But if you're talking about working hand in hand to try and offset some of these costs, I think you'll find some broad support for those sorts of actions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to talk about this? Okay. I just want to make an observation. Mr. Dean, it was a lot more fun and easier 2.5 years ago to beat up on Sacramento Regional Sanitation District before you took over. In fact, as you undoubtedly know, I and another member of the Del Division Task Force engaged in a spirited written exchange on this. And I'm saying this in complete sincerity. You have managed to civilize what was previously a very uncivil debate and to take the district to a position. I'm not asking you to agree with my characterization of it, but I say it as an ex-politician and a lawyer, and I listened to your slide presentation. I say to myself, looks like there's a deal in the works to me. I mean, that's what it feels like to me. The fact that there's a position out there that a portion of the treatment obligation could be resolved in some way. The previous position was, a little more direct. Dilution is the solution, and we owe no obligation to downstream users, and the state ought to pay for anything that's ordered to be done, which is more typical of how the debates go on, not just from Sacramento Regional, but from all the people who were criticizing you for taking that position. I'm impressed with the fact that you've advanced that far. I also know that a certain number of elected officials have been an important part of that process because it offers the chance of hopefully setting a prototype, not just on the issue of ammonia and nitrates, but more importantly on how we're going to deal with what will be an increasing number of water quality battles around the state that are generated by the fact that we are simply growing in demand of use for water. We are increasingly as a society impacting it, and those kinds of tensions inevitably occur. First of all, I want to say in all sincerity, I think you've done a terrific job putting together a slightly different argument while retaining your bargaining position for the highest cut. Perhaps not as perhaps not to contrast you with Mr. Kustra's position that a 99% state, 1% local cost share is his idea of what's right. And he said that, I'm sure, knowing that that wasn't going to happen. But I mean, I can see the outlines of a discussion and potentially a deal. And one of the things, I assume you're doing it, don't answer this, but these water board hearings offer the opportunity to settle issues in both a scientific and a public policy way, and I would be astounded if you were not trying to angle towards some kind of a settlement. I don't want to try to impose on the terms and conditions. I agree with Randy and others. I like restricting the comments, as Dr. Dahm did, to the part of the issue that seems to me most clear in a layperson's view, the comments have gone off to the board. The board will. When is the board going to decide? Pardon? September. December.
It looks like.
So, there's some opportunity to move around, but I just appreciate your involvement in this, and I'm sure you had some pained internal discussions to get to this point.
I thank you very much today, and it's been a wonderful discussion here today, and thank you for allowing me the time.
Okay, good. Thank you. All right, members, the letter's been sent off. You can do nothing. You can do something. You can say you agree with the Dr. Dahm's statement. You can be silent. It's up to you. Mr. Grindstaff.
I want to recommend that you actually take an action affirmatively supporting Cliff Dahm's statement so that we can send a follow-up letter confirming that this council supports...
But restricted to the subjects...
Yes, restricted. That's not to say that the other issues aren't important and may or may not be correct, but they are things that our science program hasn't looked at, whereas with ammonia, we have had workshops, we have been involved looking at this issue in depth for some time. Our lead scientist is really an expert in this, really understands it. I think it's clear that his expertise is important, and your policy support for that is important.
Mr. Chair.
Ms. Gray?
I'd like to make a motion, but also I'd like to thank Mr. Dean for bringing forward a different perspective. But I do move the motion, the language that Joe just used.
Mr. Nordhoff?
Not to put too fine a point on it, but been very impressed with Mr. Dean, with his style and his class and his balance, and would suggest that he take a very sharp pencil to try to reduce the cost and try to get some sharing of those costs.
Yeah. Mr. Fiorini?
That sounded like a second.
Was that a second? Okay. All right. What we'll do is, if the motion passes, we'll simply draft a letter indicating the council has reviewed Dr. Dahm's letter dated October 7th and agrees with the conclusions. And I think you probably ought to say focusing only on the ammonia limits and associated issues. That's how you phrased it in the letter. I think that's probably the right.
I think I use total ammonia because there is this, problem with people differentiating between ammonia and ammonia. Total ammonia, we're really talking about total ammonia.
Without wishing to prompt a free-for-all discussion among the council members or the audience on total versus ammonium, I think we'd probably defer to your judgment on that. Any questions? Discussion?
Just a comment, Mr. Chair. I would just say that again, I have a great deal of respect for Cliff and certainly and Stan as well. Both of them, I think, again, are very professional in their approach, and I think have helped this council certainly in its discussion of this particular issue. And I guess my view of it is that, and I appreciated Phil giving me a heads up that he was, going to be sending the letter prior to the comment period, or that he had sent it off. I think that sufficiently addresses it. Those are on the record, and I'm not going to dispute certainly the science piece of it, because I don't have those qualifications, and I know it's an issue that has many different moving components. I'm sufficiently close enough to the issue, though, I think it's probably appropriate. I don't think it's just because there's no particular conflict, but I'm going to abstain on the action of the council. I think the chair has sufficiently communicated on behalf of certainly the staff and Mr. Dahm the concerns, and those are obviously on the record and will be a part of the consideration. So that's my point.
And Mr. Grindstaff, this is the other thing. Mr. Nordhoff and I both kind of, our ears perked up at that discussion of how you use recycled. I mean, there are consequences from change that can be positive and negative, but there are opportunities to what's the right word, Hank, to leverage this into something that offers a way to reduce costs for Sacramento and still gain benefit, ecosystem, water supply, whatever it is. It may be that as you stay on top of the gossip about potential settlement and eventual order, that there'll be some things we could learn from that have tangential issues that might well apply as we do the Delta plan. Because it seems to me there are a lot of points where the need to encourage resolution of disputes, but with opportunities to adjust, even if they require changes in the law, might be worth considering. So this could be an interesting example headed that way. Okay.
Mr. Just your point, I was just saying there's a viable project out there, and actually it's on the upper reaches of it's in the secondary, touches the secondary zone, and what's being considered even within the framework of some primary zone review, and that's
the South Sacramento.
Right.
What's it called again?
It's a recycled water project, but it's in the Cosumnes-McCollum area that they've been looking at, working with jurisdictions and a number of conservancy organizations. And so I think it has viability, but it has obviously associated costs, and it has to be vetted through the appropriate processes. But I think, as you picked up on, and Mr. North both, that's an important aspect of this full consideration.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right. Any further comments, questions? Okay. The motion's before us. The minutes will reflect Mr. Natoli abstaining for the reasons stated. Okay. We'll start with Mr. Nordhoff.
Gray, aye.
Eisenberg, aye. 5-0. Mr. Natoli will be recorded and abstain. For the folks in the audience, this is pain and suffering, but in the interest of your health, we're working through lunch. Only because we have a massive amount of business to conduct, and we've just got to get through it. I saw Ms. Buchholz come in, I thought. Oh, there you are, in the back. All right, members, the next item is, I want to make sure you were here for the one that follows, but we particularly, I'm sorry, Joe?
I wanted to go back to the approval of the contracting.
Oh, the contracting stuff. Hank, have you had a chance to look at that yet? Okay. Okay, you're okay. All right. So Mr. Nordhoff's had a chance to review the draft, what is it, a regulation?
No, it's
procedure, draft procedure on contracting. We previously discussed it. No audience testimony was noted. Anyone in the audience on those procedures now? A couple people have come in since. Okay. Let's do this. The motion, was the motion made? I can't.
The motion was
made. Okay. No, it was made. There was no vote. The motion was made but not seconded. Who made the motion? I did. Mr. Fiorini. Is there a second on the motion? Second, Mr. Johnson. Okay. Questions, comments? Call the roll, please, starting with Mr. Nordhoff.
Fiorini, aye.
Eisenberg, Ray, aye. Eisenberg, aye.
Natoli, aye.
6-0 on that. So that's back on which item again was it?
That was item 5.
Item 5. Got it? 6-0. Okay. Members, the next is the update on Bay Delta Conservation Plan. And Mr. Coolidge, you've been designated as the kind of staff liaison to watch over BDCP and all of that. So you've been attending meetings and so on. And you're going to kick this off, is my understanding. Is that correct? Okay. It's a kickoff, ball recovery, and a punt. Okay. Microphone. Is it on?
Now it is.
Now it is. You got to get.
I've got to get even closer.
You have to get even closer
to the microphone. And my team will be coming up shortly.
Okay,
if
let's get the
here
first
already. Actually,
hey Pat, turn the names around here.
Put Richard here. But what we want to do this morning is not only hear from our independent consultant updating on the issues, a discussion on a comment letter, but we want to kick off with a discussion with a former member of the council and a current member of the BDCP steering committee, Richard Riz-Collins, who has been working diligently as a co-chair on the what they call governance work group, developing
he's the co-chair of the governance work group, right?
He is
he's
the
in charge.
He is the co-chair.
He's in charge.
And Richard this morning is going to talk about the governance proposal and how that implementing the implementing agency operation, implementing office interacts with the council and other agencies.
Okay, so Mr. Roos, hello, Richard. Good to see you. You're going to simplify this so much that no possible member of the council could say, I don't understand what's going on.
Yes.
That makes me feel good. Nice to see you, Richard.
It's great to see you, Mr. Nordhoff. Mr. Chair, members, Richard Roos Collins, outside counsel for American Rivers before the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. It's wonderful to see you all again, and thank you very much for this opportunity to brief you on governance. Now, under Section 85320C of the Delta Reform Act, you have the authority to consult in the development of the plan, not just the environmental impact report. And so I've decided today to brief you using actual documents rather than secondary summaries. Mr. Nordhoff, mindful of your approach to briefing, I decided not to bring the entire 2,000-page draft plan and instead have limited myself to the packet that I just had distributed. All public documents that are available on the BDCP website, BayDeltaConservationPlan.com. So, Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'm going to walk you briefly through these documents and focus specifically on governance, how we intend it to work. The first document is the document outline, which is to say the plan outline for BDCP. You will see that Chapter 3, for example, is the conservation strategy, and then Chapter 7, implementation structure.
We're looking at the table of contents now.
Correct. And then Chapter 7, implementation structure, is governance. This is a working table of contents for the plan, which, when approved, will be incorporated by reference in the relevant permits. Okay, let's set that aside. The second document is the current draft of Chapter 7, entitled Implementation Structure, dated October 20th. This is the draft which Mr. Coolidge asked me to brief you on, and it includes certain features that had not appeared in prior drafts.
And
but again,
this was first presented to, was it the BDCP steering committee as a whole recently?
Yes, it was presented last Thursday and tentatively accepted. This, by the way, is the fourth or fifth draft of this chapter that the steering committee has reviewed and accepted. Now let's focus on the third document in your packet, which is page 4 from that chapter. And I believe, yes, it is. Figure 7-1, and if we can project it so that...
Okay, yeah, we are.
This summarizes the approach to governance that is described in the October 20th draft of Chapter 7. So let's discuss it. Beginning with the Implementation Office. The Implementation Office is responsible for implementation of the plan as a whole, including compliance with permit conditions. The Implementation Office is unitary, even though there will be multiple permittees, Department of Water Resources, Reclamation, and potentially other entities. This office will be responsible for implementation of the plan in compliance with the relevant permits. That is intended to avoid the left-hand, right-hand problem that would occur if each permittee attempted to implement its responsibilities separately.
Does this contemplate that state or federal agencies will relinquish authority to the implementation program manager, or that's one of the concepts that's always puzzled me. I can imagine getting all those people, all the 7 agencies or something in a room, but I can't imagine easily how they're going to decide unless the people sitting in the room have the ability to decide and the duty to decide.
The short answer is no. And if you turn to the draft of Chapter 7, page 5, Section 7.1.1.3, Mr. Chair, that states that the permitting agencies and the permittees do not delegate any authority to the implementation office, which is to say they retain the authority and the ultimate responsibility to assure that performance is consistent with relevant laws. In effect, the implementation office and the program manager, which will be chosen by the permittees, is a designee of the permittees rather than a delegate. Does that make sense?
Carrying no independent authority, which means the residual state or federal agencies must, or if they're private other parties involved, must make their own independent judgment on decisions, but kind of coordinate it through that person?
No. No. What this means is that the implementation office, and specifically the program manager, will have day-to-day responsibility for implementation of the plan as authorized by the permits. At the end of the day, however, if a permittee must take an action under its own authority, it will take that action. So it's a balance between the designation of the implementation office with day-to-day responsibility and the reservation of ultimate authority in the permittees and the permitters.
Okay.
Now let's move to the left, the implementation board. This is a feature of governance that you haven't seen before. And frankly, I think it's very promising to move the Delta from its current state of conflict to a more collaborative future. This implementation board will receive from the implementation office a proposed annual plan for implementation of the plan as approved and permitted. If any board member disputes that the proposed annual plan is consistent with the underlying permits, the member has a right to seek, to raise the dispute, to seek resolution of it within the board, and in the absence of resolution, to take it to whoever the final decisional authority is, all on a clock. So let's just pretend that this is October 1st, 2020, and the program manager brings their 8th annual plan of implementation of this plan forward, and a member of the board says, doesn't work for me. I think that's inconsistent with Term X. This board is a venue to resolve that dispute, and if Term X is in a permit issued by the Department of Interior, that board member would have access to the regional director or the secretary as designated in the plan to provide final resolution of that dispute, all before December 31st against a January 1 start date for implementation of that plan. To my knowledge, a dispute resolution forum like this has never existed in the 50-plus years that we've been implementing the current plan for the Delta. Now, again, Mr. Chair, there's a delicate balance here. This board can't order anyone to do anything. It's advisory in that sense. But it's something more than advisory because it has the procedures and indeed the authority to raise disputes and have them resolved timely before implementation begins. In my view, and I believe the steering committee as a whole concurs, this board will substantially increase the likelihood of not only compliance with the permit, but cooperative implementation of the plan and substantially reduce the possibility of litigation challenging implementation as time goes by. Now, the board consists of the permittees, whoever they may be, and there is still an open question we'll get to later if time permits, the permitters, and then supporting entities. If you read Chapter 7 following this meeting, you'll see that we haven't designated which supporting entities yet. Again, that's an open issue. But the strategy is to have entities other than the permittees or permitters, for example, a Delta County or Delta agency, participate in this in order to assure that they can, on behalf of the interests they represent, timely raise any disputes that might arise in the implementation of this plan.
How many members, Richard, will be on this board?
Approximately 10. Now, let me move over to the right-hand side. Permitting agencies, regulatory functions. This is just shorthand to say that the permitters retain their responsibility to assure permit compliance. So, end of the day, if they believe that the implementation office or a permittee is acting in violation of the permit, they retain full authority to correct that situation. Let me turn next to operations of the state and federal projects. You see that box on the right-hand side, and if you want to see the text, you will find that in the draft of Chapter 7, beginning around page 18. So let me state this in plain English for you. The plan will include operating rules beginning on day one of its effectiveness. So the first day it's in effect, after it's been approved and survived any litigation seeking to stay it, that first day there will be operating rules in the plan describing how these projects will be operated until any conveyance improvement or other infrastructure improvement is completed and operational. We call that near term. And then the plan will also include operating rules for what we call long-term, which is to say the period beginning when the conveyance improvement or any other infrastructure improvement is in operation. Each rule will include a range of permitted operation, X to Y, and that reflects the inevitable uncertainty on the day that the plan is approved exactly how any given rule will work, whether for ecosystem restoration or for water supply benefit. So the plan will specify an initial value for each operating rule and will permit adaptive management within a range based on the monitoring results that allow us to see how each operating rule is affecting species and communities and so forth. Natural communities and so forth. In the annual plan, which we just discussed in the context of the implementation board, DWR and Reclamation will propose operations for a given year within that specified range, somewhere between X and Y. If there is a dispute about the proposed value for a given operations rule in the year 2020, the implementation board will seek to resolve it. Once it's in effect, there will still be some flexibility, and that's what we call real-time operations. And there we have what is called a real-time operations response team that consists of the permittees and permitters who will literally decide at 12:30 p.m. on this day in 2020 exactly how to operate the project insofar as there is discretion in a given operating rule. Now, they'll try to reach consensus. If they don't, the permitters will make the necessary decision.
Who establishes the operating rules for the get all these names straight? The implementation board. For the operating committee.
The Department of Water Resources and Reclamation, which have statutory responsibility.
Those are the two.
Correct.
There was some, I'm just skimming through this again, but there's some mention about possible additions of other parties to the operations committee or something?
Mr. Chair, you're flagging an issue that the steering committee has not yet resolved, which is whether the Joint Powers Authority, which consists of the federal and state contractors, will be a permittee. Mm-hmm. And we can get to that in a minute if you wish. But with respect to operation of the conveyance, storage and conveyance facilities, DWR and Reclamation are calling the shots. Why? Because under the statutes, they have non-delegable authority to call the shots. So they will propose an operations plan for a given year, in my hypothetical 2020, in consultation with the contractors and also in consultation with other members of the implementation board. And then once it has gone through that procedure, it will be implemented subject to further adaptation on a real-time basis through this response team. Now, the supporting entities that appear at the bottom right of the right-hand column, that's legalese for entities which have specific contract relationships with the permittees to assist in performance. So, for example, the Delta Conservancy or the Delta Commission might have specific responsibilities for performance of a given habitat conservation measure, and that's what that box is about. Now, with respect to the Delta Stewardship Council, which appears at the bottom of the central column, Mr. Coolidge pointed out to me that the arrow is incorrect. It says, well, let me just put it again in plain English. The strategy here is that the implementation office will have a very close working relationship with the Delta Stewardship Council and overall implementation, and in turn, that the scientist on staff of the implementation office will work closely with the lead scientist in the Delta Science program, which is under your supervision.
Richard, this was an issue that came up at the steering committee. This is a BDCP document, and the arrows representing frequent interaction and oversight or reporting relationship were flipped in creation of the document. So where you'll see the science program having an oversight or reporting relationship, that's really supposed to be frequent interaction, the same with those other solid lines. And conversely, the relationship to the Stewardship Council is more an oversight or reporting relationship as it is to the permitting agencies. Just a problem in the BDCP production.
Mr. Nordhoff.
Just by the position of this, it looks more like, given the position of the Delta Stewardship Council relative to the whole thing, it looks more like undersight than oversight.
Mr. Nordhoff, I'd be pleased for us to flip the location, but the arrow would remain the same, which is an oversight relationship. Now, let me say one last thing about operations, and then I'd like to move on to adaptive management. Under Section 85321 of the Delta Reform Act, this plan must include a transparent, real-time operational decision-making process to assure that applicable biological performance measures are achieved in a timely manner with respect to water system operations. What we've discussed so far is the transparent and real-time element of that mandate. What I'm reporting to you is that the operators will publish an annual plan which describes how they will operate in the future, and the real-time decisions which they make on October 28th or any other day will be transparent to all affected stakeholders, which leaves us with the linkage between performance measures and operations. And if I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to turn now to adaptive management, which is what that linkage is all about. Now here, again, when you have time to review Chapter 7, you will find what amounts to the governance of adaptive management, but you will not find the substance of it. The substance of it is found in Chapter 3. And I've included in your packet one figure from Chapter 3, Figure 3.12, that shows the decision-making process for adaptive management.
That's this gadget.
Correct.
Right here. It's up at the top that says draft. It's got all kinds of colors on the bottom. Figure 3.21, and that's Chapter 3.
That's correct.
Sure.
Now, Mr. Chair, I'll note that this was prepared in July of 2009, so it uses IE, which is now IO, Implementation Office. It uses Implementation Council rather than Implementation Board. There's some other terminology changes, but the essential logic is a collaborative process by which the permitters, the permittees, the other members of the Implementation Office, Implementation Board, and the Stakeholder Committee all review the results of last year's or the last 5 years of monitoring and evaluate how to use those results for the purpose of adapting conservation measures. Which leads me to my last handout, Section 3.6.4, again from Chapter 3. This is page 3-198. Again, I'm bringing this as a visual prop, not to have you read it on the spot, but here's what it says. It says that Chapter 3 will include specific, measurable objectives for the expected impact of our conservation measures on each natural community and each species. And this plan, and specifically Table 3.12 in this plan, which I haven't distributed to you, will show the management consequence if that objective is not timely achieved. And so when you look at the governance structure in combination with the adaptive management provisions, which I've extracted from Chapter 3, you see our current thinking how to comply with Section 85321 of the Delta Reform Act.
Tell me, is adaptive management limited to ecosystem stuff, or are water supply and operations equally subject to adaptive management judgments, decisions, and orders?
All elements of the conservation strategy are subject to adaptive management, including water operations.
And the phrase conservation strategy
Yes.
is all-encompassing of the entire subject range of issues at BDCP?
Yes. Well, and specifically, Mr. Chair, it includes the water operations, the operational rules we've been discussing, habitat restoration measures, and management of other stressors, such as whatever the permittees will do to assist SAC Regional to reduce their ammonia contribution to the Delta. Each category of measures is subject to adaptive management within a range specified in Chapter 3.
And the adaptive management team, whatever it's called, is composed of the same people covering all of the elements of the BDCP?
That's correct.
Okay.
I mean, in effect, the implementation office, through its program manager, will propose adaptive management in a proposed annual plan through the procedure depicted in Figure 3.12. And then if there's a dispute about adaptive management, it goes to the implementation board.
Who's on the adaptive management committee? Not by name, but by category.
Well, essentially, it's the implementation office, the permittees, and the permitters.
And does the adaptive management supersede terms and conditions of water contracts signed by either the federal or the state system?
No.
I'm sorry?
No.
And why not?
Because the adaptive management will be written to be consistent with those contracts.
I'm more interested in the other way around, that the contracts are written to be consistent with BDCP and, from our perspective, the Delta Plan and the co-equal values and the objectives, than I am about the notion that everything else trails behind it.
Mr. Chair, let me answer differently. Give you the same answer, but from a different perspective. In my view, each of the federal and state contracts for water supply is subject to compliance with the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Act, and other federal and state statutes as applicable to storage and conveyance of water.
Well, I've got that, but now it's enforceable only by regulatory action, which leads to court action, which leads to the status quo we all deplore. It was hoped that this system would tend to dampen, if not avoid entirely, the kind of litigation-driven episodic decision-making.
It will, in my judgment, because the contractors, as well as other stakeholders affected by this plan, will either litigate its consistency with statutes or not at the time the plan is approved by the permitters. And once the plan is approved by the permitters, in my view, contracts will conform to the plan.
Is BDCP legally obligated, or will they state that they're legally required to comply with the co-equal goals? From this, I understand this is a state perspective, but I'm kind of curious. By the way, when I asked Secretary Snow the same question, he said, "Oh, we're consistent with it." And I'm more interested in whether it's legally binding on the process than I am a judgment of individuals who change over time, that whatever we do is consistent.
Well, let me answer from my perspective, not on behalf of the steering committee. My view is the only answer is yes, and here's why. This plan will be submitted to permitters under the ESA, the California Endangered Species Act, the Natural Community Conservation Planning Act, but that's just a start. I mean, the discussion of this plan is entirely ESA-centric, and that is inaccurate. This plan must also be approved under other federal and state laws that apply to the storage and conveyance of water by these projects. In my view, the Delta Reform Act, like the water code that preceded it, applies to this plan, and this plan must be approved as consistent with that statute, and specifically your co-equal mandate, not just the ESA's mandates with respect to protection of
I asked you the question because, of course, I knew full well what your position was, but I'm more interested in not what the advisory committee says, but what the BDC deciding entities and the contractors agree that it will be. That's more important to me. I agree with your characterization, but I'd rather not go through a 25-year period of litigation to prove the point.
Agreed. And, Mr. Chair, here, let me ask you to turn to page 22, and specifically section 7.4.2 in Chapter 7. This is a placeholder that essentially anticipates that we will expand this plan over time as we continue drafting it to address compliance with other statutes. So by the time this plan is submitted for regulatory approvals, Mr. Chair, I believe it will answer your question unambiguously, one way or the other. And what I've reported to you is the position that we will take into that negotiation. So as of today...
It's no surprise to you that certain interested parties and an occasional agency or two have suggested that co-equal values are certainly nice, and they'll get to them sometime, but it's not the driving responsibility that they consider to be primary.
Understood. And in their defense, Mr. Chair, I'll say this. When this plan is approved, including the review and final action by this council, I believe you will be passing judgment on this plan's contribution to the co-equal goals. Or to put that in the negative, this plan should not be deemed to be a surety for achieving the co-equal goals. There are many other stressors that are contributing to the broken delta, including 10,000 plus water diversions that are not subject to this plan. And plainly, the Department of Water Resources and Reclamation believe that other diverters, and for that matter, other stressors, should contribute to the achievement of the co-equal goals. So my answer is yes, and the contribution of this plan to co-equal goals must be clear in this plan when you review it. Knock on wood. Let me make one last...
Joe?
I want to ask a tough question, Richard.
Of course.
Having been through the process...
As though those weren't.
Yeah. Well, for me, this one's... When you get down to the real world, and I want to go to your adaptive management chart, where it's not a routine change, and you can confer with the implementation board and implementation office, I suppose, to confer with the fishery agencies, and permittees and fishery agencies agree to a change. And this can be both ways, but suppose that you get to a point, either way, one point where the recommendation is that you decrease exports. On the other hand, you could be at a point where you say these restrictions that are out there aren't doing any good anymore. Who makes the final decision? Because I've been in the room when the agencies have different points of view, and how do you actually? That's where the rubber really meets the road. Who makes that final decision? And that's the question. Or are we back? Are we still really with the same 5 agencies? Sit down and hash it out, and maybe or maybe not.
The short answer is that the same 5 agencies have to hash it out. That's what figure 3.12 shows.
So isn't that really saying we have improved transparency, but we haven't really changed the fundamental decision-making?
No. And that's the other part of my answer. But before I go to that other part, let me just say, under figure 3.12, if consensus is not reached on a non-routine change, the permittor retains its authority to order a particular action if it deems that action necessary for compliance with the permit. But short of that, yes, it requires the consensus of the permittees and the permitters.
But I mean, that's exactly the way it is now.
Precisely. In that respect, adaptive management, as proposed in figure 3.12, tracks the status quo. But here's what's different. If you look in the biological opinions, which effectively run the Delta, and I know you've done that many, many times, you find a very limited set of biological objectives that are used by the agencies to make their decisions. By contrast, when Chapter 3 is done, and specifically the Table 3.12 that I'm referring to, we will have trackable objectives as well as a schedule for performance, for progress towards those objectives at a scale that does not exist today and has never existed for the Delta. So the change is not the procedure described in figure 3.12, as you rightly say. It is instead the substance of adaptive management that we are still developing in Chapter 3. And
that is significant. I don't want to minimize it. That's very significant.
And if I may, Joe, the other change, frankly, is what I discussed before, and I want to return to it very briefly. The implementation board, I mean, some people look at that and say it's advisory, makes no difference. With all due respect, I think that completely misses the point. This board has the authority to take a dispute to the Secretary of Interior or the Regional Director of Reclamation on a clock for resolution certain before the first day of implementation of a given annual plan. That procedure has never existed before, and I think it will tend to create discipline among the permittees, the permitters, and the other stakeholders, and it will tend to resolve disputes in a manner that substantially reduces litigation. And the other venue, which I neglected to mention my first time through the chart, but I want to mention it now, is the Stakeholder Committee, which appears on the left-hand side of Figure 7-1. That will be open to every stakeholder who wishes to sign up and participate in the implementation of this plan. And again, its purpose will be prospective. Not horse out of the barn, what went wrong, but instead, it's 2020, what are you proposing to do in 2021? Stakeholders for the first time will have a formal procedure where they will comment on the sufficiency of implementation in that year, 2021, and be heard before implementation begins.
Mr. Chairman, just a comment.
Yes, sir.
Going back to your conversation, Richard, with Phil, in principle, I agree with you. But practically speaking, if we are bound and obligated to ensure the balance, the co-equal goals, and the plan is put together in a way it isn't, that's going to create delays. And I would love to see implementation begin during my lifetime.
Mr. Nordoff, let me take that as an occasion to talk about next steps, since that is my personal ambition as well. And in fact, as I suggested in my hypothetical, it is my ambition that this plan will be approved and in effect in 2013, which may be lunacy, but it's my ambition, and it's what American Rivers and at least uses as our clock for the purpose of completing the work of the steering committee. As of this day, we have 2 meetings left of the steering committee before the end of this state administration, November 4th and November 18th. As I said earlier, the document is 2,000 pages and growing. The effects analysis, which is Chapter 5, now exceeds 1,500 pages alone. It is certain that we will not complete this plan. It will not be a complete draft by November 18th. In fact, I think you might characterize it as something of a stew. In my view,
Richard, say that again. Something
of a stew. Stew. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
As opposed to a clearly organized plate of meat, vegetables, and so forth. It is, you know.
I got
it. And the fish. And we don't know who the next governor will be or what he or she will do with respect to picking up where this administration leaves off. And frankly, I say this to you not just to report what's happening elsewhere, but because you, as you know, have a very substantial responsibility to consult with us, with the steering committee, as we continue our work until we're done. It is my view that the steering committee should continue under the next administration and should attempt to complete this plan in a form suitable for submittal as an application by June of 2011. That is the target on the official schedule. As far as my client is concerned, we're going to stick to it. Now, that's up to the governor, the next governor, not me or any other member of the steering committee, but I'm reporting to you that the members are talking about this, and I believe there is at least substantial support for completing the job that we finished. Why? If I may quote Winston Churchill on the topic of democracy, he said, "Democracy is the worst form of government except for all known alternatives." There are only two ways to comply with the ESA in the operation of these water supply projects. One of them is Section 7, which tells you to avoid jeopardy, which is to say, stay at that level just above extinction of the species. That's where we've been for a long time. The other is Section 10. That's what this is. And so again, I'm speaking on behalf of my client, we intend to push to the best of our ability to get this plan to a point where it is submitted as an application for regulatory approval by mid-2011. Because if that schedule is met, then we would, in a best-case scenario, have this plan ready for implementation in 2013. And in a best-case scenario, that means that any conveyance or other infrastructure improvements would be operational sometime after 2020. And frankly, given the broken condition of the Delta, that strikes us as about as long as we can tolerate as a people to effect a fix. So I'm with you. I can't make a promise. I can only tell you what we're trying to do.
Mr. Fiorini.
I have an easy question. How's the relationship going between the Stewardship Council and the BDCP process?
I thought you were going to ask me about the Giants since you're wearing orange today.
I'll have firsthand knowledge about, soon.
I wish I could walk in your shoes.
You can ride in my car.
Stop. Yeah.
Mr. Fiorini, excuse me, I'm completely distracted by the Giants now. Ask your question again.
My question was, how is the responsible agency, Delta Stewardship Council, interacting with the BDCP? How's that relationship going, since it's a new and formative one?
In the spirit of collegiality, let me be blunt. In offline communications, the relationship is excellent. I can count on Keith and Joe and others to help whenever we need help. In terms of participation in the steering committee, you are observing, but you are not pushing. And with due respect, as one member of the steering committee, I ask for more pushing and pulling, whatever metaphor you want to use, but use your authority to consult with us in the development of this plan, not just in the development of the environmental impact report. And so let me give a specific example. I thought that Arcadis's reviews, particularly their second one, were helpful, but frankly, they're at such a high level of generality, they don't really provide the guidance that we really need as we continue to draft the individual chapters. their reviews, or for that matter, your pushing and pulling would be much more helpful if it were in the form of specific responses to the actual provisions contained in the plan. So the implementation office does not have delegated authority. Is that good, bad, or indifferent from your perspective? Or adaptive management. The procedure looks a lot like the status quo ante. Is that a problem? Should we change it? If so, tell us how. I plea for more pushing and pulling from this council as we round the corner and approach 2011, which hopefully will be the year when this plan is completed and submitted for regulatory review.
I'm glad I asked the question because I've had a concern about how we should interact, and I think I've probably been recommending a little bit softer approach than what you just asked for. So I'm glad I asked the question. I appreciate your answer. Leave it at that.
Mr. Fiorini, let me take us back a few months when I was sitting on the other side of the table, and we had this very same discussion. Mr. Chair pointed out that this council has two potentially inconsistent responsibilities. One of them is to consult in the development of the plan and also to consult as a responsible agency in the EIR. The other is almost judicial as a venue for whatever appeal or appeals will be filed under the Delta Reform Act challenging the sufficiency of this plan. I acknowledge that those two functions sit uneasily together. All I'm saying is you have the first as well as the second. And the odds of our bringing a plan forward that you can decide meets your mandate go up if you push and pull now.
That's great.
It's really good to see you, Richard. Absolutely. Just a comment relative to both reports. It is on.
Got to pull it a little closer to you.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Relative to the BDCP, I know that you've given a report that shows that there has been progress from Mercatus and from yourself. And I know the deadline is November 18th for a draft report, and I assume that that will not be comprehensive because there are some issues that are still pending. And based on your comments about the interaction between our consultant and BDCP, I would hope that those comments and maybe the direction or suggestion from the council will encourage Arcadis to be more responsive in terms of something specific that you asked for so that we can move the process along, because it's very important that BDCP meets its deadline. And so I encourage our consultant again to address those if that makes sense, and if you can interact a little bit better in terms of specific things that you need to help you move the process. And I am glad that Randy asked the questions, and I'm sure Arcadis is glad also, because the goal is to make sure that we, not only the council meets our deadline, but also BDCP meets its deadline. So I guess my comment is that I know BDCP has made progress. There are some issues that are still that are not being handled at this point that need to be addressed. But I think the report today by both you and our consultant being here together to hear some things that may make it move faster, I think is very important. And so I encourage you to do that, I guess is what I'm saying to both of you.
Thank you, Ms. Gray, and agree 100%, and it is wonderful to see you, too. If I may say, I understand that Arcadis had a function of reviewing an entire plan, and this plan does exceed 2,000 pages. And if you're trying to do that in a 6-page chart, which they did, you speak in shorthand. What I'm saying is, thank you, now let's take it to the next level. In your report in September, you said, Arcadis said, that the definition of the management entity, operations, and real-time decision-making is not yet well defined. Now, in the report that's before you today, they say progress has been made. I take that to mean that they are not sure whether we actually have reached a sufficient definition of governance. If so, that's entirely legitimate, and I agree with them. What I'm asking for is comments on Chapter 7 from this council or staff or consultant or some combination that tells us move in this direction, and that will really make this a better product.
Hank?
It seems to me that this is a good time to take a break for 5 minutes. Do you
minutes.
concur?
Richard, can you stick around?
Of course.
Yes. 5-minute break. 5-minute break. We're going to start at 10 minutes after 1. Just to give us a hunt, please.
Will do. Section 7.1.3, Implementation Board.
Yeah.
To paraphrase a discussion that Keith and I were just having, is this CalFed warmed over or something better?
Okay. Even me, in my most extreme view, probably wouldn't want to send a letter that would say it quite that way.
I'm being
Although
blunt.
I like the idea. I like the sound of it.
As I say, I value the directness of
Got it.
peace communication. So
All
that's
right.
question 1. All right?
Yeah, yes.
Question 2, are you satisfied with the robustness of the relationship between your science program and the science program which the permittees will administer as described in 7.1.10?
That's where the list of other agencies to be consulted is.
Correct.
Yeah.
But I'm referring specifically to the council.
Yeah, by the way, Joe, I think it'd be important to try to make sure we get these comments in the minute summaries. So, okay. Pat? What Richard is saying, you're expected to add these 5 items to the minute summaries as stated, and he will, by tomorrow morning, if need be, send you an email summarizing what he said.
I will, but it
Thank
will
you.
not be before the conclusion of the game.
Got it. Tomorrow morning. If it goes on to tomorrow morning, we're dead.
And we will in turn use these as comments at next Thursday's steering committee.
Yes.
Question number 3. How does real-time ops, or to put that more generally, adaptive management of ops, as described in 7.3.2, how well is that going to work? I mean, it's Joe's question. Well, actually, you didn't ask this question, but it's kind of a variation on your question. Let me put it more directly, Mr. Chair. Under the existing biological opinions, there is what is called a water operations something WOMPT.
Water Operations Management Team.
Correct.
So you want us to ask, is this WOMP in drag?
Mr. Chair, that's
not
a fine-way.
Not that the minutes have to reflect that characterization of your suggestion.
Let me put this in more serious terms than I first used.
Hank, I asked Richard to give us the 5 items in governance that he thinks a more forceful comment from the council would be valuable on.
Here's the question. Ultimate question, Mr. Chair, and this applies here to operations. It applies to other elements of this plan as well. Do we have a provision in year 2010, or looking forward, say 2013, when it's hopefully approved, that will stand the test of time and still work in 2063? That's really the question I'm asking. So look at real-time ops, or on a longer scale, the adaptive management of operations in 7.3.2, and tell us, does this stand the test of time? Will this actually assure that operations contribute appropriately to co-equal goals? So that's number 3. Number 4 relates to section 7.3.5, management of the adaptive management program. Mm-hmm. That includes ops, which we just discussed, but it also includes habitat restoration and other stressors. Same question. Joe effectively asked me earlier, how does this differ? How does the procedure for adaptive management differ from the status quo ante? Please advise us what you think, whether we have, in fact, developed a better procedure as well as a program being implemented, or whether this is the status quo ante. That's number 4. And number 5, if I may turn the tables, please answer the question that you put to me with respect to whether this plan must comply with the Delta Reform Act, and that relates specifically to Section 7.4.
Yes, that's my answer.
And then tell us whether the treatment that has begun in Section 7.4 is heading in the right direction. Mm-hmm. Now, those are the 5 questions that I proposed with respect to governance.
I was being flip about just 5 there. You may have 20. But I'm also interested, not now, but kind of a standing offer, if you have anything you think we should consider. You do terrific memos, and we'd actually find it useful to receive them. I'd be interested in your broad views of the overall 2,000-page or whatever it is, 1,000-page, 1,500-page package. Are there things that jump out? And I'm primarily interested in kind of foundational questions, the ones that cut across issues or thematically pop up in various sections in one way or another. I mean, the notion, are the entities you've set up given actual authority to make decisions, stick with the decisions, or do they have to get involved in a bureaucratic labyrinth that guarantees almost nothing is ever done?
Mr. Chair, I know that I'm imposing on your time on a busy day, but with permission, I'd like to identify 3 questions outside of Chapter 3. Okay. And then, of course, I will take you up on your offer on a standing basis. And Ms. Gray and Mr. Nodoff, what I'm about to say relates to your earlier question about where we're going to be on November 18th. In my view, Chapter 7 is, it's not yet fully baked, if you'll forgive the food metaphor, but it's getting there. By contrast, other chapters are much more preliminary, or subchapters. And so let me flag several that I think are foundational and relate directly to your oversight. Near and long-term water ops in Chapter 3.4. We have a long-term water ops in the existing draft. We don't have near-term ops, and both are subject to what is called an effects analysis, which is essentially an environmental review focused on the effects on listed species. There's a lot of effort underway now to get that effects analysis done. When it's done in a creditable form, it would be invaluable to have Dr. Dahm and others on staff use that effects analysis to help us push long and term ops and near-term ops forward. They really are not where they need to be yet. That's one. Secondly, adaptive management, which is in Section 3.6. In the context of Chapter 7, we were discussing governance. Here, what I'm referring to, more specifically, Mr. Chair, is the table that I referenced. I believe it's Table 3.12, that states the specific measurable objectives that this plan must achieve and the management consequences if it doesn't. That's the assurance of contribution to co-equal goals. That table is just now being populated. The work is literally underway.
You think it's 212?
3.12.
3.12, I'm sorry.
Again, it would be invaluable to have the council, including your lead scientist, involved in the further development of that, which is the actual heart of adaptive management. And let me flag, I said 3, I have 4, excuse me. Let me flag 2 more. A third relates to habitat conservation and other stressors, and in shorthand it is, are we doing enough to assure the involvement of non-permittees in the successful implementation of this plan? Supervisor, this relates to the involvement of Delta counties. It relates to the other habitat conservation plans which are being developed around this one. It relates to private property and whether the owner is willing to grant access. Much of our conservation strategy with respect to restoration and other stressors requires the cooperation of third parties. Are we there yet? We've got to get that right. And lastly, funding, which is Chapter 8. This plan, Joe, what's the latest estimate? 20 billion, north of 20 billion? Without having resolved exactly who pays for it, let's just say that it's the most expensive restoration plan ever proposed, although it hasn't been proposed yet. And some of that will be allocated, at least in the view of the applicants, to the public. Now, what's the right public contribution? But frankly, that's the easy question. The much harder question is, what happens if it's 2021 and an expected appropriation doesn't materialize? Who bears that risk? Again, that goes to whether this plan provides sufficient assurance of contribution to the co-equal goals, which is your fundamental mandate. So, again, and this is just me speaking, but I think that your involvement on those 4 questions outside of Chapter 7 would materially assist us.
Okay. Don?
Yeah. Thank you, Richard, for your comments and presentation. That just a moment ago when you noted on the certainly the local entities, I was looking at this section, and I guess I'm kind of curious because in your comments you reflected it, but on your heading on 7.2.7, in coordinating with the Council, Science Program, and Conservancy, the Protection Commission is not mentioned there, and that is part of Reform Act, and it would, again, it may be a different role. However, I would think that from the standpoint of the standing, because in fact it's not even mentioned in that subparagraph. Now it's alluded to other, you go on to another paragraph on the next page, and I guess I'm a little curious about that. Now in your comments you reflected that, but is that just an oversight, or is that intentional that the commission would not be mentioned as a part of where the program manager would be engaged with that particular entity?
Mr. Natoli, I believe that's just oversight. I mean, it's an important. I mean, it's a glaring oversight. We should fix it, but it's not deliberate.
No, and again, I wasn't alluding to that it was. I was curious because I think there's a role there, and I mean not only Reform Act, but I think as the commission, fulfills its obligation, certainly under the Act, but ongoing responsibilities, that if this comes to pass, that's going to, the program manager will have a good level of engagement, I would trust, not only with the commission, but hopefully the member entities, certainly the agencies that are represented from the state, the counties, and as well as the other districts, the water agencies and so forth that are represented there. So I just think, again, you've noted it already, I trust, and I would suggest that would be a good addition as continue to refine the text on this. So, thanks.
And consistent with your phraseology, we should write one that says, we condemn the insensitivity of the advisory committee to fail to listen.
I didn't say that. Mr. Chair, what we
the emphasis, but
it is my hope that we will actually have that kind of competition for the seats on the implementation board. But if I may take the supervisor's comment as
well, what really impresses me about your comment is you remind us that it's so easy in a big, dense, complicated proposal like this to get lost totally in the weeds, and you need to draw back and develop thematics and particulars that follow from those thematics and explain it simply, not in the bureaucratic, acronym-laden way we talk. Yeah, I agree with that.
Now, last week, Secretary Snow sent a letter to the counties responding to your request for more meanful engagement, and I just wish to underscore, and forgive me for taking you out of role here, that
plenty of hats to wear. You saw that earlier today.
Wearing your supervisor hat, I do hope that over the next several months, the counties will also find a more meaningful role to assist us to push this forward to where it needs to be to advance your interest.
Thanks, Richard, and again, I appreciate certainly the interest of the folks coming together 2 weeks ago Friday to, I think really focus in on some of that concern, and the counties intend to respond. I think they're working on responses probably as we're here today. So
thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Richard. Anything else on Richard? Richard, very helpful, very useful. Thank you a lot for doing this. I suppose we just ought to schedule him with a half hour every meeting from now on. Is that what we would punishment for all of your sins and good work. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just one other comment. I know Richard.
Yep.
May I sit as an observer for the remainder of this report?
Oh, please.
Thank you.
Please. Mr. Roth.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, will you forgive me? I'm still trying to catch my breath. And if I...
Oh, come on. You've done these things for so long that nothing phases you.
That's true. But I will risk an overused metaphor, and Mr. Bruce Collins is an exceedingly difficult act to follow.
Yes, he is. And what's so bad about him is he does it in a low voice, soft tones, seemingly innocent. It's just, I wish I had that skill.
Mr. Chair, on my grave, I will have carved seemingly innocent. I think that's...
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be here to make our third report. This report is our part of our continuing effort to identify those issues regarding BDCP that will be, in our view, important for the council to consider in its determination as to whether BDCP should be incorporated into the Delta Plan. In our most recent report, we provided an update to our matrix of issues. Specifically, we described the BDCP status as we saw it as of October 13. We listed some pending BDCP actions, and we have made some information requests which are in process with council and council staff. I might add that during this same time frame, we had the opportunity to meet with Karen Scarborough and Carla Nemeth of BDCP. It was an exceptionally fruitful meeting, and we've established good and clear lines of communication for continuing our dialogue. So it is our plan that we will continue to work on updating our matrix, and we certainly anticipate that with the advent of the public viewing draft in November, there will be substantially more information available on which to make our comments. Today, we'll make a very brief update of BDCP as we've seen it. We'd like to discuss a few of those issues in more detail, and my colleague, Dr. Lucas Paz, will lead us through that discussion. Then we'll conclude with a very brief discussion of the proposed content of a second scoping letter looking to the council for direction on this scoping letter as well as other BDCP review activities.
Thank you, Larry. I just want to turn my mic on.
There you go.
Thank you, Larry. I just want to say that, I really appreciate Mr. Richard Roos Collins' presentation, and, agree that he and the other members of the steering committee have made some significant progress on the governance chapter, and it has to be acknowledged. However, there are still holes that need to be filled, and hopefully we can work together to help fill those holes. So with respect to BDCP and current status, I will briefly cover a few items that we've been tracking, issues of concern that we've raised in the past. And as Larry pointed out, the matrix is currently being revised and updated, and we will continue to do so. The first brief item will be with respect to the State Water Resources Control Board flow criteria and how BDCP will consider it in the development of the final plan. How it will be used to inform the plan is still an issue. A response is currently in development by the steering committee, is my understanding, and there is a workshop scheduled for to consider the application or the consideration of the State Water Resources Control Board flow criteria mid-December. Current preliminary effects analysis does not include it, and/or modeling of its implications are not yet provided. And so it's unsure how the BDCP will address this issue. Next issue is with respect to the BDCP project purpose statement. Various parties have suggested and requested the purpose statement be revised to more effectively address the co-equal goals in a more balanced manner. The original project purpose statement developed in 2009 has essentially remained unchanged and has not been revised to address the new context established by the Delta Reform Act. this should be discussed further. Issues for discussion documents suggest that the purpose statement will not be revised. BDCP goals and objectives. Specific goals and objectives with respect to BDCP have been a concern, as we've raised before. Concern has been voiced regarding needed revisions to establish more specific and measurable goals and objectives. And there has been some action on this, and the steering committee is taking action to do this and has moved forward to issue essentially a roadmap for developing specific goals and objectives, which are currently underway. I understand that there is a work group or workshop that's occurring this week to ensure progress is being made in this area, and so I'm glad to see that, and we will assume that there'll be progress made, and it'll be apparent in the public viewing draft November 18th, but it's likely that this will continue to be a work in progress over the next 6 months or so. The next item is with respect to governance. I think that Richard Roos Collins provided an excellent update on the progress that's made with respect to that chapter, and I think that we need to engage the steering committee to understand really the more central role of adaptive management within the governance structure, and understand better how that works. I think there is still room for improvement. And the other issue with respect to the governance is that the proposed implementation office structure does, in its current form, potentially provide limited control of operations and flows under its certain current arrangement. And I think there's additional clarity needed with respect to decision-making that has been discussed. Schedule. The incorporation of the BDCP in the Delta Plan is obviously a difficult issue, and potentially, given that BDCP record of decision, best case scenario will be, developed in the mid or spring or summer of 2012. It just poses a very basic concern for how it will be incorporated into the Delta Plan, and I think that's something we still need to wrestle with. The next item is with respect to the logic chain and adaptive management progress. I understand that there are, this week, in fact, there's been a logic chain work group that has been moving forward to further address the initial recommendations of the independent science advisors, and I look forward to seeing the outcome of that meeting and how that will be applied in the public viewing draft. The other couple items I want to talk about. One is flood and risk management. It seems that still there's limited progress in this area. However, I would note that the Army Corps of Engineers is becoming more active within the steering committee, and the question is whether this general issue, is going to be deferred until the EIR-EIS analysis, and whether this should be, we should start wrestling with this issue now. Also wanted to provide update on the YOLO bypass and the Conservation Measure 2, which has been subject to various input from Yolo County supervisors and other interested parties within Yolo County. There was a public workshop, and there have been, I would say, a lot of interest in getting involved within the design of that conservation measure. And so I would encourage that progress continue, and I think that shows promise in coming up with an actual plan that can be embraced by the larger community for that conservation measure. Then what I'd like to cover now is just a quick summary of recent findings with respect to the effects analysis that was provided by Chuck Hansen to the steering committee. The effects analysis preliminary summary was provided, which considers the entire proposed package of conservation measures as a whole over the 50-year period. And so that effects analysis summary provided 6 areas recommended for further consideration. Those 6 areas included changes to the North Delta intake configuration, consideration of increased spring run salmon egg mortality, consideration of reduced Sacramento River flows downstream of the intakes, and considerations and refinement of April through May South Delta operations, consideration of winter-spring X2 and outflow effects, and summer and fall X2 influences. Essentially, what the effects analysis provides is the benefits are clear, the anticipated benefits based on this, I would say, generally qualitative analysis is that the conservation measures will minimize the effects of covered activities and contribute or potentially contribute to species recovery and improved habitat conditions, will provide reduced risk of South Delta entrainment, increase habitat diversity and complexity and extent of habitat, reduced reverse flow conditions, the old and middle river flows. So those are the anticipated benefits. However, currently the impacts are that X2 will move upstream, projected declines in some species will occur, increased egg mortality for spring run Chinook may occur, and Sacramento River flows downstream will be reduced. There's a lot of uncertainty still with respect to the effects of BDCP actions on exposure to toxics and other uncertainties, but nonetheless, it provides some good progress, and it really shows the complexity and the level of work that's been underway, and we hope that the iterative effects analysis will continue to occur over the next six months to inform the final implementation of this plan, and that's really all I have to report at this point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Fiorini? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, we were just going to, let me just quickly discuss the contents of a second scoping letter. As you know, the council sent a first scoping letter dated June 28th on the revised notice of preparation for the draft EIR-EIS. We're suggesting with council and council staff input that a number of elements could be included in a second scoping letter, including just a general update on BDC progress and the next steps that might follow. We suggest a specific response to the 8 issues that were raised in the June 28th letter from BDCP, specifically regarding the status of work on those issues. Importantly, particularly after the discussion earlier, where we suggest that the second scoping letter would include a request for BDCP policy review aimed at compliance with the Delta Reform Act. We think that second scoping letter should include consideration of revisions or updates to the BDC purpose statement and to BDCP goals and objectives as we've just described. Importantly, we think that there needs to be an evaluation of how BDCP will address the co-equal goals as defined in the Delta Reform Act. First, with respect to water delivery, this might include a definition of reliability, the minimum export requirements, real-time operations and decision-making, as was discussed earlier, along with a flexible adaptive range, and then importantly, funding structure and assurances. And then with respect to the recovery and restoration objectives, the identification of measurable objectives, the definition of a robust adaptive management program, specific expectations regarding both species recovery and habitat restoration, and in a parallel fashion, a discussion of funding structure and assurances regarding ecological restoration. We suggest a review of conditions precedent to including BDCP in the Delta Plan, and compliance with specific water code requirements, and we will provide the specific references for those. And we would then conclude by asking Council for specific direction regarding the development of this second scoping letter, as well as ongoing review of BDCP as it relates to incorporation in the Delta Plan. And we thank you for the time today.
All right. Mr. Johnston, you had
I think the contours of the letter are acceptable. Seems like we're reminding them of things that they already know they got to do.
Superfluidity shall not vitiate.
Doesn't mean we shouldn't say it, but is there anything you wanted to highlight in the draft that breaks new ground with them?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
With BDCP. In other words, is there anything here that they're going to say, this is something we didn't expect, we haven't seen, or we can't do because we've already considered it?
They will respond to a statement that says we anticipate it is clear that BDCP has to comply with the state law on co-equal goals and objectives necessary to achieve it, and we wish to know how you are incorporating that into your decision-making process and where it will be explicitly stated. That will be considered to be highly controversial, very antagonistic, and they won't like it a bit, in my estimation.
Anything else that...
Well, it's difficult.
Well, I mean, you addressed that, but that was more blunt, as Phil put it, than as drafted.
Maybe perhaps I should let that stand.
Yeah, well, no.
You can tighten it up, but Mr. Bruce Collins has gotten me going.
No,
that's right.
No, I think it ought to be clear. Yeah, I think Mr. Bruce Collins put it in that BCP's work will be a contributor towards those goals, but it alone can't satisfy them for the state.
Well, it would be very difficult and perhaps inappropriate for us to try and assume how BDCP might react. But I think in following the comments of Mr. Bruce Collins that these questions would be welcome. And so I would urge the council to consider putting them in that form. And I appreciate your comment regarding we don't want to be overly pedantic with the letter. It should be tactful as possible.
The other on not relying on speculative future actions of others to fund BDCP. I think that's an important point to make, and it should not be sufficient to cite the passage of a general obligation bond or more than one obligation bond. The more specificity, the better, because then we'll all have a chance to view how realistic it would be. The comments that Phil made this morning about shifting to general fund responsibility, things that were done by fee, indication of how difficult it is to obtain fee revenue, and it may be more difficult after next Tuesday.
Mr. Fiorini.
I have already provided you some comments about my views about the scoping letter, and I think in general it's well done. The only new ground that it plows is 4 and 5, where you're asking to consider the need for revisions and updates to the purpose statement, and then essentially 5A and 5B outline some issues regarding water supply reliability and ecosystem restoration. So I think in terms of just a general document indicating we're interested in the process, and here's, in those cases, a couple of things that we're going to need more information on to do our work, it's good. But I'm processing what I heard from Richard earlier about the need for specifics. So while this is good in general terms, I think we're going to need to shift to responding to the documents that are produced by BDCP on a line-by-line basis, and then as we have a concern, let's say, take as an example, the purpose statement. Well, what is it about that we think needs to be changed? I'm hearing from Richard that's the kind of input you want that would be beneficial to receive from this council, as opposed to, consider making some changes or considering updating it. The need for more specifics, I'm hearing, would be more helpful. So, I think the scoping letter is fine. I've suggested a couple of word changes to deal with things like instead of applying, asking that BDCP apply the State Water Resources Control Board flow criteria, suggested you change that to consider, which is what the statutes tell us ought to be done with it, things like that. So, and I guess it raises another question, Pat, for you and I as the committee that works with Arcadis. How do we craft a line of communication so that we can provide the liaison that we're supposed to provide to the council board members and Arcadis, and make sure that the needs of BDCP are being met, that we're being specific enough and timely enough with our comments. So that's just all stuff that's going around, and I'm trying to figure out right now. And that's why I appreciated your answer, Richard, that you need the specificity. I've been one that's been saying, let them do their work. They got plenty of things to go on, and let's react to what they come up with rather than that was my approach. But I didn't consider taking it to the level of specificity that you have suggested in the examples you've given us.
Can I just make an observation? You're getting a sense, you've heard from me a lot, but you're getting a sense, I think, council kind of likes the point you're making. Richard's observation is ought to lead us to a set of ranges of issues, whether it is governance issues categorized as a group with subpoints under that, whether it's scope of activities, duties, responsibilities, whether it's operational management decisions. I don't know what the right structure is. And then as we do more letters, it's to refine, hone, and hopefully get back information from BDCP which we can digest, understand, and even tell them, well, this change looks like it's going in that direction, if that seems appropriate. Joe's going to want to caution us about our mixed roles, which is a wise caution, and we'll do that later. But it seems to me that this conversation has been very helpful and very productive, and it's headed in the right direction. And I want to get personally in a pattern of every meeting. I can't believe we won't have something significant to say every meeting. We've already seen science issues have been popping up right and left, and implications. One of Richard's comments on whether the science interaction with the Delta Science Program and the Independent Science Board is robust enough. Well, it's going to take Cliff and the gang, 30 days to work that out. But that will go back in response to that's exactly what we should be doing, in my judgment. Adaptive management. What does it mean? B, how can it be achieved? What's the right structure? That's part of what we're supposed to do. So I think we're going the right direction, but as with Randy, I think there's a point when we organize our comments consistently from time to time. I think we may find it flows more easily to talk about details under those general categories, whatever in the dickens they are. I'm open on the point. So, anyway, Mr. Grindstaff.
You're exactly right. I want to caution everyone that there is this role, this dual role, and we are going to need to talk with our attorney about how we deal with that. I do see areas where we can probably have not only significant benefit to BDCP, but BDCP could have significant benefit to the Delta plan moving forward if we can figure out how to integrate the two. Finance is one that is, I think, clearly BDCP is going to have to struggle with that. But the council's going to have to struggle with that in the Delta plan, and if we could work together and figure out some way to lay out what our recommendations are for financing over the 100-year lifetime of the plan, that might be a way to actually address a lot of the issues that everybody will have in BDCP, so that you could actually say, okay, here is a coherent financing strategy that does pull in lots of other parties that aren't part of BDCP to help support the overall co-equal goals in an appropriate way. But I'm also leery of the council taking a position on something that they may have to later on vote on its appropriateness and in an appeal. And that's something I know the state board has a similar kind of problem from time to time, and so
it's inherent in having mixed legal status.
It is, and I'm going to ask legal counsel to make sure we don't get in trouble as we do this.
Chris, make sure we don't get in trouble.
Duly noted.
Okay.
I don't think we're going to get in trouble with this letter, and I'd like to move its approval.
Okay. All right. And second, Mr. Nordhoff. We've got 4 people who need to talk. Let's do this. If need be, anybody who can't make the meeting today can add on tomorrow morning. We'll leave the roll open until tomorrow morning. We've got the motion. We've got the second. Let's see. Pat, you want to vote yes on that? Okay. Hank, yes. Gloria, yes. I'm yes. Don, yes. So you have 5 votes with the understanding the roll will stay open until tomorrow morning for people who are not able to be here to add on to that issue. And if there are any changes, modifications, or adjustments suggested by the testimony to follow, we'll start with that tomorrow morning. And since the roll will be held open, the action will not be final until tomorrow morning. Okay? All right, good. Thank you.
May I make some comments?
Yes, Ms. Gray, ma'am.
Mr. Roth, I think you identified some items that would be included in the second scoping letter. And one of the items had to do with the definition of water reliability and ecosystem restoration. In looking at the water reliability, are you considering past efforts and those efforts as relates to reducing reliability or water consumption on the Delta? Any of those efforts when you make that definition?
Well, I think first we need a much more general definition. The term water supply reliability has been used extensively within BDCP, and I have yet to find a definition of what does the term mean. It's a very powerful word, very important word, but I'd personally. And I think the council would also like to know just what does water supply reliability mean in the context of BDCP. At this point, I really can't say whether it has to do with reliance on the Delta as an element of that. For example, it's just not clear.
Which leads to another suggestion. We're legally obligated to have some kind of understanding or definition of reliability, since that's the one co-equal goal that we're supposed to pursue with ecosystem modified by respecting the Delta. And it may be, I hearken back to that long discussion we had on best available science and eventually adopting, albeit preliminary, but a well thought out attempt of definition from our science people on best available science. It may be that we ought to consider, Joe and Chris, the notion of including some concept of definition. I mean, we've got to look at drafts. We've got to think it through. The point you raised really is the kind of the credit for past good deeds argument, which could fit up there. It could fit up under conservation. There's a host of places it could be included. But I think that might be very useful in analyzing BDCP, but just as importantly in dealing with the Delta plan.
Yes.
Because the definition arguably should not be different, I don't think. I don't know, but I don't think so.
I'll just add to say that I think the intent of our outline was to essentially ask BDCP to provide their definition so that provides a criteria which to... But I agree.
predict with a 97.6% level of certainty that definition will be composed of their final work product and thus defined as such, because it raises a host of very painful, very difficult issues. And I think we're more likely to have a definition for Delta Plan before BDCP is, even if we request it. I'm in favor of requesting it.
Okay.
But I am
just
not
to clarify,
optimistic, because that's a tough nut to crack. That's really tough.
So just to clarify, for this next scoping letter, we would propose a definition and also ask them for their interpretation.
Why don't you talk to Joe and the staff on proposing definitions, because that also gets into the Delta Plan stuff. I don't know what the right course of action is. We're not going to decide it here. All I know is raising the issue and asking them for their definition would be fine.
Okay.
That's my impression.
That's the
But as to our own activity, I think that's going to require a little forethought, work, cogitation.
The intent here, Mr. Chair and Ms. Gray, was to begin a dialogue and have BDCP talk about their definition, and we will see then, that will be a follow-up for both us and the council, how that meshes with the eventual definition that's included in the Delta Plan. We'll get busy working on ours. They'll provide us with theirs, and we can begin to mesh the two.
Just one other comment. When you look at restoring the ecosystem restoration, will you look at all those factors that impact fish, not just the number of fish, but all those stressors, all those impacts on fish, when you look at that definition? That's just some input.
Yeah, Cliff and the scientists are studying benthic macroinvertebrates as a substitute measure for counting fish. This is food chain stuff, critters that fish eat, and that was the subject of one of our independent science guys' discussion at the science conference. And I don't know if it's right, and there's some argument that it may not apply in the Delta because we don't feed directly into the ocean and the measurements aren't as good and the impacts aren't as good, but it's the search for something other than just these counts, which nobody thinks are very satisfactory on all sides of the issue. But I don't know that that's an alternative or not. But yes, we're open. But you guys ought to work together, give us a recommendation at the next, in the next couple of weeks of how to proceed. And we're going to be back for another council meeting, if I don't, 3 weeks, in 3 weeks. Yeah. So you'll have a lot of time for careful thought and thinking before then, right? Okay. Oh, Keith, right, okay. All right, we have some people who want to talk. Why don't you, if you can just stick there for a minute in case there are questions. I've got the slips here. Mr. Zlotnick. Yeah, there you are.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a few comments on this, and your discussion reliability is a good one, and I guess it's now going to come back. Staff is going to develop something to discuss, I guess, and start a process. Should be fine. Unfortunately, with reliability, it's one of those things, as I'm sure you're aware of, Mr. Justice Stewart's comments about you sort of.
I can't tell you what it is, but I know
you kind of know it when you see it as part of the problem, and you're dealing with multi-year management issues and hydrology, which you don't control. So that's an issue, and also the notion of export requirement is kind of a questionable term. And so, I appreciate you clarifying. You're sort of starting a dialogue and sort of try to get some definition, I think is a good way to look at it. Under item 3 of the letter, where you get into the larger policy discussion,
right.
I actually think, Mr. Chairman, your approach at being more blunt and just sort of being, are you complying with the statute and let them respond to that might be better. Otherwise, you're going to get into sort of the arguments we've had over specific parts of the statute that may or may not apply in whole.
We're going to, as you could tell, the 5 council members here are in favor of this general approach. We're going to have to put it into narrative form, see what it looks like, chew it over a bit. Right. But we're headed the right direction. Yeah. I suspect, Mr. Zlotnick, particularly on technical information, which is alluded to in paragraph number 3 of the draft from Arcadis, there will be multiple ways of expressing requests for technical information. We may on one occasion say, following 3 reports have come out on a scientific basis in the last 6 months. Is this the information upon which you intend to base your conclusion? I mean, I don't know.
Right.
But I don't think any one way of saying it
right. I think
automatically
just sort of a more general approach might be more. I think you're absolutely right in terms of the response you're likely to get is the product will speak for itself, and otherwise we can start a dialogue at the next meeting of some sort of definition will feed into your process as well, which I think will be important to sort of get some of those issues out on the table. I did want to comment a little bit about my good friend Mr. Bruce Collins asking if I don't want to overstate what he said. In terms of the council asking the steering committee for more information or pushing the steering committee in certain directions, pushing and pulling. I just caution, and actually Felicia Marcus, your colleague, last meeting talked about the issue of there's a distinction between the council's role as a responsible agency, which is authorized within the legislation, and you consult with the department as a responsible agency on the EIR-EIS, and sort of delving into the BDCP steering committee process. And I believe Ms. Marcus put it, our job's not to substitute our judgment for that of the steering committee. And so I think in the context of the questions that you might raise in a letter to the steering committee, which is not this letter, obviously, this is to DWR and the responsible agency role. In the context of trying to better understand, I think Richard did a tremendous job today sort of explaining the governance and where it is, and I think more of those sorts of presentations I think would be very useful to gather understanding that obviously going to feed into the EIR process that you are a responsible agency for. But just to be knowledgeable and cognizant of that distinction between those two roles, I think would be very important. And again, in terms of the purpose and need statement, I just think there may just be a fundamental disagreement on that, and whether or not that needs to change or not, and whether or not it might be more appropriate, instead of sort of having that fight, is focusing more on within the EIR, which I think would be more of a responsible agency type comment, is to have the narrative within the EIR get into an explanation of kind of how that would work, the current purpose and need, and what the implications of it are or aren't within the process. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Minton? Mr. Minton?
Excuse me, can I go next at that meeting to go to that I told you this afternoon for the emergency rock?
No, can you let us finish up on the scoping comment response stuff section? Then I'll come right back. Is it on this issue?
I just would like to go so I can make that other meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah. Sure, Ms. Terry.
Plus, I haven't eaten, and I'm really getting a little shaky at this point.
That was in the interest of health.
I know. It's starting to hit me now. Melinda Terry, I'm going to speak on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency for this particular issue. I do sit on the steering committee on behalf of the North Delta Water Agency. A couple of things I would mention that I didn't hear mentioned. I haven't read the letter, so forgive me, but that have come up, particularly in terms of the governance issue that I brought up at the meeting that still have not been addressed, that relate to you, is one is willing sellers. We aren't, at the public hearings, we're hearing that, we want to have willing sellers for the habitat restoration acres, understanding the fact that for the infrastructure and the mitigation acres, that's eminent domain, but for the habitat restoration acres portion, willing sellers. And I brought it up at the last committee meeting, and Karen told me, well, that's a goal that we have, Melinda. And I said, well, with all due respect, my board needs a yes or no answer. And, I was told she could not give me that. And I think that's relatable to some of the stuff that we're hearing and seeing from the Delta counties, and could go a long way for helping the community, because I thought it was interesting.
Wait, Melinda, are you telling me that the Delta counties would agree to new improvement facilities chosen by BDC, their definition of an ecosystem plan?
No, I'm saying it's one issue. No, I'm not saying that.
If willing sellers was a rule, of course the answer is no.
No. I would like to give some examples, though, to try to explain. One is Richard had mentioned, this being a cooperative implementation, and in the hopes of reducing litigation. One of my points is for the willing seller, particularly since the Delta communities, the fishing industry, the marine owners, a lot of farmers are not part of the development of the BDCP. That's one way, if you will, to try to avoid it. Are we going to avoid litigation? No. I mean, that's just not possible. But I think it's one of those things that you really provide to the community to show, number one, that it's going to be cooperative and not confrontational. Number two, that they will have a say somewhere along in this process, because right now they really don't feel like they have one. The other one that I brought up on government specifically was the fact that the implementing office, I think it's called now, It does not indicate that they will also be implementing and enforcing the EIR, EIS, which is related to you. I constantly bring up at BDCP on behalf of both the people that I work for, or entities that I work for, flood is a good example. That will not be addressed in the HCP, NCCP that we deal with at the NCCP per se. I'm told, don't worry, Melinda, those issues will be in the EIR, EIS. So the economic issues, the Delta as a place, if you will, which is also related to your goals and mission, that kind of falls, all that stuff, the economic falls under the EIR, EIS, and it's not clear. There was agreement, I will say, that and even DDFG said, yeah, that's a matter of accountability. We have to make sure it's the same entity that is making sure that the mitigations in the EIR are being done as well as the habitat that's in the HCP, NCCP. So that's a new item, if you will, that is directly related to you that you may want to bring up yourselves that I would recommend. As examples of the willing seller, would it have prevented what I'm going to talk about? No. So I'll just clear that up right now. But you may not be aware, Richard had mentioned the third parties and really trying to get the counties and landowners and others involved. Yolo County on October 12th just passed a temporary moratorium on what they call, let's see if I can get this right, because extraterritorial habitat projects, which essentially, it sounds like extraterrestrial,
buying land in Yolo County
to benefit themselves, but using their land. Yolo County in particular, because Yolo bypasses so many acres of the habitat, that they're very worried that they will carry the heavier burden, if you will. And another example in the document for governance that's not in there is, are they going to pay for the assessments and local taxes or in lieu? There's a lot of things missing, if you will.
Yesterday I had a conversation with someone who advised me that the water contractors have already paid $200,000 to Yolo County for one of the projects so that they could study the project configurations, and also promised at least for an interim payment of in lieu property taxes, which I thought was so dramatically contrary to what I thought was going on that it puzzled me a bit. Now, maybe it's true. And if it is true, pretty dramatic statement.
Yeah, I will say it's my understanding, third hand, so it's not first hand, or second hand, actually, not first hand knowledge.
I had fourth hand.
Yeah, that some memorandums of understanding are also being discussed and contemplated with the counties, and that may have progression. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't also have some of this language in the documents that we're discussing today, and it's not in there. So the other thing that I would mention, again, going along the lines of the willing seller, and are you just stepping all over people, or are you trying to be cooperative and bring them in and have them be part of it over a 50-year plan? That would be my suggestion. But if you are, then one of the problems I'm seeing lately as well is in 2009 we have a lot of work groups, or committees rather, that exist within the steering committee, and we were having lots of public meetings to develop the plan. Ever since 2010 came along, none of those work groups are apparently, every meeting I go to almost, I hear about some work group having met and producing products that even as a steering committee member I wasn't aware of. But the public's not, going to these as well. So somewhere along the line we've kind of lost some of that, and it's, for me, it's a little bit unclear why, because those committee meetings that we had last year, I think were great. I think people have lots of good suggestions, and it was helpful, and they felt at least a little bit part of it.
For secret meetings not included.
I'm not even talking about the principal group meetings. I'm just talking about our work group meetings of the steering committee. Yes. Have no longer been public. And let me see if there's anything else that I missed. Oh, somebody had mentioned it, I forget who, so I apologize, but had talked about to finance parts of the BDCP, these other entities that,
You wanted to talk about permittees.
Get roped in.
And the lack of definition of same.
No.
No?
No.
Okay. That's what your form says.
Yeah, I was, but it got addressed, so I thought I would save time and not say anything. But if you think about this plan and asking others to pay a portion, which is the portion we haven't seen yet of who's going to pay what, I go back to the comments I've already made that if they aren't really included and part of the process, and if things are just being put on them instead of done with them, then I really think we're going to end up with a conflict on the who pays. And I'm just saying these things, if they're included up front, will we avoid it completely? No. But can we avoid some of it and reduce the level, if you will? I think so. So that would be my suggestions, is let's think about those things now and start putting them in.
Yeah. Thanks, Melinda. Just a question. When you open your comments, you said that I understand the infrastructure, but the mitigation is subject to eminent domain as well?
Yeah, when you do an infrastructure project and you're going to have to, let's say you build a canal, obviously you're taking acres out. Now you have to mitigate that. That is included in the eminent domain, yes.
Okay, that's just an important point. But I would certainly echo your comments, hearing from local folks on a regular basis, recognizing obviously that there's a lot of work going on under the framework of BDCP, but that continues to be a real concern. It's not just about what might come out of it all, but the fact that things are being done on related...
To them instead of with them.
Well, yeah, on related planes. I mean, and it was exemplified in a community meeting I had in Hood just a couple of weeks ago where drilling, test bores in the river were occurring because they couldn't get access to the land, but, people are wondering, one, what is going on if they didn't know, and someone asked a question and got that information. But so I just think it continues to be, it's not all BDC related, but much of it is related to the overall, and particularly with the infrastructure build on the east side of the river, the proposed conveyance and the scoping for some of that. That is very much a concern, and certainly I don't, this is not just for Richard or anybody else in this room, but I just think, people are really, really nervous, let alone other emotions that come into play. And I think, again, because they see a lot of things proceeding, and there hasn't been, I think, to a large degree, any touchback. The counties will raise that issue, and other municipalities, other jurisdictions, agencies, so forth, but it's the people that, we all represent, certainly from an elected standpoint, that really are, particularly when they're right in the, eye of the hurricane, so to speak. They're feeling very much under the gun, very much. So.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, since I'm going to leave to go to that meeting so we can get something back to you on the emergency rock, I just want quick comments on the 11 attachment to the white paper on flood. Mm-hmm. I just want to say I've only read half of it. It looks really, really good. Do we have time to submit some written comments for the minor things that we really want to?
No, there are endless comments.
But it looks really good, so thank you.
Well, no, it's important, and some of your comments have helped us in developing it. And this is just premature, but we've thought of we're not going to rewrite the thing, but when we get to the notice of preparation and the final notice of preparation and
in the environmental document, you have current conditions.
Big slugs of that will be incorporated, and we hope to incorporate changes that seem justified as recommended. So written stuff is terrific.
Yeah, so we'll just try to do that. I would really characterize them as minor because overall, the half that I've read so far really looks good. So
we have the emergency response white paper coming next month. Next month. Hopefully you'll take a look at that one too.
We absolutely will. But
thank you,
thank you.
And
we'll get back to you on the emergency rock stuff.
Okay. Mr. Minton, thank you for deferring to Ms. Terry. Appreciate that. Mr. Minton.
Good afternoon. Jonas Minton with the Planning and Conservation League. I have two comments for you today, one general and one specific. Following up on this idea that you know it when you see it, and this is in terms of a definition of water supply reliability, and it really bleeds over into the question of purpose and need. I'm guessing I am the only person here who was hired by a district attorney's office to go into adult theaters to see them and see if I knew it. That was my job in the early 1970s for Sacramento.
You're the only person I've ever met. Yeah. And how much did you receive for compensation from this?
I was a county employee.
Albeit a specialized county employee.
My office is very crowded when we reviewed the evidence. In your first meeting as a group, I suggested to you at that time that it is appropriate for you all to wrestle with the question, what is water supply reliability? Because BDCP is not the sole or the primary jurisdiction for that question. So getting that, and that is one of the toughest questions. It's one, okay, the longer we duck it, the less it happens. Let me also comment on your letter. Just so you keep in mind, this is not the first time members of BDCP have heard each and every one of those issues. U.S. EPA has written on those issues. The State Water Resource Control Board has written on those issues. Numerous stakeholders have a whole series of letters. It isn't that they haven't heard of them, they haven't thought of them. It's that they're very tough issues. And there are going to be people who have to pay money, people who have to give, people who have to take. So your prodding is important. Your putting sideboards on what will be acceptable is important. Let me move on to a very specific comment in the area of financing. The postmortems for CalFed all identified as the lack of a financial plan being one of the major problems for CalFed. Let me draw to your attention an article in today's Associated Press. The governor of New Jersey has just canceled plans for a $7 billion tunnel under the, $9 billion tunnel. Maybe it's 11 now. You know how those go. A $9 billion tunnel under the Hudson River, citing cost overruns. I don't know the details. We're going to find out a little bit more about that. We came to you in the past and suggested a smaller size tunnel, for instance. And the BDCP's consultants actually looked at that. I believe David Morier, my colleague, gave you a bit of a presentation on that. Big tunnel, 15,000 cubic foot per second tunnel. The latest estimate is $12 billion. Even the one we proposed to be looked at is $7 billion. Is that going to be realistic? I think that's a fundamental question when you get to the conveyance, which isn't the whole delta, it isn't the restoration, it's not the whole delta plan, but it's an important issue. I do want to alert you that we at PCL are looking at some value engineering of that physical facility that we propose be analyzed.
For those of lay people like me, value engineering means
finding a cheaper way to get the same result. Thank you. Where you actually look at some of the engineering concepts, designs, we think there are some possibilities to reduce both the costs and the risks of significant cost overruns. And we will bring that back to you as quickly as we can. We don't have the resources of some of the large organizations, but we are working with some of the folks in the engineering community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minton. Mr. Rosecrans. There you are. For those of you who missed it, Mr. Rosecrans has been busy blogging in a blizzard of coordinated worldwide blogs on water and the environment. What's that called again? It's
on the waterfront.
On the waterfront.
Environmental Defense Fund.
Yep.
Thank you. I am Spreck Rosecrans for the Environmental Defense Fund. We are members of the steering committee with the BDCP trying to come to a cooperative solution. And I do want to draw your attention to one element of the BDCP that we think requires close attention and scrutiny by all parties interested in a solution. And that's what I will describe as the adaptive management program. The facility, the conveyance facility is controversial, we know that. What's done with lands in the Delta is controversial, we know that. And how much water is taken out of the Delta over time is also controversial. And that is especially controversial right now because we're looking at a 50-year license. So for our grandchildren's future, we're looking at what rules will take out how much water with a facility that we have no experience operating. Any reasonable person will tell you there's a lot of uncertainty in how you're going to operate it. Once we get it in place, we will learn, we will figure out whether we can increase exports or whether we have to decrease exports if we're meant to recover the Bay Delta's endangered fish. The BDCP tends to be going, looking at narrow adaptive management ranges, wanting to lock in a set of operations. The water exporters naturally want a high number. The environmentalists and fish agencies tend to want a low number. Those numbers are fairly far apart. I submit to you that we really don't know, and we will learn more over time once the facility is built and as we operate it, how much it can really take. And so we need to, as we develop a BDCP, if we want to be successful, build in the mechanisms to adjust that adaptive management level, that export level. And what I'm saying gives people like Jonas heartburn, gives people like Greg Zlotnick heartburn. We need to leave that open. We need to address that over time with the best available science. And we've been saying that. Arcadis was saying that, but Arcadis said it in kind of a very careful way, adaptive management. I'd like to have it scream off the page that you can't constrain 50 years of operations in a plan you write next year. The Delta Stewardship Council would help to make that point. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've been advised by our sound people that the mics up here, in spite of the lights, might not be picking up sound well. So when you ask a question, do so more forthrightly than you might otherwise assume. I think the mics are working okay at the table, although there's a worried-looking technician back there that isn't giving me an affirmative yes. I am told, however, that all the sound is going over the air, whatever is there. God knows what. Okay, is there anyone else in the audience who'd like to talk to us on this, the item 10? Item 10? Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Bruce Collins. Again, thank you very much. You've started once again a whole blizzard of activity, and it's fun to listen to. Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, let's see. Let's gather our folks before we go to item number 12. I'm sorry, is it number 11?
Yeah.
God, I'm losing my line. Number 11, sorry.
Mr. Chair, there was no action on 10 at all.
Well, we gave general direction, yes, we did, to go ahead with the preparation of the letter. The letter, if there's a problem tomorrow morning or changes requiring the information of extra people, we'll bring it up as the first item, and people who weren't here to participate will
okay, we already took a vote.
Yes.
You voted and kept the roll open for tomorrow morning.
Let's do this. I noticed you're coming out with a cord. Should we take a 5-minute recess? Okay, we got to straighten out the sound system. We're going to take a 5-minute recess. I apologize, but if you'd be patient with it, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very much for letting us do the break to repair the sound system, which was just taken. It at least seems to work at this microphone, and I'm advised by our experts that we have taken the risk of running through the house. Do not ask me what that means, but we are now running through the house, which I assume is dependent on some kind of an electrical system of the City Hall of West Sacramento or some damn thing, and we hope it works. And we'll see. We'll see. So, members, what we've got today is, and the remainder of tomorrow, are a dense set of activities generally under Delta Plan development. And we're going to reverse the order a bit. Tomorrow morning, we're going to do the white papers. And as you know, the white papers are our staff reports to us. Questions, issues, points, arguments are going to be raised by those white papers, and our job is to try to understand the issues and to lay out questions, and then we will receive, as Ms. Melinda Terry had indicated she was going to do on the flood white paper, written comments, both technical and policy, for direction. And the white papers will inform make us better because we have some understanding of the issues. But we're not intending to correct and issue 14 versions of the white paper to get to the perfect one. But we want comments because as we get to the environmental impact report document, we will import from the white papers, modified appropriately from the comments received, the future reflections, the questions of the council, the information that follows, will import into the environmental document slugs of these white papers. And we've got remaining to be introduced. We've got the ecosystem and the flood today, but the other ones coming next week or next month are
water resources, land use in the Delta, and emergency preparedness in the Delta, associated with
and then after that, there are a couple more. Or is it just 5?
Just those, because then we'll be starting bringing to you the sections of the EIR for existing conditions.
Okay. So at least the 5 white papers, Lord knows what happens later on specific spot issues that might require more detailed response. But one thing I'd like to recommend to you is you keep either a printed set or keep the electronic set of the white papers with you. It's a terrific resource because all of them are annotated with references to many of the basic fundamental government reports on each of the subjects that we talk about all the time, but you don't know where to find. And this, I think, hyperlinks are in all of the almost all of the white papers, and that's very useful in following up. So I just urge you to keep that information around. So the folks who are here on the white papers, I apologize, but we're going to start tomorrow morning on the white papers. The only thing to happen before that is when Mr. Johnston and Mr. Fiorini walk in, we'll ask them whether they have any reflections on the last item we considered, the BDCP stuff, whether the staff has discovered anything that needs to be revised or edited. I doubt that we will, but you never know. We'll start there, then we'll go to the white papers. So, Ms. Buchholz, if that's the right way to proceed, give us the Planning Environmental Impact Report 101, 2 paragraphs about why we're doing all these crazy things in weird orders and in fast time and blah, 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 and what they are again.
Okay. We are basically using the notice of preparation is the first step in preparing the environmental impact report, which is we are going to be utilizing in the preparation of the Delta plan. Our entire schedule is associated with meeting the statutory deadline of a Delta plan to be adopted by the Council by the end of 2011. With that, we are using the environmental impact report, provides information to the Council members to look at whether there are any significant environmental effects associated with the Delta plan, implementation of the Delta plan. So there will also be an EIR that will be adopted by the Council at that same time in December of 2011. Along with then associated with the preparation of a notice of determination. To start that process or to meet that schedule, we need to have a draft environmental impact report and draft Delta plan to the public in June of 2011. So we want to have everybody start reviewing that by June 15th is our goal. To meet that, we need to start the scoping process in December of 2010. I know it sounds like a long time, but it's not a long time at all. And so through our scoping process, the very first portion of that is to initiate it, is to publish a notice of preparation. As we talked last month, this is going to be a document that's prepared under the California Environmental Quality Act, a CEQA document, so to speak. We also, though, know that eventually this document and the Delta plan will be submitted to the NOAA, to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, for Coastal Zone Management Act consideration. That is a federal agency, so it will require at that time an environmental documentation under the National Environmental Protection Act, Policy Act.
Doesn't it actually go to the Department of Commerce for determination on CZMA?
NOAA is part of the Department of Commerce, right. And the CZMA is under NOAA. Mm-hmm. And so we want to make sure that we facilitate their future environmental review so that we're actually preparing this as if this was a joint environmental impact report, environmental impact statement. They're slightly different, and we don't want to cause any delays in the future or any confusion, so we're being very cognizant of that up front. And I'll point some of those things out in my discussion today of what we'll be doing that's slightly in more detail than usual under just an EIR. I wanted to know the pleasure of the Council, whether you'd like me to refer to pages in the red line version or the clean version. It's up to you.
Well, I only note that the plain version didn't have page numbers on it.
Didn't it? Oh, my goodness, it
That was my
didn't.
first note on the
I apologize.
technical thing. But I went ahead and numbered them anyway for myself. But
Maybe
I don't
we
know,
should stay
members,
with
what's
the-
your... it's in the book. Yeah, it's the one right behind Agenda Item 11, Attachment 3. It should be in there, right? Very last. Yeah.
Okay.
And-
Well, since it has page numbers and for some reason the other one doesn't.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Let's
Well,
stay with the red line version.
How about this? Members, do you have a preference? Where did you put your notes? That's a, pardon?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we'll use I have both of them this time.
I've got both of them, too. I annotated the clean one, but I can go.
Nope, we can use the clean one, and we'll just
Let's start,
walk
and if
through
we
it.
run into problems, we'll come back. And you recall, this is the second iteration, but basically it's not a rewrite particularly. It's an additional, as Gwen told us last time. This is going to be fleshed out in stages, and this is the second of what will be three stages.
Yes,
We
plan on bringing your comments back and just a few extra things in November and for your consideration before publication in December.
Gwen, can I ask you one question?
Yes.
And I asked you this before, and you looked at me weirdly, but
oh dear.
I'm trying to figure out a simple explanation for how it is that we find ourselves defining a project over the next 4 or 5 or 6 months to develop a Delta plan, but simultaneously doing an environmental impact report on something we have yet to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand it's not unknown in this world, and it's also has something to do both with our statutory deadline and the unique nature of the Delta plan we're supposed to adopt. But could you run past that? I'd like to hear it again.
Environmental impact reports can be prepared in two different ways. One is that the lead agency, in this case the council, would be identifying exactly what they want in the proposed project, and then the CEQA document, the environmental impact report, would actually look at alternatives to that proposed project to reduce the environmental effects, any significant adverse effects. More likely when we're looking at, especially from a federal standpoint, frequently we'll be doing that simultaneously so that we can use the EIR to look at a reasonable range of alternatives to inform the lead agency in the preparation and decisions that need to be to define that proposed project. In this case, because of the time frame, we are actually trying to work on the process of looking at using the environmental impact report process to inform the council on how to identify what the proposed project. I think it's also an interesting point, even we can talk about the schedule issue, but another main reason is that, as we've said before, this is a very different type of process. This is not like, let's build a pipeline down this road. We all know what a pipeline looks like, and then it's just where do we build it and how big do we make it. This is a project that we're working with the statute, looking with the authorizations in the statute and the authorities of that in there. We're looking at the project objectives from the statute. We've said before that we don't really have another agency that has such a process in which it has to address water quality, water resources, land use, ecosystem, reduced risks, finance plan, governance, all in one big alternative. So I personally think that using an environmental impact report is extremely helpful into looking at the different strategies that need to be considered in developing an array, a reasonable range of alternatives to be considered by the council in defining the proposed project, which will be the Delta Plan. Does that answer your questions?
Yes, I will undoubtedly ask you the same question about once a month for the next 14 months.
It's confusing because it's not like most projects we see.
Yeah, my local government experience convinced me that folks who didn't like the procedure usually wanted to drag it out so they could stop what they thought might be coming that they didn't like. And we had painfully long processes there, years and years and years and years and years. And still controversy, unlike Sacramento County, which has no controversy when they've completed their hearings. Okay.
Okay, so our purpose of our notice of preparation is, as I said, to initiate the scoping process. The scoping process, the purpose of that is to provide an opportunity for the public and other agencies to be involved in the preparation of the Delta Plan EIR, to help identify the scope of issues and potential impacts that must be discussed in the EIR, and adequately address the potential impacts of the Delta Plan, and for the public and the agencies to help identify a reasonable range of alternatives to the proposed project. And this is identified as we move forward on the purpose of the notice of preparation, which, as we walk through this document, is the second piece of paper in the clean version.
Just a question. I mean, most people, they want to look to the section that says things you won't like, and then they want to see a list of all the things they won't like, so they know to oppose it. How much of the narrative, what you call the background and need for the project and other elements, how much is required by law or by custom or regulation in California? And what's, how valuable and important is that?
The background section can be as simple. We initially, in the last version of the, when we came to you in September, we had a very short background section that just referenced the statutory basis for the Delta Plan, and initially started on the page there's a page that says background and need for the project, and then it actually started in about here in the middle of the second page. We received some comments from one of the agencies that we're working with that's reviewing and that's helping us, the Attorney General's office, and said, maybe you need to expand this a little bit more. So we expanded the background a little bit more for this process.
I actually thought it was better this way than the first version, because this is such a big, complex array of issues that if you don't try to give a contextual background, it's like dropping in the middle of a discussion without knowing the topic.
Right.
And maybe Chris could weigh in on this. How much is legally necessary, as opposed to you got to do enough so people know what you're talking about, but not? But
I think that's the overriding concern. You want to do as much as you can so you get informative feedback. Some of it's regulations, a lot of it's practice. Mm-hmm. But I think Gwen's right. It depends on the circumstances. In this case, especially with a big water project that has such a history, it's really important to lay out the groundwork for how we got where we are and why we need to do what we're proposing to do.
If you have, for example, an extensive background statement, description, history section in the notice of preparation, must it also be duplicated in the environmental impact report?
Yes.
Can't just be incorporated by reference?
No, it should be included in the EIR.
Why?
The EIR in its entirity will become the legal document. And now we don't need to necessarily go any further than this.
And the notice of preparation is the notice to the public of your broad range of intentions to study and premises and definitions.
The public and other agencies that are going to be providing input.
Many years ago, we had a 2-page notice of preparation that was required by CEQA. We'll still have a 2-page notice of preparation that goes to the newspapers. But
and another couple of decades from now, it'll be a 95-page requirement. Well, I don't want to interrupt too much your narrative, but I just thought I liked the background, but there was something about jumping from 1800 in the middle to 1950 that seemed modestly abrupt.
Okay.
Although, not bad.
We can add information to that.
I guess for me, I looked at this document and remember how I used to read EIRs after I'd read through my third EIR from front to back. And after you learn how to read it, you say to the staff, okay, what are the ugly sections, the good sections, the hot sections? And then you go past the boilerplate unless something's been flagged. Now, that's what I did. That may be a mistake. But I suspect most people are like that. And I wondered whether this isn't the shot almost to write our introduction summary statement for the EIR or for the Delta Plan. Mm-hmm. Not in detail, but to test run it, because the understanding of the background, the history, and the scope of what we're dealing with is absolutely essential And I think the NOP is going to get a lot of attention for most of the next 14 months. I'm not wedded to that, and you guys can tell me I'm wrong, but it's just my instinct that this is probably a document. I'll bet you we wind up just as you've done on your desk. We're probably going to do a loose cut binding of this and start distributing some hard copies to people. Much like the statute, you carry it around and reference it during months of discussion. I don't know, Joe?
I'm not sure I agree with that. I
Well,
think,
that's why I said you guys argue it out and tell me.
and we can talk about this afterwards, but my sense is the thing we're going to be carrying around and discussing a lot is actually going to be the draft plan that we get in February. And from February through June, you're going to be inundated as council members by all the people out here in the audience and all the people on the internet saying, you need to change this and change this and change this, and how could you consider that? So I think this is an important document, but I think it will be quickly forgotten after we've done the scoping meetings.
But this document does have legal significance.
Well, it does because it's part of the process, but keep in mind, looking at another process, not to say that we would emulate that necessarily, but the BDCP has put out a couple versions of NOPs. They can be amended, updated, new information incorporated. In fact, there was litigation on the BDCP NOP, which was successfully completed a while back, but the judge said it wasn't ripe because that wasn't the point to actually litigate the issue. But it's part of the process. But I would agree with Joe. Once we get beyond the NOP, get into scoping, and start actually putting pen to paper on a draft plan, that's when it's really going to be important.
Let me just say that when we finish the scoping process in January, we will be preparing a scoping report. It not only will have a compilation of the comments that we received during the scoping process, but at that point in time, we will also have a discussion of where we're looking at going forward with the range of alternatives and the proposed, looking forward towards the proposed project. So the scoping report is one in which we take, this is the first step that says we're going to be discussing. We think that we're going to be discussing different strategies, and I'll go through that in a minute, to make up the alternatives. We're also telling the public and the agencies that we're going to be looking at all of the resources that are required by CEQA in equal level of detail. So water resources to air quality to aesthetics, all of those will be looked at in equal level of detail for the reasonable range of alternatives. We're also telling the public and the agencies the first thoughts that the council would have on the extent of the planning area and the extent of the study period. And so I'd like to, as we go through those,
the baseline thing.
And I'm planning on talking about those in a little more detail today.
Do you want to talk about them now or come as you go through the document?
It might be easier as I go through the document, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay. Let me just also tell you that this is, as you said, a work in progress, and we have several items that we anticipate that we will still be adding to the notice of preparation when we come back on the November meeting that didn't get quite completed for this. I don't know if there's a PowerPoint up there, but there's a PowerPoint that was provided to you at the break.
Yes, we have copies.
And so on that PowerPoint, we will provide a brief table of contents with page numbers. I apologize.
Do we have a way to put that document up on the screen?
They have it back there, hopefully.
We'll see here.
Also, as part of, and if you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. They also are going to look at we're going to add a new section that talks about how the Delta Plan could be used and how it could be applied in the future, and how does that look, especially associated with covered actions and consistency or phasing and all. We are going to add the map of the planning area, and then in the proposed project and potential alternatives section, We're going to be adding a figure if you could, about how to develop the alternatives and include a section in the finance plan and governance and on the scoping meetings and locations and times.
And the scoping meetings, I learned, are in January, I think it is.
We're talking about 7 scoping meetings in January. And so they would be, one would be in northern Sacramento Valley, somewhere probably, in the Oroville, Butte
Chico,
County
somewhere.
area. Next one would be in Sacramento itself. Then there would be one in northern part of the Delta, like Clarksburg or Hood. One would be in the southern part of the Delta, such as Stockton or Lodi. One would be in more of the central, western type Delta, somewhere maybe potentially like in Contra Costa County, Oakley or Antioch or Brentwood. Then one would be in the San Joaquin Valley, probably around Fresno, Madera, Merced. And one would be in Southern California. And we are actually looking right now for opportunities and where we can get reservations for large rooms. But if anybody has a suggestion from the council members of where you would like to see them in those areas, that would be representative and facilitate people from those areas to attend, we would be very happy to
And the scoping meetings
get that information.
are designed to serve what purposes?
We use those for the public and agencies to attend and provide verbal comments in the process. We will have transcribers, and they will become as much part of the process as any written comment that we receive.
Responding to which documents?
What we're looking at in the notice of preparation, information, the environmental baseline, the extent of the planning area, the extent of the study period, the types of alternatives and strategies, the level of detail in those alternatives that would be looked at for the Delta Plan, and also to identify anything that they believe that we should look at specifically in a specific level of detail for the resources, like how much detail we might need to look at in water resources in a local level or a regional level, to make sure that we identify adequately the potential for adverse environmental effects or potential benefits.
Sure. Mr. Toll.
Yeah, just back to the point a moment ago, Gwen, from the standpoint of the Delta-centric scoping meetings, I would offer the Delta Protection Commission staff, of whoever's working on your end of it, they have a lot of experience, as you'll note just from the series of workshops that we're going to have relative to some of the efforts the Commission's undertaken by requirements that we have to meet certain studies and so forth. And so I would just offer that because they have, again, depending upon the size, the accommodations that are needed, but they're all accessible facilities, typically have restrooms and good lighting and so forth. So depending upon what time of day and, time of the week and so forth. So if we can, that may help at least with 2 or 3 or 4 of your locations, we could certainly assist in that regard, and I'll pass it on this evening.
And I've spoken to Mike Machado.
Have you? Okay, good. Because again,
he has provided several.
Yeah, between schools and city halls and libraries and so forth, there's a pretty significant range of facilities, and depending upon what the needs are for the scoping sessions and for AV equipment and so forth. But that's good. So again, if we can help in that way, I think you've certainly geographically outlined points that would be important for assembly of people and easily accessible. So
good.
Let's see, I think I'm scheduled to try to hit all of them, right, tentatively. But we'll notify you as they get close to your geographical area. Don, you're stuck because you're close to 1, 2, 3, 4 of them,
right,
for sure. And hopefully some of you could drop in on the scoping sessions too, and staff will be there and consultants will be there. Okay. All right.
And the only other thing I would ask you to do is that if you could talk to people that you know in your area to attend. There's nothing more disappointing to getting ready for a scoping meeting and we get one person, and just we really do want this process to work. It is.
Depending upon how the topic is advertised, you can get more folks than you probably would desire. So make sure that it's representative of what the subject is, but you'll get a good turnout, I trust, in some of these locations.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gray.
When maybe I can help with some potential locations for the one in Southern California so we can talk.
That would be great, because that is one that we're...
held in November, correct? All of them?
January.
January, okay.
Mhm. And so, yeah, we will get the notice out. So then we usually have found that having scoping meetings in the last 2 weeks of December is never a good thing.
Well, January's a little tough too. I mean, just you know, some of your weather conditions and can be a bit challenging with fog and so forth.
And we have a holiday weekend there too.
Yeah.
We always have to watch that too. We probably won't do them on Friday unless there's an actual special request. I've learned that Fridays are very bad.
From whom would you accept a special request to have a meeting on Friday? Except for a member of the council, of course.
Yeah, I mean, but...
the governor calls and said, put it on Friday.
If there's something that's specific in an area, we will do that.
Okay. All right. Okay.
So, let me continue to walk through. On the project objectives section, the only thing that we included was that there was a discussion of moving up some information from the statute that we had to make sure that we just were a little more expansive on citations from the statute. And so all of the areas that, when you look at the clean copy from the section that said 85022C forward, we added instead of just the policy objectives in 85020 under the words project objectives, we continued to add the findings from the statute, and that was the additions. There were no text additions per se.
Gwen, you and Chris can tell me whether I'm overly worried, but I caught a couple of times in the introductions to project objectives and then later to some of the elements of environmental baseline where there's a shorthand summary to meet the. I'll read you, for example, this is on the hard copy, page 6, line 28. The primary and fundamental purpose of the Delta Plan is to meet the co-equal goals and other inherent sub-goals and policies defined in the Act, which in turn will assist in determination of consistency for the state and local agency covered actions relating to the Delta. And that's true, but it's not the only range of activities permitted by the Delta Protection Act. And the question occurred to me, how careful should we be to have a range of actions described in the same way? So I'll give you an illustration. Farther back on the study period, study period, you say, as described above, the Delta Plan will define an integrated and legally enforceable set of policies, strategies, and actions that will serve as a basis for future findings of consistency by state and local agencies with regard to their Delta-related projects, which is not the same language, and for subsequent evaluation of those findings by the Council on appeal. That is the first time the mention for BDCP, as provided in statute. Anyway, the point is, if there's a way to use a consistent terminology on whatever it is, a consistent language, much like the constant reference to statutory language, I think it helps. And I may just be overly sensitive about that. But that's all.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. Okay, let me move forward. Let me, before I go forward into environmental baseline, I'd like to address the one last item that's up on the webcast, and also that you had as an extra item. If you could move back, thank you. This was an attachment that we provided in the August meeting.
This is the chart.
Right, it's the chart. And I wanted to sort of give a background of what we're looking at in developing the alternatives. As we talked in the August meeting, we went through the statute and we combined different portions of 85020 into basically 6 boxes so that we could identify strategies, concepts for each one of those 6 boxes. But we don't anticipate them, but the alternatives will address all of these boxes at the same time. So I just want to remind everybody, because we're moving 2 months further, not everybody keeps this with them. I keep it with me because this is actually one of my guidance documents, that to remind myself that the alternatives have to include, they'll have bookends probably, is what we're going to suggest, to look at water strategies and all that can be looked at in the water resources, in restoring the Delta ecosystem, in the protection and the enhancement of the Delta as an evolving place, reduced risks, and water quality. And these two, if we remind ourselves, is that the two sort of wings on this figure are because those actually feed into all three of the main parts of the document. Some people have called this a ladder, but I still look at this as I want to make a point, and then across the bottom are the finance and governance plans. And so all of the alternatives need to address all of these items. But we'll be looking at strategies for each one of those. And they may be looked at differently over our planning area and over our planning period. And that's why I wanted to bring this up first. So,
as you know from our conversation yesterday, I was urging the avoidance of additional categorical terms that are confusing. The statute says co-equal goal, so we got goals. We've got 8 objectives. We know the environmental impact report requires us to evaluate alternatives, a new phraseology, but very not dissimilar to anything above. But also we're now talking about other terms
like strategies.
So I've been urging fewer terms that differ, because the reality is it's the same range of subject areas, just described somewhat differently.
But the strategies are the building blocks of each one of the alternatives. And then once we get that finished, once we formulate alternatives by February after scoping process, then we probably will move away from the word strategies.
And alternatives is really where the beef is to be found, according to most people. They like to get into some of the details and find out good stuff, bad stuff, all that.
And what I want to make a point is, at least the way we're looking at right now, looking for input from the council, is that the alternatives would address all of these items. Strategies, though, would be developed within each one of these boxes that would eventually then build together for an alternative. So one alternative would have maybe different water resource strategies than another alternative, and different land use strategies than another alternative. So strategies is a word I'm using for components, or we can use the word component, the part of the alternative. But each alternative would address all of the policy objectives that are showing up on this figure. Okay. Keep going. So I appreciate that. Thank you. In the environmental baseline, what we've talked about, let me just say, you can probably bring this down. Yeah. In the environmental baseline, we're going back. Actually, I don't need either one. There we go. The environmental baseline, this is something I'm going to bring up, is that this is where we're giving something for the council to consider. Chew over, yes. And that is to look at 2 parts of the planning area. One that would be the primary planning area, in which a lot of delta detail is looked at, the flood risk is looked at, the land use is looked at, the delta's evolving place is looked at. But also, and that would be the delta and the Sassoon Marsh. And in accordance with the statute, this is the Section 85-300A states that the Delta Plan should be looking at the sub-goals and strategies to assist in guiding state and local agency actions related to the Delta. The other part of the planning area that we've identified is the secondary part, which is outside the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh. And when we go into the statute, there's several places that talks about things outside of the Delta and Sassoon Marsh. One is 85020D, has the policy of the state of California is to promote statewide water conservation, water use efficiency, and sustainable water use, statewide. And 85302B says the geographic scope of the ecosystem restoration projects and programs identified in the Delta Plan shall be in the Delta, except that the Delta Plan may include recommended ecosystem projects outside the Delta that will contribute to the achievement of co-equal goals. And then later on, we talk about that in Section 85307A states that the Delta Plan may identify actions to be taken outside of the Delta if those actions are determined to significantly reduce flood risk in the Delta. So with that, we've proposed that we would actually be extending the planning area outside of the Delta, and that would include the areas that are included in the export areas, the areas that use water, the export or the Delta water, or export water from the Delta to them for use. It would include basically the watershed of the Delta, and this doesn't mean that we'll absolutely have strategies and changes in there, but we're saying that for the study area of the EIR, and starting off with the alternatives, that we would look at the watershed of the Delta and the areas that utilize the exported water from the Delta. And potentially, when we look at statewide, that also can include other areas of the Delta for statewide water conservation, water use efficiency, and sustainable water use.
This issue must have come up before in EIRs of the scope of the study. I'm sure it comes up quite commonly. But the closest contemporaneous stuff to what we're doing is, I guess, CalFed Bay Delta.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, Gwen, what's comparable, what's different in terms of planning area?
Both CalFed Bay Delta authorities, EIR, EIS, and the Central Valley Project Improvement Act, EIR, EIS.
Federal Act.
This federal act. Both looked at certain areas, certain portions of their planning area in very site-specific manners, and certain portions of it in less detail that were associated strictly with that strategy that would be looked at there. For instance, let's look at something in this project for Delta Plan. One of the things that will be addressed in the Delta Plan per the statute is looking at flood risk protection on the Delta Islands and infrastructure that crosses the Delta. I can't see how we could look at flood risk on the Los Angeles River associated with infrastructure issues or land uses on the Los Angeles River, because that wouldn't be associated with Delta Plan operation, the Delta Plan itself, environmental effects. So there would be something that we would be looking at one area in a different level of detail than the other.
What do you do about flood problems in the Delta that are impacted by the Yolo bypass and the Sutter bypass directly north of it that forms some kind of imperfect but very valuable floodplain development? They kind of, water flows all to the same point. How do you handle things like that?
And in that portion of like the Yolo bypass that's not in the Delta, we would say that would be in the secondary planning area, because areas like Fremont Weir, where the water flows from the Sacramento River into the Yolo bypass, even though it's outside the Delta, that could affect the Delta, and also the Sutter bypass, which is even further upstream. So we would include that in the secondary planning area.
Joe,
And
I assume CalFed had fights about this?
Nobody liked it because everybody's afraid that the program gets so big that it can't be managed. And there were fights about it. It was before my time when they actually did the ROD. I came to CalFed partly as a result of everybody's fighting about it.
Because you hadn't been participating in the earlier fights.
Exactly.
Yes.
They thought somehow that would resolve the problem. I think there is this ongoing tension between, well, we know we have this problem and we can't solve it in isolation, and the desire for the council taking actions that solve the problem to not bug me. I'm the upstream user, I'm downstream, I'm in Southern California. I shouldn't have to do anything to deal with this problem. It's really a problem just in the Delta. So that there is that tension. And I like the way that Gwen has laid this out as a primary planning area and a secondary area, and use a statute, because that gives us a framework. It's not our decision to say it's not outside, we can't go outside the Delta. The legislature said, in fact, in some areas, we should look outside the Delta. So I'm actually surprised we haven't had more comments on this, but I think partly that's a result
of the way Gwen has put it together, so that it is statutorily based rather than some arbitrary decision that we want to just gather in and accumulate authority.
Chris?
Yeah, and I would echo a lot of those comments, and I agree. I came in after the CalFed rod was signed. We all have these disclaimers on how involved we were with CalFed. But I know it's an issue that came up in the context of enacting the Delta reform package, too, and the Delta bills. People are worried that if your study area becomes too diffuse, if you look at places that don't have the focus that you need.
Can we judge mobile home parks in Bernie, California?
And I think that that's a valid concern, and I think that we have to keep that in mind. But having said that, I think that Joe pinpoints the fact that we have to look at the statute, and I think the way that Gwen has laid it out for your consideration here is the right way to lay it out. And I would also add, in addition to these particular statutory provisions, that you have to keep in mind that you're actually driven by the co-equal goals. Your plan has to further the co-equal goals. We'll look at one of the goals. It's water supply reliability for the entire state of California, and I think that drives the inherent objectives as well. But that is what you have to focus in on. We have to keep in mind that we have to target to the extent that we can, but we have particular statutory provisions that call for looking outside the Delta in certain cases, as well as the fact that one of your co-equal goals talks about the entire state.
I don't want to disclaim CalFed too much. I stood on the Capitol steps behind the governor when we were doing the announcement, and I was on the Public Advisory Committee of stakeholders. And for all of the things that we didn't get accomplished, it was in fact a significant attempt to resolve what has been an incredibly difficult challenge for the state for decades. And a lot of good things occurred because of CalFed. Ultimately, I think it fell because there wasn't enough coherence and authority to make sure that it actually moved ahead.
And if I may add, I think that's going to be something that we need to pay attention to as we move through developing the alternatives. That even though we may have a planning area that's extensive, the level of detail in those alternatives are authorities that allow the council to implement certain things. We need to specifically understand that although we're from a planning area standpoint, we want to seriously look at see whether we have potential environmental effects over a large planning area. That's why we pick the planning areas, to determine will we have adverse effects over that whole planning area. We need to disclose. That's our main reason of having the EIR. Doesn't mean that we'll be looking at specifics and details in all of that planning area, because there's not the authorizations or the need to do that. So if that's one of the other things that did bring up, though, is because it's such a large area, we have a very long list of potential responsible agencies in the back of an attachment 1 of the notice of preparation. And we might anticipate that we would have others that would be added to that. This isn't the only shot. People can always be added to the responsible agencies at the discretion of the lead agency of the council.
But at some point, when we adopt the NOP, we have to agree to some kind of definition of a planning area, right?
For the purposes of the notice of preparation for scoping.
Yeah, that's nothing we wait for the environmental impact
report. No, but it can change.
Yeah, no, I understand.
I'd rather make it larger in the notice of preparation and make a decision based on comments received during scoping to make it smaller than going smaller and then going larger, because then we're at risk that somebody would say, if I had only known that you might be addressing my area of the state, then we would have to go back out under a notice of preparation, revised one, and get more comments. So I'm a very conservative person on an environmental document, and I'd rather go larger, and then if the comments come back, bring the planning area in based on scoping comments.
Okay.
The
All
next thing.
So this is
sorry.
preliminary. We're not going to decide this today, but this is flagging an approach on the planning area. Okay.
The next thing that I would like to talk about is the environmental baseline, is the study period. Again, we have less direction from the statute on this. We know that the statute talks about a long-term. We know that this is a long-term perspective in the Act, and the Act also states that the Council shall review the Delta Plan at least once every 5 years, and may revise it as the Council deems appropriate. So that leads to a question: is it a 5-year plan? Probably not. Any more than a general plan is a 5-year plan, but there's a certain focus on this. We also, though, have two parts of the Act. One is in 85302E1 that says that one of the long-term goals is to restore large areas of interconnected habitats within the Delta and its watershed by 2100. And then the second reference is towards the incorporation of the Bay Delta Conservation Plan. The Bay Delta Conservation Plan currently on their website shows a schedule for completion and adoption of the Habitat Conservation Plan and the Natural Communities Conservation Plan by 2012. And so that would mean that it's a 50-year permitting period is what they're requesting at this time. So that would mean that the BDCP 8 Habitat Conservation Plans and Natural Community Conservation Plan would extend through 2062. So looking at both of those references, and also understanding that this is a long-term management plan, what we're suggesting is for council consideration is that this extends through the year 2100, but a phasing approach. Definitely probably a mid-century look, a 2050 or so, and then and recognizing that this will be updated every 5 years. Will be considered for updating every 5 years. And again, based on scoping comments, we could bring that back in. Again, I'd rather go out longer and get the comments than to come in shorter and get and then have to redistribute a notice of preparation.
Well, if we didn't have a relatively long planning framework, and we found, for example, that a bunch of ecosystem stuff had to be done, the legal consequences, you jam it into a 6-year period, which means, I assume, potentially greater disruption.
Yes.
On that basis. Yeah, okay. All right.
And I think that there's a lot of concepts that the objectives address things on a long-term basis, too, that take things. For instance, the ecosystem restoration, ecosystem improvements don't occur overnight. And so that also is another, and neither do many of the other activities that would need to be looked at in the policy objectives. Moving on, the next section that CEQA requires is to describe the proposed project and potential alternatives that will be looked at, that we're suggesting to be looked at in the EIR. This is a real tough one because we don't really have a full-fledged proposed project. We have references on our objectives, and we have the policy objectives in from the statute. But as we've said before, this is a very difficult process, and we don't have specific ideas on. We have some ideas on how to pull together a Delta plan, but we don't have a proposed project as of today. If we had more time, I would say that we would work on a proposed project. But we don't have that time to meet the statutory deadline. So my suggestion is to the council that we instead look at those strategies, that new word, in each one of the boxes that we talked about before, and go out for scoping to get comments on and suggestions on some strategies, and even maybe expanding that set of strategies that we'll be looking at and how we would be combining those into alternatives to develop the reasonable range of alternatives. As a first cut at this, we've put into this version of the notice of preparation some language for the council to consider, and it gives you a feeling that we need to get some feedback on level of detail of those strategies. We've divided them into the different boxes, and we don't have a box on this version of the NOP for finance and governance, but finance, plan, and governance, we will in the November version. And so we divided it in water resources, restore the Delta ecosystem, protect and enhance the Delta as an evolving place, improving water quality, and reduce risks to people, property, and state interests. We have then gone further and suggested some strategies that might be considered in those for the alternatives. And in the water conservation one, which is the first one, it's listed in the document. We have some that would, in the first bullet, we look at the urban water conservation requirements that fully meet the requirements of the companion bill of SBX 77. Department of Water Resources and other agencies are moving forward on developing those plans. And the Delta plan could consider those actions that they'll be recommending, and also maybe other further actions to facilitate compliance. The second bullet takes it one step further, is saying maybe we potentially could expand upon those objectives and make it more detailed.
And by the way, these are not what you're recommending today appear in the NOP so much as they are suggestive of the kind of detail that you're asking us to give you a sense, yes, no.
Right. We were looking for feedback from the council on this. And because this is... Can
I just say, this is the right point under water conservation. I just say, I'm interested in what happens when, on two scenarios, agencies fail to meet the conservation standard required by law by the year 2020, or agencies exceed that standard. I'm interested to know how to recognize success or failure and how to account for it and what to do with it. And I'm not even sure the word success and failure is the right word, but I don't know any other to use at the present time. And it seems to me that that fits in with our mandate, statewide water conservation system efficiencies and all of that. But I don't know what to suggest in details. But that's one thing that occurred to me.
We really haven't talked about this much, but we really have to have measurable goals and objectives.
Yep.
And I think those measures will determine success or failure.
Yeah, I do too. The other thing I noticed, and I'm not sure where it pops up, but I put it twice in my little notes through this, is I didn't see a clear section, unit, or something that deals with what I call systems operations. State water project, maybe federal water project, whether for ecosystem or for water reliability. It's kind of the discussion we had with Richard Roos Collins earlier on BDCP. It's how do you match up the operational decisions for the co-equal values and make it work, which then flows over, of course, into the governance thing of who's responsible, how they're responsible, and so on and so forth. And I'm not sure it rises to the level of its own section, Gwen. I just don't know. But it seems to me more and more that is where a lot of the attention is focusing. Once people agree to the broad generalities, they're not yet really ready to cut a deal on operational details. Well, you're going to get that, or you're not going to be able to proceed, I suspect.
When we worked on this thing, we sort of kept it to the statutory language, and so that's one item I want to say. I think the other thing that we need to think about is the level of detail that would be looked at in the alternate, or be evaluated with the alternatives, which also leads to the level of detail of the description of those alternatives. This is my interpretation. So I'll look at Chris. The Delta Stewardship Council doesn't own or operate any of these facilities. But the Delta Stewardship Council, through the Delta Plan and through the objectives that are placed from the statute, actually can talk about direction of items, prioritization of strategies, prioritization of ecosystem, co-equal goals, But the specifics of the numbers, whether it's from a region, that's usually what you see in a regional water quality control board permit, or from an operations requirements from the biological opinions, or from the State Water Resources Control Board decisions, those we were not anticipating going into the details to say X milligrams per liter types things in January, February, March, or XCFS in January, February, March on the operations of the facilities. We were looking at, instead, saying that we were looking at potentially like operation of the State Water Project and Central Valley Project's facilities to facilitate ecosystem restoration or facilitate water supply reliability and go into a little more detail on those programs, maybe of prioritizations, timing. We have a couple that I want to point out that we've looked at. Under improved water conveyance and storage, we talk about expansion of on the fourth bullet down, expansion of the statewide storage program to provide additional storage both north and south of the Delta that could be used in a wide range of uses. And those would affect the operations of the Central Valley Project and the State Water Project, as well as local and regional water supplies. We talk about integration of...
what does integration mean?
On the local and regional?
Yeah.
There are some operations that are beginning to start making cross-connects between systems so that they can operate. Generally, it's for an emergency situation or drought conditions in which one agency will have one set of water supplies, maybe a local water supply that may or may not be have adequate water supplies, and then another one that brings in imported water that might, so that they can actually share a water supply during an emergency situation. What's being talked about in some circles is whether or not that can happen in a much more general situation, in a non-emergency situation, to facilitate managing the water resources in a different way.
Just a question: is that? I understand the term's used a lot, but I've always puzzled about it because, in some sense, it implies cooperation as opposed to mandated coordination. Then in one another sense of the word, it means all the systems have to connect to one another, as if in some situations you can turn nozzles on for somebody 300 miles away without much fuss. But the word just doesn't seem right to me somehow for that range of things you're talking about.
Okay.
Couple other points. Where do we put a discussion? Maybe we don't, but I think we have to. Based on the comments earlier today and everything we know, we're not going to have a final BDCP plan anytime before we have to adopt the Delta plan. When do we talk about how we deal with issues, questions, policies, where the reports that we could hopefully rely on if they were finished are not going to be finished?
Right.
And I don't know whether it belongs in the NOP or not, but it's one of those things we keep circling around, but haven't started to focus on.
We can put it in the NOP under a discussion of the, which we need to add is the discussion of how to combine the strategies into alternatives. And one of the things that we were thinking about is that we have several of those plans, including ones that are required in statute that may not be completed. The Economic Sustainability Plan from Delta Protection Commission is one.
Right.
So to utilize interim products from those plans, making a discussion of them, and I'll just go to list, because BDCP and economic sustainability would actually be handled differently. So maybe it's BDCP, or it's another project that's out there right now that's undergoing their own environmental impact report process, such as the San Joaquin River Restoration Plan. They're looking at what are their actual flows. It's a mandated program. Congress has said yes, but they're still trying to work out their flow patterns. Looking at that process, what I'm thinking about, and was going to bring back in November, let's do it today, without it being written down, is to look at the alternatives, almost alternative, pick a number, 1A and 1B, And in 1A, we're building the alternative concepts on top of the assumptions that would be associated with BDCP, San Joaquin River restoration. We actually have a program right now that we're working with the other agencies to identify all of their ongoing programs and their time frame. Right now it's about a 15-page Microsoft project report. And so that we can say, okay, what if all of these projects were in place? What would those alternatives look like? It's almost like a cumulative impact report, but a lot more detail than we usually do. And then do an alternative B without those assumptions, so that we can see what the sensitivity of the impact assessment is. And we're not trying to do the environmental documents for those other programs. That's not what we're trying to take on. But that would, to me, is about the only other way I can think about having to do this within this time frame, is make an assumption as if those projects were in place, like in a no project, future no project assumptions, cumulative, and how much those could be if we do an alternative 1A and 1B with and without those other projects.
Maybe this isn't the same subject, but it's close. We've had private meetings and sent letters and had public discussions and hearings on, the flood emergency response stuff, just as one illustration. Mm-hmm. And of course, there's a big Central Valley study underway that was supposed to be done in time for our plan. Now it's been extended to whenever it's been extended. And the odds are it won't deal with some of the big tough issues on flood stuff even then. Do we need to signal our intention of at least wanting to consider the preliminary reports of ongoing studies? I don't know what all the various categories of documents would be. Mm-hmm. And do we need to kind of say to all these government agencies, tell us which ones are the best? Because, yes. As you know, I've been frustrated because everybody tells me that the studies are underway, and I say, what's the policy today? And they say, well, it's underway, it's under development. I said, so if there's a giant earthquake, catastrophic failure in the Delta tomorrow, ecosystem goes to hell, the water supply is interrupted, flooding all over, what do we do? What's the first thing you do when you wake up that morning to discover the problem? And it's like trying to grab a hold of sand. Right. There are lots of paper there, but I don't see a clear policy. Is there a utility in saying, deadlines here, we want to consider all your ideas, and formally and legally putting on a notice section and requesting, here's a deadline, tell us which ones they are. And of course, for some people might say, well, we don't want you to consider anything, which is the political judgment. We'd have to say, sorry, we want to look at it. I don't know how to deal with it, but it's lurking there.
No, I agree with you, and we'll add that section into the notice of preparation, so that'll be part of the request to the agencies. And as we've had discussions with many of the state agencies and some of the local agencies. We haven't made it through all of the local agencies and regional agencies yet, but we are trying to get that information, and what we've talked with them about is this concept of doing a with and without. We don't believe that we can absolutely add it in as the only way of looking at an alternative, because those documents are undergoing their own environmental review. If an agency said to us, absolutely, this is the way it's being implemented, well, that would be pre-decisional for their environmental document, and that's not going to work. So the only way we can do is with and without.
If I may, when trying to help me understand the alternatives in a concrete, granular example, you mentioned before an alternative would be not doing something.
Yes.
Is there something between that? I mean, if you came up with an objective to add more storage capacity, 3 new reservoirs, would an alternative be 2 or 1, or looking for another way to store water?
If the question would be is whether we would actually say add 2 new reservoirs, or would we say add storage in this area, in this portion of the watershed, to meet certain goals.
And then the alternatives would be other ways of meeting those goals?
Yes.
I mean, that can go on and on and on.
Well, I think we're going to have a very wide range of alternatives, but I think that we need to. This is my opinion in the Delta Plan. I think that's exactly what where we're looking at is saying, in that case, what would the potential environmental effects that those future projects would have to look at if we were looking at adding storage for the purposes of improving water supplies for ecosystem in the Delta, then that would be one way of looking at saying we'd have to identify that that's one possibility. Another possibility of improving water supplies for ecosystem in the Delta might be changes in water deliveries in the watershed or downstream of the watershed. There would be various alternatives. That would be the kind of strategies. What I'm sort of concerned about is that if we say absolutely add 2 more reservoirs, because we're not doing the level of detail to say where would you add the reservoir, should it be this big, should it be that big. The question would be, should we add reservoirs in the upper watershed to provide ecosystem water supplies in the Delta?
It would seem to me that the criterion you would apply would be cost-benefit. Cost-benefit. I mean, looking at the cost of doing something and then the downstream benefits. The cost easier to quantify than the benefits. And the benefits part of an integrated mass of data. Because, this reminds me a little bit in biology. We used to think that once we sequenced the genome, we would be able to understand and control by the expression of a gene. We're now understanding that the gene expresses a protein, and it's the protein-protein interaction that determines the end result.
Right.
And I don't know if there's enough computing power in the entire world to be able to model that. And we're getting into something very close here where you're looking at the interaction of 15, 20, 40 variables, and you're trying to predict how the change in one variable would affect overall.
I circle back to where you start from, which is performance measures, quantifiable objectives. And I said, Gwen and I and Joe have been having this discussion the last couple of weeks. Isn't one of the management tools you have? It's a kind of a rule of thumb for managers, particularly down south. God, I want a water system for my district, so if I get cut off from the Colorado River north or something, I can get by for 3 years. Or whatever you say. That's not a formalized, but it's kind of the rule of thumb Met is sort of used. They say I can get by for 3 years based on a whole set of assumptions about what they do, what rationing they'd have, what pricing they'd have, so on and so forth. I wonder whether we might not be helpful in this process by looking for those broad goals that become the measure that allows locals to meet it, but without trying to necessarily dictate how they meet it. The notion of you set a goal, you don't design the catalytic converter. Lower the emissions to such and such, let an engineer figure out how to do it. I don't know whether that's fully appropriate in many of the areas we deal with, but I like it as an approach.
I think the approach is good. I think the horsepower necessary to do that would be something we just wouldn't have. It's a little bit like Mr. Dean coming up with an estimate of $2.1 billion.
But look at this.
We may come up with basically the same thing and a much lower cost than that.
But if you said that if you leave to the local water districts, who are the primary source of water for people, the retailers work, the wholesalers work to the retailers, but it's the water districts. And if you said, much like a business, a regulated financial institution has to have a certain percent of its assets in circulation in reserve. Okay. Reserve for a water district is essentially water in a reservoir, but more importantly, it's a way of dealing with a shortfall for a period of time. I think that's the right way to put it. And maybe there are standards that you use that are rules of thumb. They're rough. They don't apply well in some cases. But as a planning document, as a tool for the Delta plan and a measure to judge success, we're probably as well positioned to anybody else. So you do a survey, you talk to districts, you bring everybody in, you grab Mr. Wrench, you force them to come up, you tie them to a chair, you say you got 1,000 water agencies in Aqua. Each of them have 3 years supply and protection, as you say in all your press releases and plans, right? And he looks kind of nervous, and so we argue about it. But if our job is to balance reliability with ecosystem and all of that, we know we have to do it with regional self-sufficiency. The statute says, as a matter of fact, that's the way you decreased reliance on Delta water is phased in regional self-sufficiency and efficiency. Well, I wonder whether we couldn't say that and be productive. We might even have assumptions. I know I do. I ballpark it based on not much. That if you want to produce, serve people with water, given the status quo for the next 10 to 15 years, it's water efficiency and conservation. It's just because you can't build big things, putting aside the issue of whether there's water that nobody's using for any purpose that you can take. And so that's why I keep going back to supply, demand, performance measures, and goals as a way to approach some of these almost
and adaptive
impossibly.
management.
Pardon?
And adaptive management.
And adaptive management, which means you could suggest a range of options, not to be compulsory, but suggestive of how to reach it. And so this is...
It's a little bit like Big Brother. I mean, we're saying in order to do the environmental stuff, we could export X amount of water. And it would be divided up thus far. And you, in order to get your share, are going to have to do some other things about conservation, reuse, perhaps desalination, and all the rest of that. And it's somebody who's a czar of water deciding you have to do this, that, and the other thing to get this amount of water.
Well, but
they're going to say we're kind of entitled to that anyway.
Yeah, but look at what happens has happened historically in America on fire insurance rating, which is done by industry. And they've got rating bureaus that go all over America, and they have the kind of checklist standards. They say if you live within 3 miles of a fire station, or 8 minutes response time, or 3 minutes or 2 minutes response time, you're in a Class A or a Class B, whatever it is. And then they have standards on the number of people on fire units. If you have a ladder truck, you have 87 people, or 8, or 3, or 1. And they add up cumulatively to what a market environment has said is necessary to group people in a rated area. And it affects their fire insurance rates, which is why you see a lot of communities struggling to get past that next level. So much like flood control level, we can qualify for federal aid if we get over 100-year protection. Can't we get there to do it? There's something there that might work in this. But it's not the arbitrary thing that, although which I'm inclined to occasionally. Everybody has to say reduce their use 5%, which I suppose a governor in a real state emergency retains the power to do for a time.
Yeah.
I don't know. But what you're suggesting is the details are the alternatives in the environmental impact report. They are the smaller components of larger categories.
The strategies are the smaller components of the larger alternatives. Mm-hmm. I also am saying that I'm concerned about going too much detail, such as saying 2 reservoirs, put this here, 3 million acre feet, because that's not the purpose of this process.
If you don't get into the detail, you really can't consider the alternatives, realistically.
We can't. I think you're going to be looking at it's almost like it's I know I'm not, the word policy is probably the incorrect word, but it's more of a focus. If you're looking at different alternatives that go into different focuses, one of the things I think we need to make aware as a part of the disclosure document, for instance, is the fact that there are environmental effects for every one of these actions, and sometimes we don't always think about them. For instance, if we have a focus of one that increases the amount of recycled wastewater, we have a lot of programs that move forward on that. SBX 77 certainly is supportive of that. Many programs are supportive of increased recycled wastewater. But increased recycled wastewater also has some environmental effects. It has it because of the construction aspects of the new facility that has to be constructed and the disposal of the brine that's generally created during the wastewater treatment process, similar to a desalination. Doesn't mean that that's a deal killer. It just needs to be balanced and thought of consistently so that an alternative that might focus more on regional water supplies that has a preponderance of recycled wastewater desalination, that has a certain set of environmental effects as much as one that has imported water supplies. Water conservation has some environmental effects too, just because as water conservation occurs, you have much more of less of a dilution in your wastewater treatment plant. So you have different you have more constituents sometimes. So I mean, it's just we just need to I think that if we're looking at a policy decisions, that's what I was hoping to disclose. But I'm interested in, I apologize for talking.
Not at all. I think the one factor that we're ignoring in our supply-demand discussion is price. And price is the outcome of that. And we haven't mentioned the cost of water at all.
Well, that's because it's unpopular.
Yeah, but that's kind of like the way things are, though.
Well, no, I am in favor of that, both as alternatives to consider, but as also principle. Creeping into this, it's kind of one slogan is beneficiary pays, whatever that means, and it's not clear what it means. Joe?
Yeah, I want to join in the conversation just and give some examples. Now, I don't know what the council is going to choose to put in the ultimate Delta plan, but I want to follow an example through. Say the council says we need to meet a certain standard for water use efficiency that includes certain per capita standard for urban use, and that gets applied, and that means that where I'm from, urban Southern California, decreases their average usage of water by another 30 or 40% 20 years from now. And their population's grown some, maybe 10% or something, but not enough to make up for that decrease. At the same time, we say you need to maximize your use of recycled water, and brackish groundwater needs to be desalted. You need to do all of these things to increase your regional reliability. There are huge cost implications. Right now, Met has historically supplied 50% of the urban water supply in Southern California. Their sales have decreased in the last few years, partly because of the drought. But if those things actually happen, their volume of sales might decline still more. So instead of selling 1.5 million acre feet a year or 2 million acre feet a year, maybe they're selling 1.2 million acre feet a year. What happens economically to Met when they are, at the same time as that's happening, expected to pay for the capital cost for conveyance facility, surface storage, their ongoing expenses, their ongoing bond requirements, and what happens with all of the other agencies? Is the financial implications of all this are really great, and I think you're exactly right. We haven't looked at those, so there are implications to the customer, but there are also implications up and down the supply chain, if you will, and government's not good at dealing with changed circumstances. Agencies don't go out of business the way local businesses go out of business. We don't reinvent ourselves the way we would if we were a private company. So things that you do will have a real impact.
No, it seems that it's an interesting cost structure for the water contractors. As usage has gone down in San Diego, the suppliers are losing a lot of money because the incremental cost of delivering that extra water is very, very small, and they need that revenue stream in order to cover their costs without doing any improvements.
Exactly, and that problem is likely to continue if we're successful in reducing per capita usage.
And I think the only thing we can do with the alternatives is that there are projects out there that have some cost estimates with them. Some of those are complete, some of those are in process. I agree with you, we need to look at the costs, and we would use those projects as examples of what potentially dollars per acre foot of storage or dollars per acre foot of groundwater banks. You know, we could look at things that are larger and smaller. For instance, Met has smaller groundwater banks, although they're still large, but at Hayfork versus the semi-tropic and Kern water banks, which are in the millions of acre feet.
Yeah, I would suggest, Gwen, that we not spend a lot of time going through a lot of alternatives. I mean, the obvious alternative is don't do it and look at what will happen. And then let the reader come up with other alternatives, but just, we just don't have the time to suggest them, the whole range of them.
Gwen, the other thing I'd suggest, I picked up on, whatever it was, somewhere under the Delta is evolving, improved water quality. Mm-hmm. This is where you got it. Improved water quality. Wherever in the Dickens you, I found there was some mention of water rights. I can't. Oh yeah, somewhere. And it's the enforcement of existing water right laws. God knows where it is. I can't find it right now. There's an area where I think at least somewhere in the Delta Plan, in the white paper to come, whatever the facts are that we have available information for ought to be laid out. Because if we have a water system where the first 25 million acre feet is legally bound up not to be touched under any circumstance, well, then fine. If that's the legal position, I'm not sure it is, but that people certainly argue that way. We ought to know what the parameters of that is, because at least what the allegations are on that. And the Water Board ought to be able to tell us something there.
I do want to say, too, that the strategies that we include in the final notice of preparation also be considered for the alternatives also need to include all of the strategies, which are not all in here, from the Delta Vision Strategic Plan, because the statute requires that.
They don't have to include them, but we've got to look at them.
Well, but they'd be included in the consideration during the development of alternatives.
As a reference?
As a reference, right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good.
I think
Good. Not specifics.
Yeah, and you'll find that we're going to pick up a bunch of them anyway, because everybody else is picking up a bunch of them. Some will be deeply controversial, and some of them.
Right. I just wanted to let council members know that this isn't a complete list of all of those. I found a few when I went back through it just yesterday that are missing out of here, but we will include all those.
A couple of other things. This is jumping ahead to water quality, but is the phrase under improve water quality, third bullet point, accelerate programs to reduce or manage salinity in portions of the delta, blah, 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 blah. Is that broad enough to include all of the impacts of existing infrastructure? For example, just this week, or last week, I forget which, the Public Utilities Commission did its water something plan update. And one of the major issues that's bound to occur in the Delta is the fact there's a lot of infrastructure, publicly and privately owned, that has no current legal duty to pay for flood protection for its valuable facilities. We went through that on the Jones Track example in the EBMUD program. I want to make sure that infrastructure finds its way into impacts on ecosystem, impacts on water supply system, the co-equal value, and then try to figure out a way to approach, the question of people who clearly are receiving benefit and services, paying something to help do it, as opposed to just assuming it's a present from Uncle Sam or Uncle Minerva, Aunt Minerva. Yeah, it's Minerva, right? On the California State Seal, I think it's Minerva. Yeah.
Okay.
The other thing on funding, in risk to people, do we need to flag the Paterno issue anyway? The statute, says that we have to take account of state interests in the Delta, of which certainly reducing financial exposure has to be considered one. And Paterno just kind of falls out of the stuff. Oh, and I'm under potential environmental effects of proposed projects and potential alternatives. You've got something completed and tiered off of the program EIR. Tiered off. What does tiered off mean? The bottom of the page. Teed off?
No, it's tiered. Or tiered from could also be. What happens on a programmatic document, a programmatic EIR, is one of the uses of that is for it to identify a wider range of the existing conditions, and also look at, such as when we talk about the full alternatives, what potential environmental effects could occur specifically. So let's say you had a full set of alternatives, and in that set of alternatives, it talked about, I'm just going to go with Council Members Nordhoff's discussion, what if it included the need for doing reservoirs, upstream reservoirs? this would not be looking at the details of those upstream reservoirs. In that environmental document for the construction and operation of that upstream reservoir, they would be looking at very site-specific footprint kind of concepts, how to move the water in and out of the watershed, or in and out of the river to the reservoir and back to the water users. But the question of how would the reservoir would actually operate as part of an overall integrated set of alternatives to be consistent with the Delta Plan would have been discussed from a broader programmatic level in the EIR for the Delta Plan. So that document would then determine whether that is still appropriate and applicable, and if it was, then they could use the findings from the Delta Plan EIR's Notice of Determination in that
I'm certainly
document.
in favor of keeping the phrase tiered off of in substitution for what you've just said, but it still doesn't mean anything to me.
I can bring back there's CEQA guidance on what tiering actually is, and we can bring that back to the council.
Okay. All right. Let's hear from the audience, if that's okay. Mr. You have blue sheets, folks? Sir.
Just, I know you're a grammarian.
Pedant.
Your use of the word tier. On page...
Not my use of the word.
You're requesting that. On page 1, background and need for the project. Since the 1800s. Do you have it, Mr. Chairman? I want to question whether
back
this
to the
word-
history stuff.
Background and
Yep.
need for the project.
Yep.
The first line, should that be between or among?
Mm-hmm. It's not perfectly written. I thought it was just kind of thrown in there, and it needs to be changed. Yes, I agree. Absolutely agree. Gwen, the only other thing is, all the way through this stuff, we're going to be both lamenting the absence of meaningful data and demanding that it be produced. I mean, you can just feel it. From the very first meeting, we've started. Is there any reason in the NOP to have a flag for that issue? The collection and dissemination of data, or something? I mean, I don't know. You can tell me no, but there's something about it that every meeting we run into 10 questions where the data is not available, or it's not understandable if it's available.
We'll put that in with the alternatives.
Okay.
Did you volunteer for this position, Gwen?
She competed
It's got to
for
be
it.
the toughest around.
Okay.
I'll rethink that later.
Let's get folks in here. Let me call up Ms. Sward. Now, Ms. Sward, we're going to do the. Oh, sorry. Okay, she left. Remember, Ms. Sward had provided the various maps and updates and critiques of mapping in the Delta, and we've had some work try to accommodate her, and she wants us to know that the Delta Flood Risk White Paper contains incorrect data regarding island flood history, even though Ryer Island history appears corrected. I think I'm reading her statement correct. So, you got that? Okay.
What does that mean?
And she actually provided us with some interesting historical information and maps. I mean, a couple of times. Mr. Zlotnick. We'll start tomorrow morning also with a white paper. If you can be around tomorrow morning, we're going to be walking through it.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
But not this? Not the NOP?
No, the flood white paper,
Yeah, the white
which you've
paper.
listed as the second issue.
Oh, right.
Might
Yeah.
want to take that up
Sure,
tomorrow.
sure.
Well, I think we may want to do some NOP for the two members who are absent now that will be
No,
here
we'll
tomorrow.
no, I know. We'll fuss through it a bit.
Okay.
But
no,
he
I
had
appreciate
added
it. Yes, I was trying to abide by your rule from the previous meeting.
notice, clear notice of what you're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
My head's kind of spinning a little bit from the discussion. I'm sure Gwen's is too. Before I get into the document, I did want to comment, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned something about not seeing a discussion of systems operations in the plan in here,
In the NOP.
particularly regarding water projects and
ecosystem.
Right, and that got my attention. And again, I think it just goes to, and I think either here or someplace can have more discussion of the interplay with BDCP. Because, of course, our viewpoint would be that systems operation is a lot of what you heard from Richard and what's being developed in the BDCP that we think will be incorporated into this plan, assuming it satisfies all those things. And so, it just becomes very difficult in terms of reinventing things potentially.
But the solution would have been to complete the BDCP
I
at its
understand,
announced finishing
and
time, and then we would be considering a plan, which would be much easier for all of us.
That's true, and I appreciate your comment about incorporating the interim level of reports that are out there. I think that's important. I don't know what the best format is in terms of going through this at this point. I mean, we'll submit some written comments.
We're not adopting anything at this meeting, as you know. This is the
right,
second
but
of 3 iterations.
Yeah, so what I'd like to do is to go through and try to pick up the big issues, just to put them on your plate.
Okay.
I appreciate it in terms of the background information, good stuff, although from the context of what the council is to deal with in the Delta plan, it seemed understandably major issue of the water operations being an issue in the projects, but the whole issue, this was a major component of Delta Vision as well, of the multitudes of jurisdictions in the Delta, trying to get arms around land use issues in the Delta, being a major component of the Delta plan and the reason for the creation of the council. Sort of those aspects, I think, would be good to bring out as well, and sort of the background of why the legislation was there and what the council was designed to do. We still have a question, and I think sort of how it is couched is important in terms of the applicability of 85021 into the plan. That's the reduced reliance section. Just because the statute itself talks about a statewide strategy and each region shall do this, so I think certainly, unless you're again talking about the Delta region itself and how it's going to deal with that issue, putting it in the context, I think, Mr. Chairman, you described of maybe setting some aspirational goals and not necessarily compulsory or what have you, but that might be a way to couch it that folks might appreciate. Concern about the scope, the planning area, this issue that you brought up. Right now, you talk about the geographical areas where essentially any export water is utilized, and understand that there are policy connections to that. One question that's a little unclear is, would that include those areas that are exporting water upstream from the watershed?
I thought it included it, but I must confess it wasn't all that clear, and it should be, because the statute clearly gives direction to consider that stuff.
So I just think it's important to clarify.
Yeah.
I think some discussion about the language talks about Delta-related activities, basically a few times. What does that mean? And what's the relationship for your plan and the whole issue of what's a covered activity under your plan for consistency determinations? Someone might foresee, based on the discussion, that a Delta-related activity could be, let's say, Ms. Gray's agency in Southern California is trying to make a decision about investing in recycled water, conservation, or not doing anything because they're going to assume they're going to continue receiving some amount of Delta water that they've been used to, not more, but maybe not less. Does the council reach in and say, no, you have to do this, that, or make this choice? And that's going to be a big issue if you start going down that road in terms of, just like any other local government, they're making decisions based on their conditions. They may or may not have groundwater. They may or may not have local watershed water. So that whole relationship to covered actions, what does Delta-related mean, is important as well. And that's similarly under the promoting water use efficiency. Promoting doesn't necessarily mean direct. And there are ways that you can promote and provide incentives.
Does it prohibit direct? If you give me a definition that prohibits
promote
it.
in the dictionary probably doesn't, but in terms of what the
you
authority
might
of the
prefer.
council, don't think it should. And that also gets to this whole issue of implementation, and it's mentioned in some other documents just a few times here that you have, and you've mentioned this, Mr. Chairman, that you have to get a plan and you got to start implementing it. Well, the legislation set out a number of areas where and you've sort of referenced this, where other agencies are really the implementing agencies. You'll be setting up sort of a construct and if you will, a general plan. And I think some discussion that would delineate the difference, those areas where you see implementing, and in fact the statute, it could be the historic designation issue, some of the Delta's place stuff, a plan for that, I think is directly put in there for the council to deal with. And those areas where it's, we're providing sort of a context for actions of others that would, help meet the co-equal goals, I think might be important. In terms of the water conservation, you mentioned the 20% reduction in per capita. I think it's important to understand that that is on an aggregate basis statewide. That's not really clear in how it's written. Right now, someone could read that and assume, and that was a major bone of contention in the discussions. And then you also say that urban water conservation requirements that expand upon objectives in the legislation. Again, this is an area where there's been long negotiations. There are processes moving forward now, and this reads as if that's fine, but we're going to go beyond that before necessarily even those things have run their course. And I think it's important to sort of indicate that maybe we'll let them run their course and see how that goes. And maybe, and we've talked about this in prior discussions, I think, about some of the administrative procedures as well, where you're sort of monitoring progress and trying to, kick people in the rear, so to speak, to keep things moving. I did have a question under water conservation, Gwen. It says, this is on bottom of page 12 of the strikeout version. Development of, this is where you would implement measures, concepts might include development of most economic local supplies prior to increased reliance on Delta exports. Mm-hmm. I found that very interesting, considering our conversations, that you would even acknowledge there would be a possibility of increased reliance on Delta exports in some place. So just curious if that's what you meant or not, or what the council would mean.
Well, one priority is to encourage the regions that are supposed to be self-sufficient to look to the Delta for supplies, whether in your view it's additional supplies beyond whatever they've got now, or other things. Look at other opportunities first.
Oh, no, I understand that, but that even increasing reliance as an option just seemed strange. So it was just kind of a curious language thing. We appreciate that you've got implementation of BDCP under the improved conveyance section, subject to complying with the water code. I just think, and we think that it probably should go in every section practically. Certainly under environmental restoration, BDCP has a major role there. Probably flood control. The Delta's place is going to have some implication on what BDCP is up to, and water quality. So it just seems it might be appropriate to include it everywhere. On the risks to state interests, the water projects are a major interest, and they're sort of referenced there, but we think that should probably be called out a little stronger, that protecting the capability of the projects to move water. I appreciate that it's a tiered document. It will be a tiered document. And then basically, again, just you've got every contractor as a responsible agency here, and this whole idea of that sort of expansiveness, it's almost sort of be careful what you ask
Do we
for.
have a choice?
I don't know.
Wouldn't we get sued if we didn't?
Yeah, I don't know. It's just
I thought it was
tension.
important as an employment opportunity for consultants to the state water contractors
Right.
to do that.
Right. Keep me
bad
busy.
economy. It's
Keep
a
me
jobs
busy.
program.
Right. But anyway, it's a tough call, but in terms of how that would work, it's
Ms.
just
Gray had a
the
question.
expansive of the area.
Gotta go.
So
All right.
we'll submit in writing as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rentz.
Mark Rentz, Aqua. I'll keep my comments very short. We will submit written comments.
Great.
I know it's
Thank
been
you.
a long day for
Thank
everybody. But first of all, I want to commend Gwen on the notice of preparation. It's a very difficult thing to pull off, especially something as vague as the project you all are looking at, and quite honestly not even as fully defined yet. I had a similar experience. We can talk about over a glass of wine sometime when I worked on the Northwest Forest Plan, EIS. Very similar thing. And that's why I wanted to bring some thoughts to you all rather than specific comments. because the scope, I think, absolutely critical for you to deliberate on, and Mr. Chairman, you alluded to it, others have alluded to it, is, and I'm sorry, I don't have page numbers on this, but you have the portion under the environmental baseline where you're talking about the planning areas. I think that's absolutely critical. Three of the questions we were always positing for ourselves as we were developing that EIS I referred to is, what is our capability in terms of administering? I mean, these are actual questions you need to ask as you're developing the project, so you don't end up with a project that you say, now what do I do with it? So it's truly, you have to ask yourself, what are we capable of administering, and what type of resource we're going to have for administering it? And that's a little bit different than what is our capabilities for implementation, on the ground implementation. And finally, a third question we always asked ourselves was, what will this project create in terms of breadth of liability? And I'm not just talking, in terms of performance and otherwise for you all as an implementing body and an administering body, but also because you have a very unique role here that I've never seen before, and I think it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. You're quasi-judicial, too. And I mean, and as you broaden your scope, you're also broadening your role as in that quasi-judicial role. So I think it's really important to ask that in that context, so you do a little bit of a reality check. That's the main comment I'd bring to you. I do express concern that when you get down to the secondary planning, and I do agree with you, Gwen, that you should start broad and narrow down. That's the best way to go. But as you get down to that secondary planning, you've really exponentially increased the potential responsibilities and workload of the Delta Stewardship Council. One idea is it possibly if there's some way to capture this geographically in terms of a map, what would be the planning area under, if you just did the primary planning area for the Delta and the Sassoon Marsh versus what you think may be that area. If it's broader, I think it might be quite eye-opening to everybody to see that. My last comment, Mr. Chairman, goes to you, Hank, when you talked about the business model. This is not unlike when, actually, I remember it distinctly because I brought it up, and Mr. Roos Collins and I had a dialogue when he was on that. What you're talking about, as you know, is multivariable regression analysis to say how does each one of these variables play off all the other independent variables. And I don't know how you do that, especially with, as you pointed out, Mr. Chairman, the limitations there is on empirical data for these various variables. And the only reason I bring that up is to be careful that your alternatives don't get so specific that you have a hard time justifying those alternatives when you come under the scrutiny of whether you acted in a reasonable manner or arbitrarily.
I predict what we're going to wind up doing is going too far on detail, retreating back, then deciding it's too general and inching forward.
I think you're right.
And it's only by trying all of those, like taking a theme of thought similar to yours, Hank, and walking it through and trying to think of the ideas that might flow from it, and then writing and rewriting, that you can figure out how you're going to approach it.
I think you're right. You're going to be doing a lot of iterations. I agree. Thanks for the time.
Thank you very much. Okay. Anyone in the audience? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Dan Kelly, Somac Simmons and Dunn will be very brief. We're going to submit written comments.
They represent 376 of the responsible agencies we have tentatively identified.
Which we hope, as a result of my comments, will no longer be responsible agencies. Well, I think that there's some argument to be made that the PREs under BDCP could be responsible agencies for the Delta Plan.
CREs.
PREs, the potentially regulated entities. I don't think that it would be appropriate to include all of the state CBP contractors as responsible agencies. There are folks very far upstream of the Delta. CDC. Very far upstream. CVP, Central Valley Project water contractors that are quite a distance upstream from the Delta that will not be proposing to carry out or will not be responsible for approving the Delta Plan.
Mr. Kelly, can you guarantee that those entities or their interested parties will not sue us as deliberately and willfully failing to list them as an agent?
I can tell you that there are people that will tell you that they will not do so, and that may actually happen in written comments and a request to be removed as responsible parties.
Let me write down $500 billion bond by Somac Simmons. Got it.
And with that, we'll get your written comments sometime early next week. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. By the way, if you haven't taken a look at their law firm website, they do a series of articles and blogs, a couple of which we've distributed to council members before. But they follow the stuff, they summarize it well, and it's worth taking a look at. And if Mr. Kelly would do more of that, we'd learn more. So, stop practicing law and keep writing. Thank you. Okay, anyone else like to speak to us? Okay, members, we're going to start precisely at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and we're going to walk through whatever we have to say on the NOP. Then we're going to the white papers, and we'll go from there. Okay? Thank you very much. Meeting adjourned. Thank you. Sorry, I wanted to get you out earlier. Okay. Drive carefully.
I think so. You can say hi to Hank.